Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Town of Scituate Board of Selectmen meeting for October 2nd, 2018. At this time, I'd like to call the meeting to order and ask if the board would have a acceptance of the agenda.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Canfield, seconded by Ms. Curran. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Good evening. Are there any walk-ins this evening? Yes.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Hayes Gear. I live at 37 Surfside Road. This Sunday, my daughter, Noelle, who's 17 years old, was in a collision on Manlot Road. She was stopped at the stop sign, waiting to turn onto Route 3A. One car was taking left onto Manlot, and one car hit the car coming from the other, coming from Marshfield, hit that car into my daughter's car. As a parent of teenagers, and I'm sure you all have children, you know, that was terrifying for us. We were in Provincetown. It was a 2-hour drive back, and we called many friends in the community who rushed to her side. 3 families, in fact, the Hunts, the Grosiers, and her bosses from the Gulf Station. And of course, as a parent, you think accidents happen. And I wanted to just assume it was just this one time. And I posted this message thanking the Good Samaritans and the first responders in the town of Scituate and the members of our community who surrounded my family at this time. And I found out that this is a scene of many accidents. There was one last week. They have, people have come before the board previously and petitioned to have a light put there. I don't know how far back that goes, but I know that it has been discussed before, and I know it's discussed by the Traffic Rules and Regulations Committee. Obviously, this is my first time before the board. I have no idea what I'm doing, and I just want to know what we can do to make that happen. I reached out to Representative Cantwell's office, found out that he's stepped down, and I know that it's a state road, so there's some impact there as well. But I did want to, I have the police report from the incident, a copy for the board, and I wanted to point out that even just in the mentioning of this, like I said, we mentioned it on Scituate Monthly, and then just chatting with people here in town. I know half the town was backed up for miles on Sunday. I haven't found a person who hasn't said we need a light there. So I'd like to find out how we go about making that happen.
It's a state road, so one thing is we have to somehow, we as a town need to petition and ask the state to take a look at this intersection and put a light up. I know there was, my understanding, possibly a collision just 2 days earlier at the same intersection. I know Ms. Curran had mentioned a year ago, maybe, she and her husband were driving down and there was a collision there at that intersection. I think all of us probably know somebody. I remember, John, you can probably help me out, 15 years ago, I believe there was a fatality as a result of somebody coming out of there. So it is a very dangerous intersection because of the speed, as well as the people who are coming out from the side roads. And
the people walking dogs for the animal shelter and coming out of the public safety building as well.
Yeah. So I think, I certainly personally feel that I think it would be nice to send a letter or do something to ask the governor and to see if we could get State Highway to take a look into it. And I'm certainly happy to make this an agenda item for the board to talk a little bit more.
Absolutely.
To discuss it, because obviously it's not like once in a while, it seems to be repeatedly and regularly. The fact that it was Friday and then Sunday, like I said, my recollection was the fatality was 15 years ago. It was an older person, so
Yeah.
So I personally feel that way. And I'd be happy to, like I say, put it on for the board to consider some kind of remedy. I mean, either a traffic light, and as much as people hate this idea, but a roundabout, without having the light, it does slow traffic down, but at least it'll make it fair so people go into it properly and get out, not necessarily a rotary, I mean a roundabout, that to me. So I think it's something the town should look into, because it could be a lot worse for people.
Well, I mean, because we've had incidents in the past, I don't think anybody here would want to hear that, how many kids cut through there. I drove by there 6 times today myself. Nobody wants a fatality on their hands, especially a young person.
Yeah.
And that's why I cry every time I think about it.
No, I appreciate you coming in from the board's perspective. I do want to look into it, and I think it's fair to say the board would like to, right? Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I'm glad, hope your daughter's doing okay.
Yeah.
She's a little headache. We're going to go home and check on her.
Well, good.
Thank you.
I will just say, I've been in an accident at that same spot.
Oh, wow. I'm so sorry.
It's a bad spot. We've talked about it in the past. It's not easy to get a light up somewhere on a state road.
Yes.
I will say one thing that comes to mind, and Ms. Burbine mentioned it at a planning board meeting, is us putting that sign on that area, I think would that sign in front of the public safety building will complicate things at that area and maybe make it even more dangerous. So I think we should reconsider that, and that comes up for discussion. But I think it's a tough spot. There's a lot of tough spots in town, but that is one up there, and I support John's, thoughts of see what we can do to do it. I think before me, and Sean would know better, I think you guys tried to do something, and you ran into some sort of a roadblock,
Yeah,
no pun
we had
intended.
spoken with, we're friends with the Hunts who live on Manlot Road. They've lived there for over 50 years. And I had actually passed Mrs. Hunt on the road that morning, and we kind of stopped to say, good morning, hey, how are you? And she said, don't stop here, it's a dangerous road. And they've seen, and I know Jim was on the committee that had reviewed this in the past, and they couldn't figure out how to make it happen. So if we have to take it to the state level, well, I have a big mouth. Canfield can tell you that.
Okay, that's good.
Enthusiasm.
Yes.
Can we, just one thing, before, I would like to put it on the agenda, if that's all right with you, Mr. Chairman, but can we ask the police department to give us a list of all of?
I did.
We have it. Thank you, Mr. Boudreau, for being on top of that. That gives us the ammunition to go to the state. No, for all of the records.
Yes, this is the police report from the incident. Would you like a
No,
copy of it?
I'm looking for accident data back 5-10 years for that intersection.
All right.
Perfect.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and the best to your daughter. Any other walk-ins? All right. I did speak with Jim before we started, and Jim is going to defer his report for the town administrator until we get to discussion on the quarterly update on water infrastructure. So I'd like to turn over to the interviews for board and committee applicants, and first is Janice Murphy here. If you wouldn't mind, I understand that you're interested in the cultural council.
Yes, that's right.
And just briefly, why are you interested in the, frankly, it's a great council, but why, for the purpose of the public, are you interested in getting involved?
Well, I'm interested in getting involved because I've lived overseas for the last 29 years and built a house in Scituate about 11 years ago. And my husband and I are now full-time here in Scituate, and just past things I've done overseas and wanting to give back to the community.
Is there anything, have you been to any of the meetings or anything?
Yes, I have.
Good, okay. So you know what you're expected.
I
and
do.
What they're going to ask you.
Yeah.
Good. Questions from the board?
What were the things you did overseas that you think you can add to the board?
Well, I was an interior designer there, and I was president of a expatriate women's club that had about 2,500 members. And it had probably 30 to 40 activities, individual activities every month that we ran. It was like running a small business. And I just, think that might help, I don't know. A different perspective, I guess.
Yeah, that's great.
Other questions?
I'm going to ask similar questions, so thank you, Tony.
So what we're going to do for all the other applicants, you're welcome to stay and wait. Unfortunately, if it's anything like our last meeting, we won't get done this until late. But we're not going to be like the last meeting, folks, just to let you know. But, we'll be voting on it towards the end of our agenda, okay?
Yes,
All right, thank you.
Thank you for coming forward.
Thank you.
thank you.
Michelle McGrath? Good evening. And you too are interested in getting on the Cultural Council?
I am.
So you had the advantage of hearing my question to Ms. Murphy, so I'll just let you, why don't you explain why?
Sure. So I am a newer resident to Scituate here. I have 3 grown children, one of which just graduated from college, and 2 that are college juniors this year. And I own a business in public relations that serves the arts, nonprofits, and small business. So the arts are very important to me. And I raised my kids to appreciate them and grow in their education through that. And I see what people in the arts suffer to get funding for important projects. And part of my business is to be a volunteer advocate, and so I believe that serving on a town committee would be helpful. I'm also a founder of the Plymouth Bay Cultural District in Plymouth from when I lived in Kingston.
Sure, sure. No questions from here. Anybody? Maura?
Sure. Is there anything that you have done in Plymouth that you see that would be beneficial to bring to Scituate?
Yes, there are several collaborations that are heading in this direction right now. I know that you're all very well aware of the brand new Performing Arts Center, and one of my clients is Pilgrim Festival Chorus, under the direction of William Richter over here at the high school. He's a longtime 40-year teacher here. And the chorus is the largest and most prestigious chorus on the South Shore, and they're working on creating a collaboration with the Scituate Public Schools to allow students to perform a major masterwork next spring in the new Performing Arts Center.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's one great step.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Looking forward to that. That'd be great. Other questions?
Is your company based in Scituate, or?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
That's great.
No good? Seeing none, we'll be answering, well, I'm pretty confident that both you ladies, as well as probably the other, will be voted on, but not to prejudge it, but you got my vote. If I could ask for, is it Lene Weisner?
Yeah.
Is it Badger? Yes. I'm sorry, did I say that properly? You did. Thank you.
Lene and I live on the same street.
Oh, good.
I saw that.
Well, welcome.
Hi. Thank you.
Now you've had the benefit of the other two
I know.
to kind of give you a sense.
You're going to knock
as you
it out
know.
of the ballpark.
Well, no, I come from a different perspective because I've just lived in town for over 30 years, and I'm a private music teacher, so I've taught hundreds of kids in Scituate over the years, and adults some too. I play the bells at Lawson Tower, so I just have a vested interest in Scituate and what goes on culturally here. But I'm very music oriented, but I have a lot of relatives that have artistic, talents and things, and so I feel like I pay attention to all of those kinds of things. But I don't have any public service type background.
Playing the bells at Lawson Tower, to me, is a huge public service for people to enjoy, so don't undersell yourself. It's beautiful to hear, so
Thank you.
I would like to see you play more often, but getting up and down the stairs it's not an easy task, I can tell you that. Questions from the board?
Just a comment. I've known Mrs. Badger for a long time, and she would be a wonderful asset to this commission, committee.
Thank you.
Have you been to any of the meetings or been involved at any level?
I have not, so I don't have background there. I just saw that they were looking for people, and I thought, well, I'll give it a try.
Good. And you have the time?
Yeah.
You have the time in your schedule to, I don't think,
It didn't seem like it was a
do you mean,
huge time
once-
commitment.
once or twice a month?
Yeah.
No,
A year.
A year.
Yeah, that I can manage.
Can you squeeze once a year in?
Squeeze that in?
Well, they do stuff offside of a meeting, right?
Yeah.
I'm happy to trade meeting once a year. If you want to meet every other week, that's fine with me. I'm sure my board would feel the same way, but, well, thank you very much. Looking forward to your appointment. Moving on to another beach commission. Leslie, is it
Dinah.
Dinell? Thank you. Welcome.
Hi,
And I know you're interested in joining the beach commission.
I am.
Just explain why.
I wanted to be the Minot rep.
Yep.
Lived in Minot 25 years. I've been on the North Scituate Beach Improvement Association for 20, their treasurer. I was on the Seawall Committee. I'm just interested in helping out in any way I can, the town. And I'm on the Scituate Beautification Commission. I've been on that 10 years and just floating around.
No, you're moving up. There's nothing wrong with that. This is a great, I'll tell you, I always say this is one of my favorite commissions because I keep saying there's so much potential with improvement of our beaches, and the board feels that way. That's the reason why we put it out there. And I'm like, it's not just focused on one beach, it's all beaches. And they're all unique and different in their own ways. And so I'm like,
Yeah.
just subtle improvements here or there make a big difference, like the beach mats, to be able to gain access. So, good. Thank you for applying.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's
Laura?
great to have representation from Minot. It's really nice to have that broad representation on that commission. So, and obviously you bring a lot of historical perspective from Minot
And I love all the beaches. I mean, I swim at all of them. So it's like, it's not just mine, but I
Right.
do prefer mine, but it's because I live
That's
there.
okay.
But I do have an interest in all, which is why I joined the Seawall Committee. I mean, I'm just interested in it.
Great. Well, thank
So-
you.
Is there anything you've seen that you'd like to, in an area you'd like to work on in regards to
I
the
don't
beach?
really know. I've just talked briefly with Nancy Fay, but I did know, because going through CPC on a project, working with her when she was doing the map, and so we talked a little bit. So I knew it was an interesting group, before I knew there was an opening on it. So, I don't know. I mean, to be honest, I think they might have a meeting tonight,
They do.
which I was gonna swing over. She wasn't sure, but, to the library, so I probably won't stay till the end, because I was gonna shoot over there. But, I don't even know. She said she would fill me in on the project, so.
Well, we're happy to get you
Well, yeah, why
there.
don't we appoint her so she can.
Oh,
go
no,
to the
wasn't meaning for you to decide tonight. I was just gonna
Getting
check
things
it
done,
out.
Leslie.
Other questions?
Just a comment, the Beach Commission only has one opening, and they are seeking somebody from North Situate, and they couldn't find a better candidate from working with Leslie for years. She got the pocket park through CPC for North Situate Beach Improvement, and just really puts her heart and soul into these things, so I would heartily endorse her.
Thank you.
All right.
Want a motion?
That's what I was
Oh,
gonna say.
yeah. Move to appoint Leslie Dynell to the Scituate Beach Commission for a term of 3 years or until a successor is named and completion of the Conflict of Interest online training program within 30 days.
Motion by Ms. Canfield, seconded by Mr. Harris. All in favor?
Aye.
So
Thanks.
that's one thing. Don't forget to complete the online
I did
conflict
do
of
it for
interest.
beautification. Do I still have to do it for this one?
I don't think so if it's,
Yeah.
I was gonna say, you don't, then you don't
I
have
just
to.
did it. That's why I was wondering.
Fine.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you again.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Bye.
Aside from that, the other one is Community Preservation Act. Dan Fallon. Dan, good evening. So I guess just for the purposes of the public, I know just a little bit about yourself, what you're expecting, and why you want to get on the CPC, if that's okay, Dan.
Well, correct, right now, I am a member on the CPC as a liaison from the Recreation Commission. And I've been doing that, it's almost 3 years now. What I'm looking for is to become a permanent member of CPC, and I believe I would have to resign from the Rec Commission to do so. My interest is getting more involved in open space and affordable housing. So that's why I'm trying to make the change right now.
Gotcha.
I didn't know we had an at-large position open. Did somebody resign?
Yes.
Two people did.
Oh, really? Okay.
One did.
officially did,
Okay.
sorry, Gary Myerson, and one is moving at some point.
Okay.
So-
That's why I was
Yeah.
interested on the shift as to where you're going. So obviously, support your application. Just curious what opened up.
Question?
I don't have any questions. I've worked with Dan for the last probably 15 years, been on the Little League Board together, watched him on CPC, being the liaison there. There's not a better person for this position than Dan. He's got a ton of business experience, he's open-minded, he thoroughly vets these issues, all issues that he's been into, he does his research, he's got time to be involved, very professional, and again, there's not a better person, so
So we know where you're going to vote.
so I'm on the fence, but no, I think he's done a great job, and I think he would continue to.
No doubt.
Is there a problem with him serving on both? Dan, did you say you wanted to get through, or are you
Is there a problem with what?
serving on both? I don't know if anyone.
I was told there might be.
All right, okay.
I don't think there
Well, if you're
is.
reviewing, yeah.
No,
Your policies, you can serve on, one
Multiple
major
boards.
board.
all right.
They're both major boards, but, it's at the discretion
No,
of the
and
selectmen.
the reason I say that is I agree with Tony. I haven't worked with Dan directly as much as Tony has, but, thank you very much for all the time you put in.
You're welcome.
In 100% effort, really. Thank you.
Question?
No?
Dan, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sure you're going to be approved. Okay. So thank you very much. Okay, I think that's it for interviews. So at this time, I'd like to move over to a 7:30 discussion for the quarterly update on the water infrastructure and status. Kevin, I think you're here for that, are you not?
I am.
Good, good. And I think the board has in their packet a sheet, Kevin, that you've updated for the benefit of the town, or for us, just kind of going through the water update, correct?
Yes.
I'm looking at this right here, this,
No, that's
That's
from
what I worked
Jim.
That's Jim
Okay.
put together.
okay, good,
That's not final.
okay,
Kevin's gonna just kind of go through the highlights of where we are and what we're doing.
good.
So we don't have anything in here. Okay.
So if you could, that would be great, to kind of give us an idea.
I thought there was something. Wasn't there like a one-pager? I don't see it in here.
No, it was on water resource, water rates.
Water resources, I don't think you have an update
Okay.
in here. It's the latest and greatest. So, system update.
I think it was in the packet we got.
So do we have backup for what you have there, Kevin, or no?
You'll have a copy of this, what I have put together tonight after the meeting.
Okay.
We changed the format up a little bit, so we followed a specific format we want to follow, just to make it easier. Okay, so last week, there were 2 water breaks on Otis Road. It was an older transite line. The only feed that had was the Sand Hills Pump Station. So we've isolated the water line, shut it off, and rerouted the water service that goes over to the pump station. It was an older transite line. It broke once. When we fired the line back up, it broke a second time. It's a small run on Otis, but there are no houses affected. Did cause some issues. We had some minor issues with the fire system. There was some testing of the fire system on Branch Street, and that caused some calls in the surrounding area around there. Well data average flows have been about 0.841 million gallons per day. That's the water that we're taking out of the wells.
Kevin, can I just go back? You said calls. Were the calls for pressure or brown water?
Calls for brown water with the pressure test.
And that was mostly in the Sand Hills area?
We had mostly the Sand Hills area for the break on Otis. It spread around, and then we had them over by the library, Lawson Branch, when the fire service was being worked on.
Okay.
Just on that, I know we don't have anything. When I talked to Sean on Friday, he was going to put together the call data that we've asked, started collecting since August. Obviously, we don't have that now. When could we maybe expect to see something like that, Kevin? From the board? So and I think it's imperative, because I think the board had mentioned about call data after our meeting that we kind of came back in September, and I know I would like to have that. I don't know about the board. I think it would be helpful
Right.
to have the call data. So
We have some of the
look at-
raw data, but we want to tie it to the map.
Okay,
That's what's taking the time, is to plot those on the map.
okay. So we might be able to have that by the end of the week, or a week or so, that just to have something.
When I give you a copy of this package, I can give you all the raw data and the breakdowns of what we have.
Perfect. Okay.
And we can go from there.
All right, thank you.
Okay?
I mentioned that because, you know how we do the sewer, and you have that update kind of quarterly and tells us what's going on. I think that's kind of helpful for the calls, to know what's coming in, how it's coming in, when it's coming in.
Okay.
If it's related to the break, or whether people are getting it independently, and we're trying to figure that out, that's all.
Before you move on, the calls, have we straightened that out so people,
I'll take care of that and get into the call setup and
Thank
everything
you.
else, so once we get into this. All set, or
You went to the 8.4 millions per day from the
8.41
wells.
million gallons per day we're taking out of the wells. That's on average. The treatment plant has been doing 0.451 million gallons. We were as high as 0.803, but that was prior to the break on Old Oak and Bucket Road. We also had a break about 2.5 weeks ago on Old Oak and Bucket Road, which broke right by the condos there. And we tracked that down. That saved about 352 million gallons per day, so significant 300.
Explain that to me.
Thousand.
Because the break was losing 3 million gallons?
No, 350,000 gallons a day
0.3,
he was
yeah.
losing. He was losing it right next to the cranberry bog, so it wasn't coming up in the road. There was no way to track it down. Nobody saw it until the actual line broke.
Oh, so
Once
that's
it broke,
a-
we were able to backtrack it, figure out why it broke, but it was going right into the cranberry bog, and nobody realized that there was a
Really?
break in it.
So that's 3 breaks in a matter of a couple of weeks. Is that normal?
Thank you.
It's significant. It's not a change of pressure or anything in the system. The one on Old Oak and Bucket had probably been going for a while, and it finally just broke. It is an older line.
So 3 months,
I
would you say
mean-
that's excessive, like this couple of weeks where there were 3 breaks? or-
That's a lot of breaks, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't like to see that much. One of them was a break on a pipe that had already broken. When they repaired it, they turned it back on, it broke just down the line a bit. So that's a sign that the pipe is in bad shape, and that's something that we might be able to take care of ourselves with our crews.
Okay.
So, so to get back to that, the reservoir's recovering. It typically starts recovering in October. We're at a -26. Lessons learned, when we had the break on Otis Road, our phone system filled up really quickly. We brought an employee in to address the calls the day of the break, and since that happened, we've increased the messages, I've been told by AT, up to 500 messages on that answering machine, so hopefully we don't have that problem again. A lot of the issues with the calls is people were calling up and they were giving a lot of information, which is great, which is what we want, but it took up a lot of space on the answering machine. And all of a sudden, it filled up. We weren't prepared for it.
One other issue we had on that is the protocol was when there was a water main break, the crews would call Sean Anderson to inform him of the break. Sean was traveling, so there was never a notification to someone who could then put that message out. So that's now changed. They can't get a hold of Sean. They got to get a hold of Kevin or get a hold of I, and then we can get it to the people who post it on Facebook.
Good, because that was one of the questions I had. Thank you.
Yep.
All right.
And as we talked about, the data from the calls are tracked down, and we'll determine the hardest hit areas, which will affect our flushing. Hydraulic analysis. Ty and Bond completed the hydraulic analysis, at least the rough draft, were pretty straightforward. They got a lot of the material in. We found a lot of interesting information. One of the facts that we found out is we have a lot of water lines in town that flow in 2 directions, which was a little surprising in some of the areas where they did.
Can you
So-
explain when you're flowing in 2 directions? What
Exactly,
do you
yeah.
mean?
So I'll just use First Parish on the other side of 3A. There's times when that water leaves the tank and it goes down First Parish and goes to, say, Front Street, and it feeds Front Street. But down around night, when demand goes down, the water starts pumping, the water may be pumping back to fill the tanks back up from the plant. So the water goes in both directions. It's not just a unilateral direction, it's all the time. So this broke down into some of the neighborhoods we saw where we're having brown water, where the water at the peak time stays in one direction, and as the flows go down and start relaxing, they turn around, the water starts going in the other direction. So when that occurs, you obviously can have a turbulent flow at that point, which could be a start of some brown water in some of these different areas. So that's one of the things we looked at that, was very interesting to figure out and see how that works.
How do you fix that?
Well, fix it, we eliminate the source of the brown water, and we clean everything that we got out of our
Reverse
pipes.
flow, is that just inherent in the
No,
system?
that's inherent to the system, how the system
That's
runs,
what I-
how it
that's
was,
what I meant, how do you
how it's
fix that?
designed. Yeah,
Oh.
so,
Karen?
Oh, that's right.
I'm sorry.
Still. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but is there any correlation, were you able to do any correlation between places where there's this back and forth and places where there's chronic brown water? Is there any correlation
some of the
there?
areas we had, yeah, some of the areas were in complaints, but we're still studying all the data. We looked at it, we got the plan yesterday afternoon. So we haven't, there's still a lot of stuff to study. This is the plan, and there's a lot of data in it, and it's a lot to absorb, but we started absorbing it already, and we're figuring it out. And we learn a lot about the system by doing this.
The answer is yes, we're seeing a correlation, Karen, in some of those places. Definitely a correlation.
Yeah, it is. So, I was gonna jump into ice pigging unless anybody had more information, or want more information about the hydraulic analysis.
So is that completed, the hydraulic analysis, or are they still completing it with the data points that you're dealing
They're
with? the map?
tweaking it up with some of the data points that we have.
Okay.
And what they actually did is, we went out and we put pressure meters on some hydrants in some other areas of town so we could follow the pressure and see how the pressure changed. And that affected what the hydraulic analysis had.
Is it going to be a written report, or is it how is it that it's going to be?
Right now, it's in this format, and it's a live document. They've got it in a program that can run.
Okay.
We might be able to get a written report and get some ideas, but I'd even like to maybe publish it or get a better look at it. They've got a lot of tweaking. Some of their data's rough. They don't have the right I shouldn't say rough, but they might be labeled perfectly. They've updated all the data points in the system, but it's not a perfect document yet.
Okay.
So there's some, they were pushing because we gave them a
Yes,
drop
sure.
dead date of October 1st for the ice pigging, to get the ice pigging set. So
Okay.
they got some more work to do to it, but the bones of it is good.
Good.
Were there other things that it found? You said several, oh. So it showed that the flow is, are there any other?
It just showed some of the flows. It showed where the water was coming from, different areas where they get their water from. So if the plant's running, you may get your water from the plant, somebody else may get it from the well, just that type of stuff. And so it was interesting, but we're still studying it also.
Okay.
So the next thing I had was the ice pigging. The town's water team, we met to discuss the ice pigging with Ty and Bond yesterday. And we also met with the contractor who received the low bid. We had 3 particular areas we took into consideration for the ice pigging. As a group, we chose to ice pig down along Driftway, New Kent Street, and some of the side streets. We decided this was logical because using the hydraulic study to clean from the plant and work our way out, the different areas where we were going to do. We also have well 18 there, which we know has been a contributor with the manganese from that particular well. And we feel we'll probably get the most bang for the buck for doing that area and starting with that area and getting that cleaned out. The other thing that we were looking at, we looked at a couple of the other areas that might have more complaints, but one of the fears is that we clean those lines and the sediment migrates back. We'd be better off to work our way out, the contractor was suggesting, so that there wouldn't be repeat. If the water moves in and out like this, you may clean one area and the sediment might slide back into that new cleaned area. Just over time. So they were suggesting work your way out, and it would clean up towards Front Street. And some of the most highly affected areas, we think the source is probably coming from well 18 towards Front Street and into some of those other areas.
Questions at all on that?
Not yet.
Okay.
That was actually my question. So and it's probably a complicated question, but on Front Street, the businesses themselves, is most of their sourced water coming from that direction?
Yes.
Okay.
Kevin, how quickly, you said it would just kind of fill back in. How quickly does manganese come out of the water?
It's more, Tony, if the water's coming in this direction and I clean down here, then the water's gonna bring the sediment from here with it. So you wanna clean following the path of the water, so you're not driving sediment that's in the pipes.
I understand
or
that.
anything
So
there.
the sense is that there is sludge in the pipes
Yes.
everywhere?
But to Tony's point, in other words, once we clean that pipe, do we have an idea, can Ty and Bond or somebody from the water department give us an idea, like, how soon after the pipe's clean, that sediment begins to build up? Is it like
Well, we have
a
to
year,
flush.
years, 2 years, or in other words, because I know the chemical, the chemical reaction between manganese and chlorination is what begins to create the whatever, the red water or the dark, not the iron type. So
Yep.
like, is that gonna happen 6
Doesn't-
months?
doesn't happen
or-
overnight.
I wouldn't think so, but I'm
Yeah.
like, that's
It'll
one
take
of
a
the
little
things.
while, and that's why you have a flushing program to continuously flush those pipes out, so it doesn't have an opportunity to settle into the
To build
pipe
up.
and create the sediment.
Can I
Go ahead, no,
in a
please.
perfect world, so if you do this project, would you, if there's plenty of water, would you flush in the spring like you typically do? What would be?
Exactly. And I mentioned the flushing here in the next paragraph.
Oh, before you get the ice picking, do we have like an idea of when? We know where. Do you have an idea
Yep,
of
we're
when?
trying for the 2nd to the 3rd week of October, we'll be starting up the ice pigging. We've got it on the fast track, so we're pushing them as hard as we can. to get
Contractor
off
should
that.
be out there this week, looking at the actual physical
That's right.
pipe, where the cutoffs are, where the hydrants are.
That's what he's
And then we need to plan when we're gonna do it. Because of where that is, we have the Life Center, we have Dunkin' Donuts, we have a couple of restaurants. So that might actually be a, say, midnight to morning project as opposed to a daytime project. Also, that'll keep, if there's any homes along there, they'll be notified we're gonna do it, because you don't wanna be turning on your water when they're going by. And if we're doing it in the middle of the night, chances are they're not gonna be drawing any of the water or contamination in there. Takes about, start to finish, I think they said about 4 to 5 hours to do it.
And that was my thanks, John. So that was my question about service interruption. So there'll definitely be a service interruption when we're ice pigging, right? It'll last 4 to 5 hours.
That's the total job length. The actual amount of time they're pigging is about half that, right, Kev?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is making the ice and getting the ice in the pipe itself.
And that's okay. I'm just more concerned about the service delivery and what the impact is on the residents. And then, so when that starts, your means of notification will be what? Town email, the town email notice?
Oh, we have our message boards, we'll get the message boards up, we'll put the...
But what about the reverse 911 to those
email, and I think we
particular?
can target the reverse 911
Okay,
too.
because I think you have
specific
to
areas.
have multiple if you're gonna turn the service off.
And that's again why we're kind of leaning towards doing it at night.
Okay.
So especially those big users, but for the homeowners too. Not a lot of people up at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
Yeah.
And obviously, the Life Center, we're gonna go talk to them before we go, just shooting by any of the bigger buildings or bigger areas, we will.
should
And will you
post.
will you get enough advance notice, I would assume you will, from your contractor to say, okay, give them a 7-day out notification, a 3-day out notification, and 24 hours? I just think it's a real important,
Yeah, they're actually, yeah, we'll get as much notice as we can out there. They'll be out there walking, I believe Friday, they're gonna be out there walking. One of the things we have to look at is to make sure we have the gate structure so that we're minimizing the amount of effect we have on people. We may have to cut a couple new gates in. But I'm sure they're gonna be stopping off at some of the larger facilities, just to let people know what's coming and take a look at their system to see if we are gonna affect them, or if there is gonna be anything that could be problematic.
I think just paper posters in some of these, I mean, you got the condos, I assume you've got those groups where put a poster up somewhere. There's not a lot of housing, right? I mean, it's back,
Now, there's not, until you get down further, there's not a lot of housing.
is it gonna get to like Gilson in that area?
That's our plan, yeah. We're hoping to get pretty far down there.
So that area,
will it impact the side streets?
yeah, there's,
Not that many, though. It would just be like Third Cliff, kind of heading that way. Maybe, depending if you get to Greenfield, I'm not sure how far it's going, but
yeah, if it's going,
Well, we're hoping to get up Greenfield, maybe do Huey and a couple other roads in the different areas,
Bay Ridge.
and see how far we get.
Jumping all over the place. You guys gotta get your streets down. Bay
Huey.
Ridge and Sand Hills,
Oh,
Huey's
sorry.
and Greenbush,
Ridge
Ridge
Road,
Hill.
Ridge Road.
Ridge Hill.
Ridge Hill.
Ridge Hill. No,
But
not-
you close gates. When you're flushing.
We close the
You're
gates.
closing
Yep.
gates, just to
And
concentrate
we
on
open the
an area.
gate in the ice slug. This is the beauty of the ice slug, and it's the reason why we picked it. It moves on the pressure of the water system that naturally occurs there. We're not putting a big force that could damage the pipes or break
Sean,
the
you
pipes.
close the gates, you put the ice in.
Right.
And then you open the gate behind it, and the water pressure in the system moves it. So it's not, as Kevin said, it's not a high pressure that we're gonna rupture the pipes with.
Right.
Sorry, okay, Kevin.
Look forward to seeing the results.
There'll be a lot of videos, I'm sure, and, you know,
Videos and some
we're,
pictures.
we're looking for the best.
I agree with Maura, though, you can't overemphasize making sure people know it's coming, in that, especially life care.
We may change the message board at the transfer station and just warn people, warning, ice picking is coming.
It's
And I'm sure we'll get a lot of calls, because,
We should get a mascot.
Absolutely.
so.
Giant pig on skates.
Where's the barbecue? All right.
Okay, so flushing system. We're planning on flushing definitely in the spring, and we're gonna see what we can flush in the fall, just our regular flushing program, with our guys going around opening up some hydrants. One of the things we are looking at is some of the complaint areas that we have, where we've got a lot of complaints, and people were at the meeting, and they showed some really horrible filters and everything else. One of the things we noticed on some of those streets is the town has an ordinance, you have to put a hydrant, say like every 800 feet back when. So when they ran a water line for a new development, they'd run it and they'd run 800 feet if that was the length of the street, and they'd put a hydrant in the middle of the street. Unfortunately, it doesn't do us any good, because if we go to blow off that water or get any sediment out of it, I can only blow off half that pipe. It doesn't go to the end of the cul-de-sac. So one of the things that we're looking for is maybe adding hydrants to different areas on cul-de-sacs, or different streets that don't have hydrants. Some streets are under 800 feet, they never put a hydrant in. So we're looking to add some hydrants. We got a couple hydrant projects that we're about to start. That got pushed off because we had the water break on Otis, and we've been doing a lot of leak detection on that. But there are two particular areas where we're probably gonna try to isolate, put in a new hydrant, see if we can blow out there and help improve some of the problems that happen in the summer. My assumption is there's probably a lot of sediment built up at the end of that cul-de-sac, and there's just been no way to get it out. So, it happens quite a bit. In a lot of lines, sometimes they didn't do it because the line was undersized, because they might have only had 20 houses and they only ran a 4-inch pipe, and you need an 8-inch pipe to run a hydrant, so they never ran a hydrant on those. So, things we're looking at. So it's interesting.
So flushing is going to be, in the spring, we're looking at, I know that's one of the warrant articles for funds, and then the fall of next year in the meantime. And then right now, you're looking to put some hydrants in certain locations.
Hydrants in certain locations, and if we can get any flushing in this year, we'll get flushing, because one of the things we'll be doing is while we're doing the ice pigging, my crew that would typically be doing the flushing will be working with the ice crew guys, isolating valves and everything else. So, we'll see what we can do with that, if we can get some flushing in this year.
The timing's actually right, because we'll do some of the ice pigging, and then it'll be getting too late. We'll get the money at the special town meeting, but we'll have to wait because the cold weather will come. That'll allow us to analyze and really look at what the ice pigging did, see if we want to continue doing that or put it into some other mechanical pigging or some other maintenance pigging, so.
Tony?
Is it, two things. Is the sense that the ice pigging's gonna have a considerable more impact than just flushing?
Yes.
So flushing the system, same water pressure. I know the ice is kind of acting as a drag.
One of the problems, Tony, and I'm learning this too, is especially on an 8 or 10-inch pipe, we can't get enough water and enough velocity going through that pipe to clean it with water. It just takes way too much water and way too much pressure that we can generate to actually get that big pipe clean. So the ice pigging, lack of a term, fills that. And it just uses the system pressure to kind of use that ice as a scour as it goes. So it should do a lot better for us on the larger pipes that we just don't have the oomph to clean.
Do we have a lot of pipes that are 8-inch, miles of pipes? Or
We
is it
do,
more-
we've got miles, and we got 12-inch, we even have 14-inch pipe. So the big thing is if you had, say, a 10-inch pipe, you may need to get a velocity of somewhere around 600 gallons per minute to scour that pipe and clean that pipe out. That's almost as much as all of our wells are doing. We don't have that capacity to, one, have that much water and get that much pressure without causing major problems to the system. And that's why, we've been hesitant, granted, the unidirectional flow system is very expensive to figure out, but even if we had that in our arsenal right now, I don't know if we had the water and the ability without doing damage to the system of running that at that level.
That makes sense. Do you know if we've taken, there were a handful or some number of people that had very, very bad water. Do you know if we've made calls where Sean actually goes out there and talks to them? Or has that kind of, dissipated and we don't have those issues as much anymore?
He has been. He's a little behind now because of the volume of calls that we got over the last weekend. But if he gets a call about really, really black water, his policy was he would get back to them within 24 hours. And then we would get out there and take a look at the individual house or that street. And a lot of what Kevin was talking about, the need for hydrants is coming out of that we go out, we see that house, and
He's on a dead end.
he looks down and goes, I don't have any way to flush this. I don't know
Right.
how to flush this street, and that's part of the problem.
So that'll be in the data, I assume, that John was talking about? Great.
Sean?
Might be stupid, but if you didn't have the pressure to flush, could you use an engine, a pumper? I don't know
Well,
what kind
that'd
of
be
you-
pressure, and you'd just be blowing up you'd be increasing the pressure in the line, and you get more chance of damaging and
Well, I
blowing the
think
line.
if you could, well, you probably can't control it, so, yeah, that would do more damage than good.
We had that fire back a while ago in North Situate, not Jamie's, but we had another fire there I know we collapsed one of the lines
right,
when it
too.
was up there also. So that's the fear, by using a pumper or something to
Right.
increase the hydraulic pressure inside the line itself.
Right,
It could be done, but we don't know if we're gonna do damage.
right, all right.
Sorry, keep going, Kevin.
No. Okay, so, just went out on a blast. The town has set up a new brown water at situatema.gov. email address, so if people have brown water, or anything else they want to report, they can send it in, and we can take a look at it and analyze it.
Who's it go to?
It goes to the water department. I believe it goes to Sean Anderson and Nora, and they break it down from there. Anything significant, we've already set it up, where we could send it off to Ty and Bond for some aid in it also, if it's something strange. But a lot of times it would go over to Ty and Bond just to record the data point.
And I would recommend people to take a picture of the water.
That's on the,
The email.
find the email.
It's on the blast, and what we said is, don't go over 5 megs because it'll just get kicked back.
Right.
I've also told people, a lot of people have done some testing of their water. If they get a water test back, attach it, and we can take a look at it and use that also as a data point.
Okay, we were also talking, on the agenda was special town meeting, and what the water department has put in for funding requests for this coming up. We had plant repairs, additional ice pigging, if the ice pigging all goes well, and for the new position that was talked about for the assistant superintendent on the distribution side. So, I can get into the plant repairs. We're having problems down there with our turbidity. We have an issue with the track vac system. About a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, we allocated money for doing a new track vac system. The biggest problem we've had is we haven't been able, we're a single track plant, we haven't been able to shut the plant down to put a new track vac system in long enough. So, the track vac system is failing.
That's the system that cleans or vacuums, if you will.
Yeah, for people at home, the water that comes out of the surface water that comes out of the reservoir has solids in it. And there's a chemical that mixed with it, and then that goes into a sedimentation basin where those solids settle to the bottom of the basin. The track vac actually sucks up those sediments and gets them out of the basin.
Gotcha.
So, what we actually have to do, and we're also having some problems with the sand filter, we have some structural problems with the sand filter. So what we're gonna have to do is set up a bypass system and bypass the plant for a while. So our plan was to take the water from well 17, which is at Tack Factory Pond Road, and we would run it through a temporary green sand filter system and put it back into the head wall of the plant. That way we could pump it back out into the system, clean water. We have to get approval through the DEP and everything else for that, but we're using approved systems to streamline that so it goes a little quicker. We'd then put that water in place in the head wall of the plant so then that we could work on the plant. One of the things we'd be looking to do is, because the track vac system we're having troubles with it. We have both sides of the system, only one side's working right now, and it's not working that great. The water is still meeting the requirements, for the most part, but we're fighting with it. The guys are working pretty hard at it, but we'll have to remove all the sediment that we have in that sedimentation basin. I think it's about 200,000 gallons of water with sediment on the bottom of it, up to 5 feet of sediment in some areas that we'll have to clean out. We will have to, then, after we get that all cleaned out, pressure wash, we'll have to go in and install the track vac system at the bottom. And this is underneath, this is, if you've gone on the tours for the water treatment plant, when you go over by the generator and they open up that hatch, that's inside that area there. So we have to drain all that water, suck all the sediment out, clean it, and then take the track vac system, break it down, take it out of there, and build up and put a new track vac system in there.
Did you say there's 5 feet of sediment?
In some areas.
How much is there supposed to be? 0?
Track vac is supposed to take a lot of it out, and it's not working correctly.
And have we funded this has been funded to do?
Track vac part had been
Last
funded.
year, was it?
Last year, or it might have been,
I vaguely remember we
Yeah.
were doing, because the idea is you do it during the time that it's down, which is the winter, right?
right, and we weren't able to shut the plant down for a long enough time to do it.
How long will this whole process take, do you think, if all goes well?
The estimate is is 2 to 3 months. So, to do all the work that needs to be done.
And when do you expect the DEP to roll on the green sand?
We've already met with them.
Yeah, we've met with them, it's an approved technology, so they're actually okay with it. And that should give us sufficient water, running the extra wells through the green sand, but it takes all the manganese out, so we're not causing manganese problems in the system. And then we'll have agreements with Cohasset and Norwell, that if we get in a pinch, we can get some extra water from them. Sean?
Doing all of this to the plant doesn't change the fact that our plant is still only, I'm gonna say, I don't think it's 10,000 square feet. So ideally, wouldn't you want to have dual systems or much bigger filter bed, something like that, so you can, so.
Yes,
I'm
well,
assuming-
by DEP standards, we're supposed to have dual systems.
Right.
But this is just now to keep it running so that
Oh, I
we
know,
can run
I
next
know.
summer.
Yeah, right,
Yeah.
right, we're limited to what we have, but 20 years we'll be possibly in the same position, something like that. Maybe not any of us, but the town will be. Is it safe to say, unless
I
there
think
was...
we're in the process now of completely evaluating the water treatment plant
Right.
to see what the best course of action for the town would be, whether to be install a set of redundant systems with the existing plant, or whether we're gonna need some sort of new treatment plant with 2 sets of systems.
Right.
And we're just starting that process now.
Right.
So we had $100,000 in engineering money 2 years ago to look into potentially doing a new system. And one of the things that we're doing now is we're doing a full evaluation of the plant to see what would need to be done, what would be our best course of action. Would it be in addition to the plant? Where do we go? What direction that suggests? So they're evaluating all the electronic systems, the mechanical systems, the pumping systems, and everything else.
I was just going to say, I'm sorry, Tony,
Go
you're
ahead.
next. Yeah, was it 2 years ago? Was it 100,000 or something we did, that we were going to?
Yep, and that's the
do it,
money
and
we're
that's
using. I
we're gonna use
think
to
we awarded a
evaluate?
contract for about $34,000 to do a plant
Was that for a
evaluation.
brand-new plant that we were looking at the time, or is that just to?
It was for a secondary filter system
Okay.
up there. And the negative thing that we had when that came up is the first place everybody points to for an expansion is the ball field. You know what I mean? Putting the expansion system on the ball field. So we wanted to come up with ideas if we could go higher or lower or any other option, because it's a really nice field.
We haven't started spending that yet, or have we?
We've started
Oh, we
spending
have.
money on the evaluation of the plant itself.
All right.
just
I was
so we
wondering
know
whether or
what it
not
is.
we'd think about a brand-new one, whether it would be worth it, but we can discuss that another day.
That'll be part of what the results come from that we get in the near future.
So the numbers will tell you, this is what it's gonna cost to build a redundant system. Then you're gonna have to come back and completely redo the entire existing plant, so that's gonna cost X, or this is gonna cost Y.
Okay, so they'll give us the options. Tony?
Yeah, a couple questions. Is the green filter that you mentioned, is that the quality of water coming out of that is as good as it is coming out of the plant?
Yes.
Yes. And where does that sit? Where does that
It
actually?
would sit right beside the plant. That'd be like
So-
trailers.
It's trailers,
They're
so
trailers
water's gonna
because
pump
we have to
in.
heat it.
By the plant or by the well?
By the way.
It'd be by the plant because we already pump from the well over.
17.
And it would be easier to
18 would be
maintain.
by the well. We do
Yeah,
18.
the guys could work on both.
And I know nothing about this, but how could it take 3 months to clean out a tank and repair a vacuum cleaner?
It's a big vacuum cleaner. That's worst-case scenarios. You have to do one before you do the other. You have to take out all the sludge. You have to clean it. You have to dispose of it. It's,
We're also factoring in some time in case we have to do some work on the actual sedimentation basins when we get them cleaned out. We'll inspect those and make sure everything's okay in the sedimentation basins, and we're not doing any work on the concrete, so there's a little time built in for that too, if we have.
and I'd love nothing more than come back and say, we did it in a month. But we're taking worst-case scenarios.
It just seems like a very, very long time. I
It's
mean,
also all
I'm,
confined space work, Tony, so.
Say it again?
It's all confined space work, so it's not, a bucket going in there and digging it up. There are guys down there in suits and getting it up. It's a lot of handwork.
And is the material stuff that we can just easily dispose of, or are there any regulations concerning any of the material that's?
That's one of the things we're looking at. We're
Okay.
taking samples of it, we're sending them out now so we can
Okay.
see how we can dispose of it. The biggest problem is, because it's almost like a sludge, how do you dispose of it and how do you de-water it? Because you're gonna pay that type of money to get rid of water. you know, if it turns out to be expensive. So it's what we're looking at and looking for different ways we can get rid of it.
Bring it down to the brush place and dump it.
Okay,
No?
Tony said.
Tony said we can do that.
And then it'll be on our yards the next year.
Sorry.
No problem at all. So that's where we are with that. The sand filter also, as I said, we are having some structural problems with the sand filter. It's not the sand itself, there's a special membrane that's underneath the sand, so that the water goes through the sand, and then it goes through the membrane without taking the sand out and goes down to the basin below it. That's next to the carbon filter, if you've taken the tour and noticed that sand filter. We're losing a lot of sand through that, and it's clogging things up. So we're gonna have to take all the sand out. We've already ordered the membranes to do the structural repairs on that, put all that together. There's, you know, curing times for all that, and then getting it replaced, and then replacing the sand. So that's something that'll be going on also.
The same time we're down for the other, right?
Hopefully, we might be on top of each other. If we don't want to have two people working on top of each other. We might be able to do both at the same time with the limited space. So that's what we're looking at, and that's why we estimated the 3 months. So next, I was going to get into the pipe replacement on Phase 3C. The design's complete, it's all ready for bid. We were going to bid it in the middle of January this year. For most of these water projects, that's when they've come in the hungriest and we've got the best prices. Start date would typically be in mid-April, and it's all weather dependent on when we start that up. Project will include the following. There's going to be new pipe along Oceanside Drive, which is about 3,300 feet of new pipe. The rest of the work is basically going to include service relocations. So we've got a lot of streets in town that have 2 water pipes on them. We may have one from the 60s or 70s, and we might have one from 1906. We have pipes on Booth Hill Road, Gannett Road, Turner Road, Manlot Road, and Ocean Ave. And what we're going to do is we're going to take the services off the older pipe and put it onto the newer pipe. So what happened back in the 50s or 60s, they had water complaints and concerns about the pipe, or maybe they had water flow issues. So they ran a new pipe down the street. They ran the new pipe down, and they mustn't like the people on the left side of the road because they didn't hook them up to the new pipe. They only hooked the people on the right side of the road to the new pipe, and they left the people on the left side of the road on the old pipe. So we've got a lot of streets that are set up like that. So a lot of this project will be removing the service. What?
Nothing. Good.
So we'll be removing the service from the older pipe and putting it on the new pipe. By doing that, we're estimating, we're probably going to be eliminating about over 15,000 feet of old cast iron pipe. 15 to 16,000 feet of old cast iron pipe by switching the services around. And that'll be again on Booth Hill Road, Gannett Road, Turner Road, Manlot Road, and Ocean Ave.
Good.
So that's significant also.
Will this take care of all the cast iron pipe that are the mains?
I hope. It's going to take care of a lot of it, but there might be some out there that we're not aware of.
Okay.
We've had some areas that some strange things are happening that shouldn't be happening, and we might wind up digging holes up and cut pieces of pipe out to figure out what's going on there.
One question somebody asked me was, could the laterals that connect from the homes to the mains, could they be cast iron pipes?
They could be. They could be galvanized pipes. They could be, and we found this, we had a break about a month ago on Captain Pierce Road, right near the DPW yard, and we dug that up. And we called the contractor in that installed that because it's brand new pipe. We didn't know what was going on. We had water coming out of the road. Contractor came out, our guys, we dug the pipe up and we traced it back. What had actually happened is the service line had broke on the people's yard, and it was traveling back along the pipe and coming up in the middle of the road. So they had an old cast iron section of pipe that had broke, and that's how we found it, unfortunately. But we
recognizing that there could be more of those in the future, something that we want to take a look at as a town to try to figure out how to cope with it. It's not necessarily the primary focus right now because of the other issues, but I think, should we talk about that for people, or how to address it?
You know, we bring it
sometime?
up quite often to people, and there have been companies here that have come through and offered insurance. You can pay like $10 a year for insurance, and if your line ever goes, they'll replace it.
Okay.
Maybe we can look into that and see what's coming up with that in the future.
One other thing we're to look at on the pipe replacement, depending on how the bids come in, down in that area, we do have some 2-inch galvanized service.
On Foam Road, we've got some 2-inch galvanized, and we were also looking at another section. There's another road down there that might have some cast that we weren't expecting to, but we may dig a couple test pits over there to try to find out what that is.
Very small cast iron, no hydrants, we can't flush them, so if we have the flexibility, we'll try to address some of those areas while we're down there.
But we have a lot of those areas, you know. We have quite a few of those areas.
One thing that you might want to have, say, January, one of the quarterly, next one is, once the remaining 2 miles are done, what do we anticipate being some of these other
I've
areas?
got for the next
we have?
3 years all set up, so we can give that to you
we know.
also and
Good.
go over that.
Thank you.
Just one question before you go on, that we'll certainly get is, once the laterals, the transfer is done on these streets, what's the schedule for finally paving the roads that haven't been done because of this work coming down the road?
Well, it depends on the road.
Okay.
One, Oceanside Drive, we're gonna put a new pipe in there. One of the things that we got coming up is a potential redoing of the sewer on Oceanside Drive at some time in the near future. So I don't want to spend a lot of money repaving the entire road and then rip it up 2 years later if we
Right.
do decide to do the sewer. So that's something we may hold off on a bit. Some of these other roads, Gannett Road, there's a significant section of Gannett Road, I think about 5,000 feet of Gannett Road that we're going to be switching services over. My fear is if that turns around and we'll pave some of it if we have to, but if sewer goes into that area with the regional sewer, we'd be ripping up a road we just paved.
So is it going to be just patched, or like?
It's going to be patched initially, and then we'll come back and redo the patches on those roads. So what we'd do is we'd grind out the area and then repave those particular areas.
Okay. And Ocean Ave, because so many of the roads in that area have been done?
Ocean Ave's it depends on how bad the road is when we get out there. We'll take a look at it.
Okay.
If the road is in bad shape, but that might be a contender that we pave the entire road and walk away from it for a while.
Yeah.
Kevin, is this 3C, the design, is it any different than the others that we've already done as far as backfill in the trenches with flowable fill, or remove the material and run it through a processor? Or is it the same as before, like you just described to Karen?
It's similar to before, with
Is
the
it too
use
late
of
to
quick
change it?
gravel.
Is it too late to
No, I
change
mean,
it?
we can change it, but I might need to
I know you will.
request some more
I know
money.
you will. And let me just tell the board, if we can, allow Kevin to alter this bid so he can have done what I just said, our patches and our roads will be better patches. And we might not have to rush back, especially if we use this flowable fill, so it just doesn't settle. All right, and then the patch work can be a better, if they're capable of doing good asphalt work, these patches could be better patches. We might not have to go back. So it's something else to think about, other.
And you
use different contractors, some
Yeah.
are better than others, so I mean,
We could do it maybe as a bid out, but some of the things, looked at two things in doing that.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Heavy sigh on the
Jeez,
board.
really?
I'm sighing because I think we discussed this a couple of years ago, that was going to be the standard moving forward when Sean brought
This,
this up a
but
couple
in,
years ago.
this might have already been.
It was talked about
Yeah.
2 years ago, and I'll explain
Right.
what I said at that point. One,
Yeah.
on a busy road, if somebody was doing a single service tie-in, we require them a lot to put flow fill in there.
Right.
So that there isn't a horrible bump. One of the biggest issues with the flow fill, it's got a high pH. The pH can react with the copper pipe. It can also be problematic, the water department's telling me. One of the other things that's occurring on some of our roads, I was talking to somebody and they had a very interesting suggestion. Some of the trenches that we're putting in and that we're patching are perfect. They're not moving at all. The problem that we're having is our existing road conditions, because they were backfilled with rock or debris or whatever. Our roads move up and down on a regular basis, like a heave. I'm just saying.
Kevin, I drive on them every day. And
I know,
don't
I
Try
know.
to straddle the patches, the trenches.
I know.
You know, so, I know what you're saying, but if
I
we
can
could.
do it, I can do it as an adult. That would make our life a lot easier. I have no problem with that.
Do we put compaction requirements in the bid?
We do.
Okay.
We have,
DOT?
yeah, we're at 95 to 98%. So,
Why don't you do it as an adult? That would be a good thing to have.
okay.
Thank you.
They could be stunned at the price difference.
I might be, you know, and I don't want to throw more on you, but I just think,
And it's not,
Can we
it's
look
not
at
big, it's not big as an adult. You just,
all right, okay.
that separately and tell you if you want to do that, it's going to cost X amount more, and you just say yes or no.
And then you have the Dolan Well, which is something we've talked about, which looks like it's, we're in the process.
Yeah, we had some issues with the property because we had some issues with the taking. We think we got that all squared away. Town council's helped us with that. So we're hoping mid-next week, we're going to be out doing some drilling and do some testing, and we'll see what type of quantity and quality of water we get from those areas. The results might take a little while because they have to balance them over the season, but it's a start and the project's going forward.
That's good. Another source to augment our supply.
Yep.
And I think the only other thing, do you have anything I see, sorry, capital plan, I guess, is that something, Jim, you want to just touch on, or your thoughts?
Well, that's what Kevin's going to submit for capital, so
Okay.
we're just getting the capital in now. One of the things I've talked to the board about, we're going to be talking about the rates and the rates tonight. I think one of the things the board's looking for going forward is when a capital plan is put forward, that the board is also given that this is what is going to impact the rates. So if we do all this capital in this fiscal year, it will add X amount of dollars to the rates that you will have to approve next year. So you'll be able to make a decision based upon the need for the capital and the impact on the rates.
But the stuff that you're proposing for FY 2020 and future is not a part of the next presentation then, or is it? I know those for
Those are
numbers.
just kind of for you to see, and those are going to be under consideration, but,
No, they're not.
you know, the capital
No.
project is not,
No, it's
we haven't got to that yet. They just do last week.
The one we're looking at tonight is for
Capital
next year.
request to do last week.
Yeah, we're just going
I got water department today.
Yeah, so those only due last week. Those are just what we submitted, and we haven't started that process.
Any other questions, at least on this topic, for an update?
Just one quick.
So on the FY '20 engineering design line item, is that the engineering design for the green sand filter? The 4 million projected, and then there's the 8 million for the actual filter.
No, it looks like it's what,
What is, I don't under,
it looks like the water.
you see what I'm saying? Second line, engineering designing, SCADA.
Sorry, you got it?
So so that's for, Sean, when he put the capital plans together, is looking for worst-case scenario. That would be for either design plan of a new filter plant or the secondary
Oh, okay.
filter system.
Okay.
So he used the plug number of $4 million, just so we could capitalize on it and
Right.
put a plug number in there.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll look at this when we get the capital plan.
Yeah, and those numbers
December.
have to be vetted out a lot
Yeah.
more. I mean, I look at a
Yeah.
couple of those numbers, and I know that they're high. Because some of the long-range capital plans, I know at least one of those is very high. This is a town that's doing a simple project, but it's about 25% of what we have listed here, so.
Well, good.
We're a long way to go on the capital plan.
Thank you for this. I like the outline, at least people can take a look at. And then January, what would be nice, Kevin, is to come back again with an update on the same kind of thing, where we're at, it's kind of status, what we completed, the data, or we'll talk about the ice pigging anyways, but at least in January, first meeting, go back over. It'd be good to say, this happened, so
This is
people
where
have
we
an
are.
idea of what we've been doing, what we're trying to accomplish, and whether it's successful or not, and everything
And
else.
I hope prior to that, we can bring it up in front of the board
Yeah,
and see how the ice
absolutely.
picking's going
Oh,
and
absolutely.
give some update and show some videos of it,
Yeah.
and get them on the webpage.
The other thing we're working on is a narrative version of this, that breaks it down into the 4 different parts of the system, the distribution, the treatment, the supply, and the source and the storage, what the long-range actions are, the short-term goals are for each of those, and have it in one sheet that people could look at and say, okay, here's kind of everything that's going on, what we're working on. And I have a draft of that done, but it's being vetted at about 9 different levels right now, so. But it'd be something that we could post and give out to people, say, hey, here's what's happening in our water system, the totality of the water system. Here's what needs to be done in the short term. Here's what needs to be done in the long term. How does this all tie into the brown water? And kind of one big, neat package.
Jim, thank you.
That'd be good.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, good start.
I know it's long, but I just think it's important at least
So
we
Kevin,
talk
one
about it.
quick question. So we are taking the current plant offline. Has that been to clean that vacuum area out?
Yes, that's the plan,
What-
yes.
When is that happening?
Our goal right now that we're shooting for is December 1st. It depends if we can get all the approvals and everything we need. It could slip to January 1st, but we want to have as much time as we can because we don't know what we're going to discover in there. Our biggest fear is we get into the sedimentation basins and there's structural damage. It might take a lot longer to repair.
Because we can't have that going on during the summer.
No. So that's why we're pushing to do it in the
We
winter.
can't even have it going on in the spring.
Yeah.
We need it to be in the dead of winter to get it in and get out by the water uses at such a level that if we add well 17 in, we can handle it with our wells alone without having to augment it with the treatment plant, because we won't have the treatment plant to augment it with.
If there's anything that, obviously let us know immediately if there's anything you find. That'd be good. For updates.
It's going to be extremely tricky, but we're putting a good plan together and, hoping everything we find is good in there and we get this stuff repaired.
All right, so now we're going to move on to the 750 item, which is a discussion water sewer rates study that we talked about 2 weeks ago, and actually was a presentation 4 weeks ago, maybe? Any event with Mike Schrader from Ty and Bond. So I'll turn it back over to you, Kevin and Nancy.
Okay. So we just want to frame the discussion for tonight. We've looked at this in a macro sense on the last 2 meetings. Now we just want to bring it down and focus on the current year's rates. As we discussed in the last 2 meetings, there are significant unknowns in both the water and sewer enterprise funds as to future projects and how they would impact the rates and what would go forward and what wouldn't go forward and on what timetable. So by focusing just on what we know is going to impact the current rate, it will be better able for us to focus and provide better information to the board to make their decisions. As we just discussed, the capital planning process has already been out and come back. So those information from those projects will be coming to the board, and they will have debt analysis with them. So the water enterprise, we'll go right into it. There is going to be increased costs from the assessment from the town of Marshfield for water supplied directly to Hummerock. There is a draft intermunicipal agreement. Our intermunicipal agreement expired many years ago. In this draft agreement, which has not been brought before the board for a final discussion, is an annual 4% increase. So just looking at that increase, that's going to cause us an additional cost. In fiscal 2018, the assessment from Marshfield for water for Hummerock was just over $411,000, and that included an $85,000 increase due to the water main breaks from the January and March storms. We had some significant main breaks. We did apply for an abatement with the town of Marshfield. To date, they have not ruled on our application, and we have paid the bill in full. We did have a 60-day extension, but that extension has expired. We are also discussing with MEMA as to whether or not this could be part of our FEMA reimbursement for storm costs, and it's being considered. Whether or not it'll be allowed, we don't know, because we can't specifically tie it to Riley. We can just specifically tie it to that time period. But we do know we had breaks in January as well.
So is the 4% of $400,000, or 4% is $400,000?
No, the total bill is $411,000. 4% would probably be about $14,000.
60. And we pay them water, but we have to pay for fixing the pipes?
Correct.
Correct.
They just give you the water, it's our pipes.
It's our pipes,
That's it.
and we've got tons of, it's horrible down there with the leaks.
I know, but if we're paying the commercial rate for water, then don't they, in any other street that they provide water to, don't they take care of the pipes?
They consider it the exact same as if you had a leak in your building or a leak in your house and you had a runny toilet. It's your problem, not us. That's the way.
But
they've handled
it says due to main breaks.
So we had mains on our side that broke. For example, the one at the end of Fourth Cliff, that broke. We had a lot of mains to different houses, the service feeds that broke and ran for a while.
But what if
until
the
we-
main broke on the other side of the river in
The
front of?
main broke, well,
bridgeway?
they've got a meter and a meter pit. They've got 2 meter pits. So when the meter pit's running, they're charging us. If the meter pit isn't running, they're not charging us.
Well, that's just water.
Correct.
The 85 grand is to fix is what we paid to fix the pipe, right?
No.
No, that's what we lost in water.
That was
That's just
usage.
water.
Water.
So did they fix the pipe or did we fix the pipe?
We fixed the pipe.
So if the pipe broke on the other side of the river, where the bridgeway is also paying the same rate we are, who fixed that pipe?
They would,
Why are we fixing our own pipes?
There are pipes.
because there are pipes.
But we're paying commercial rate for water.
Right, but if a pipe breaks inside the bridgeway,
It's kind of like, Tony, if
Before
you
the-
look at it,
before
like,
the
we have the water main, we're charging a commercial rate, say for Stop and Shop, because once it goes onto their property, it's Stop and Shop's pipe, and they're considering that any pipe that breaks on Stop and Shop property is Stop and Shop's, which is ours. They're saying anything that goes across the bridge, you town own the pipes, they're not owned by the town of Marshfield. So they get the benefit of everything, they get to pay a top rate, we pay top rate for it, and if a pipe breaks on our property, it's on us.
And that's what it says in the contract?
in municipal agreement since day one, yes.
That's the way it is in the MWRA system, that's the way it is in any multi-community water system. The water supply is responsible for the water supply, and the individual community is responsible for the infrastructure to deliver it. So if you were in the MWRA, your water's coming out of the Quabbin Reservoir, but the pipes in the ground are yours, and you pay to fix those.
But wouldn't the rate for the water be reduced because they're not in charge of the infrastructure?
No, you would think, but no.
That doesn't make sense to me.
So one of the other giant issues we have over there, and we were before the board maybe 4 weeks ago also, is looking to install a pressure reduction valve on one of the lines. And with that other contract on 3C, we're going to go out, and included in that is the second pressure reduction valve over the other bridge. So we're planning on doing that once it, obviously it's calmed down now, but there's a huge lead time, an 8 to 10 week lead time for the parts for the pressure reduction valve. So that's all been ordered. Once that gets in, we'll be doing the pressure reduction valve on one bridge, and then with the next contract next year, we'll be doing the other bridge and lower the pressure. The idea in Humrock was always to keep a really high pressure so you could see where the leaks were when they broke. We have some areas that are 90 to 110 PSI, but you know, we've had a lot of leak detection out there. We can't find them, and we're losing water in the sand. And I'm sure there's a lot of cottages there. God knows how people connected their water when they did it, if they did it on a Saturday or Sunday or whatever. But that's something we have to address in the future, is looking at that entire system down there. With the amount of losses that we have and the amount of money that Marshfield keeps raising the rates. We have to tighten it up.
Okay. No, you're telling the way it is. Those are the facts. We have to figure it out.
We also have the addition of an assistant water supervisor to provide assistance in managing the multiple capital projects, and also to be the point person for the discolored or brown water issues, as was discussed at that meeting, if the board so decides. We wanted to take a look at the debt service. The main driver for this increase is the last phase of the $22 million water pipe replacement project. We raised our rates 19% in fiscal 15 and fiscal 16 to account for phase 1 and phase 2. We do have that final phase of just over $6 million to finance. On the slide in front of you, you'll see that the kind of ochre color, for lack of a better.
Are we on a graph,
term.
Nancy? Water
Yeah, on the
and
graph.
price, just so
Yeah.
people understand.
That is your new debt service coming on board. The green debt service is not included in the rates, and that's just for projects proposed at the special town meeting. I'm not including them in the rates because they're not approved projects. That still has to be decided by the voters, but the other projects included in those are going to go forward into being issued as long-term debt. We are seeking from the Clean Water Trust to finance the final phase of that. If they do grant us that, we have to be accepted into the program. If they accept us into the program, we'll have a low-interest loan of 2%. So that'll be helpful in this rising rate environment. So just a summary of the identified cost increases. $14,000 estimated for the town of Marshfield assessment being increased. That assumes, to Tony's earlier question, a 4% rate increase on the prior year, which is reduced by, that's 85,000. I've reduced it by 75% because we did do repair some of those main breaks, so we shouldn't see as high a bill in the following year. We also have an increased debt service of approximately $819,000, assuming that low interest loan. That assumes a rescission at the annual town meeting of $95,000 of one project that Sean previously updated the board that he had a grant, a Green Communities grant paid for that project, and all others authorized by the voters to date. It also includes, I know Tony had a question about this, the $1.2 million. This is the $1.2 million for the design of the design and engineering for the well 17A green sand filter. So it's not the plant upgrades and repairs that Jim and Kevin were speaking to you earlier. They just happen to be a similar number.
So
But
the
that project was already
1.2 million isn't, it's just design of the filter?
It's just the design of the filter, and that was
I
what was
thought that was
approved at the
design and
April
construction, no?
2018.
Design and construction?
No, this is the green sand filter, not the plant upgrades. The green sand filter is approximately $8 million for construction. So the new position is estimated at $60,000. That position still has to be rated, still has to be decided, and the market study done. So a total identified cost that we were looking to fund is $893,000, as we specified. This does not include those plant repairs that have not been voted on. The estimate I gave for the debt service for those plant repairs presumed a 10-year payback period. Could be longer if you were, depending on what was going to happen with further plant repairs, and you could fold it into something else and spread that cost out. So that's just would be on a 10-year borrow, cut that in half for a 20-year borrow. And again, if we could get a low-interest loan, that would certainly also help reduce it. So what?
If I can just understand, so the 819 is just the debt service for the final piece of the final phase of the construction?
Correct, and the other projects that have been approved that are ongoing. And they have multiple other projects ongoing at the plant right now, including the one that Kevin spoke to that was the design of that was just the $34,000 contract just awarded to Time Bond. That's a borrowing authorization.
How much of it is other things and how much of it is that?
Hold on, I can tell you.
And is that a 10-year note? Is that what you said?
No, it's a 20.
What'd you just say was 10?
10 was the italicized language at the bottom, just telling you what was before special town meeting potentially, and what that impact would be over 10 years if you financed it that way. So it would include the $819,000, would include the $6.8 million left on the $22 million water pipe project, the $450,000 for the Creelman tank, $450,000 for the chemical feed, and then the other $260 for the Creelman tank valve replacement, and the replacement, the new meters, which was $175,000, and then a small portion of well 17A was $5,000. That we reappropriated one borrowing to another on that one. That's why there's just a small piece of well 17A. There was an $88,000 SCADA at Wells project that was approved in 2016, expanding the water filter design for $80,000. That was improved in 2016. The balance of upgrading well 17A, which is that $1.2 million project we just spoke about. The finished water pipes and VFD drives, that was the project that, it was a $135,000 project, $95,000 of it, improvements were done by a grant, so that has $40,000 left on it to be issued. And that pump has already been installed into the plant. And then the final piece are the 3 vehicles that we approved that we were hoping that we could pay down with retained earnings, but due to the level of the plant repairs that are needed, the retained earnings would be better spent on the plant repairs rather than the vehicles, so they have a very short repayment schedule on them. So those are the about 7 or 8 items that would be financed in the next bond.
So the total bond is about 9 million?
Yes, just for the water portion, yes. Which would be the bulk of it.
And that's a 20-year note?
Yes.
Is anything falling off in those in the upcoming years?
Not a lot.
Not significant?
No, because the most significant part of the water debt is the $20 million, and that's fairly stable because the original borrowing was for 25 years in 2015, so that doesn't mature out to about 2040. So just for an example, the issued water debt for, let me just, hold on. The thing I hate the most is when people don't put on freeze panes, and I didn't put on freeze panes, so I can't see what year I'm in. Okay, 2015, bear with me for 1 sec. 2015, that issued long-term debt is 1.55 million. 2020, 1.50. 2021, 1.46. As you can see, it's very small increments.
Yep.
And then you get out about 5 more years and it's 1.23. It's just not retiring the way you'd like to see it retire because of that. The big piece of it is that water pipe replacement project.
So the component of this, sorry, John, can I keep going? So this borrowing will cover all of these projects, which is everything, all these have been started, like this $450,000, the $200,000?
That would be something that we would hope that they could do at the same time if they're not tripping over each other because the plant would be down. That $450,000 project is the one where they physically have to take a wall out of the plant to put take the old chemical tanks out and put new tanks in. So if you're gonna take it down for 2 to 3 months, this is the time to do it, if you can do it.
Right, so I guess my question would be, are these still the top priority? Because our water rates are going through the roof.
I agree, in these items that are coming up they need to be done, or I don't think we'll be able to function in the summer. So.
Okay, well, that's pretty straightforward. And these rate increases that you're projecting here are just gonna cover what's on the books and will keep us, break even for the next 20 years based on everything that we've done so far.
Barring any other further
Right.
capital projects that are material that
Right.
get approved.
Right, it's not gonna cover any of the
Any of the other things on this other
2020
list.
capital plan. Right.
For the most part.
Or the annual town meeting, the special right now. That's not,
Right.
that's
it's not.
the only other thing. Right now, it's everything up to today.
Right.
Right.
It doesn't include anything that's being proposed, whether it be
Really?
special or in the capital plan. No, because it might not be approved.
Right.
And the board wanted us to bring our focus back to what exactly are we looking at right now?
Right. And the one thing we do have to take into consideration is the fact that, 75% of that is the expansion, is fixing the rest of the 21 miles. And, we knew when we got into that the rates were going to go up 20% each one of those pieces of it. So it's a good portion of it is expected.
So you're looking for us to increase the rates by 20%?
Yes, I gave you a
Just
couple of
this year
options. Yeah,
alone,
I
right?
gave you a couple options.
Let's get to the options.
No,
Okay.
Can I
forever.
just ask one more question on the
Yeah.
financing?
Going forward, yes.
So did I hear you say correctly that you're assuming that we get the Clean Water Trust financing?
Yes, because
these
right now we're the
calculations.
poster child for water.
Yes.
It puts the DEP and the Clean Water Trust in a negative position if they don't look on us favorably.
Okay, but just devil's
opinion.
advocate, if we didn't get that funding, the spread in the rates would be today roughly,
You're
like,
probably talking at least 1 percentage point, possibly more, depending on when we issue and how much
Okay.
farther up the Fed goes.
and when would they rule on whether or not that would be,
We're expecting to hear from them shortly. Our applications are in.
okay.
Like I said, I feel that they normally are a very favorable group in trying to help communities finance these types of expensive infrastructure, and especially where we've had significant problems and we've reached out to them and said, we really need you to help us and partner with us, that we are, I'm optimistic that we will be accepted into the program.
Okay, thank
I
you.
won't say we, because I don't know how Kevin feels about it.
No, I feel we are too, and we've talked to the DEP, and the first thing they said to us, what if we funded you guys for SRF funding? We said, well, we submitted for it 2 years ago, and we were denied, and they went into panic mode about why it was denied, and I think they'll
Be helpful, good,
be very helpful.
okay. Thank you, John. Okay, so
You
the
asked us-
options.
You asked us about rate increases and how it would come out, and that's in your presentation. Every 1% on the rate is about $33,000 in additional revenue. Every $1,000 in the connection fee is about $30,000 in additional revenue. So we gave you a couple of different options to think about. Option one would be the rates would go up 22% and the connection would go up $5,000 per connection to $11,500. That would generate approximately $885,000. Option two was a rate increase of 20% and a connection increase from $6,500 to $14,000, which would put it even with sewer, and that would generate approximately $894,000. And the third option was if you went pure rate and did not touch your connection fees, it would be a 26.5% rate increase.
Can I ask you, so Nancy, so the connection fee, which is now $6,500, correct?
Yes,
So you're looking to increase it an additional $5,000 to $11,500?
potentially, yes.
Yeah, no, I just asked, I thought you were just gonna go up, option two was only gonna go up 1,000. So you're gonna,
And that's why I gave you the chart. You can do any mix or match if you want. You could try to increase their fees for like damaged meters and stuff, but you're not gonna generate a lot of revenue, not a lot of revenue, you're not gonna generate material revenue that's gonna help offset a rate increase. We did find another community, Kingston, whose 2-inch water main hookup is about it's 9,480. So we would still be higher than them, but they are higher than most. And we also, you have the horrifically colored rate comparison. That was the most I could get that involved. MWRA did a study in fiscal 17 of all their communities, so that gave me a lot of them. And then in purple are the local communities that I added. That's why there's a handout today. We would be the highest locally. There's no way around it. Hanover, well, not counting Hingham, which is a private water company, and I can attest to the fact that Hingham is likely higher, just going by my bill. Hanover is up there. They're about 735. Now, keep in mind that the rates that are on this sheet are for 100 cubic feet usage. Our average usage is 37% below that. It's 7,500 cubic feet. But in order to give you an analysis, I would have had to recalculate everybody's rates. And it was bad enough just for the purple people going between gallons and cubic feet. And I'll let you know, for anyone who cares, that it's 7.48 gallons per cubic foot. So if you ever want to do your conversions, there you go. And then I had Kevin check my math, just in case my conversions were off.
While we're still talking about the rates for new hookups, what do the surrounding communities charge?
I provided you with Norwell at the last one. Kingston charges $9,408. Most of them have some type of a sliding scale. I could not get rate information on the connection fees for a lot of the others.
Do you consider this number higher than most, average, or?
I think you're going to be higher than most. If you go to 11.5, you're definitely going to be higher than probably everybody if we go all the way up to 14,000. But also, you're making significant improvements to the water infrastructure.
Sure.
And just for clarification, the connection fee revenue projection is based on what? Because it's for all new connections, right?
Right, so in the last 2 years, we've had approximately $200,000 in water installation fees, which equates to 35 connections. Now, there are some developments that had agreements with the board from years ago that have lower than the 6,500. We had a couple of 2,500s, a couple of 5,000s. These are older developments that were approved, but the 6,500s, there were 30 of them last year. So if you build off that number, those are the only ones I assumed would go up, because there might still be a few of those that are from older grandfathered projects. And again, we talked about at the last two meetings, if you decided to change the connection fee, if the board decided to do it, would they grandfather in all of the projects that have already been approved, that just haven't built yet and connected?
So how does the board feel that at this point
Just-
the connection?
Yeah, I think some of it has to go to the commercial side of things, and we gotta find out what that mix is. Just because people don't have this piece of paper in front of us. So are these all the communities in Massachusetts?
No, this is the MWRA communities and local communities that I could get their rates for.
So
So you have 59 water rates to compare to and 48 sewer rates.
All right, so for the water, of the 59 people we're doing, we will have somewhere between the 8th and the 13th highest water rates out of those 60 communities. Rockland has the 33rd, Pembroke has the 51st, Norwell has the 40th, Marshfield has the 38th, Kingston has the 53rd, Hanover has the 16th, and Duxbury has the 35th.
Small.
So we will have by far the highest water rate in our area. And 10 years ago, we had by far the lowest water rate in our area. So it's a, and the scary part is this only touches, these numbers that you have here only deal with this capital
year.
projects that are already in place.
Correct.
So this piece of paper here that says 5 million for this, 40 million for this, 300,000, Hummerock, 5 million, none of that is included in this, so.
Correct.
I'm curious if there's, and I'm not going to ask you to go look and research for any data, but, you know, we're making the choice here to put the onus on water usage and not, you know, a debt exclusion that we put out to all the residents who, you know, may not be using as much water as others. So I'm curious whether any of those other towns, some of those capital improvement dollars came from other sources other than their water and enterprise, if they did, you know, overrides or debt exclusions to pay for any of it.
I can find that out for you. There's actually, debt exclusions are actually tracked, so I can find out if there were any water debt exclusions. With a municipal water system, you're pretty much tapping the same people, just in a different methodology of doing it, whereas if you have a sewer one, you have oftentimes you have a much smaller pool that would be tapped by sewer rates. But I can find that out for you, that's easy
Yeah,
enough.
The reason you want to put on the rates, and I think we talked about this,
Yeah.
you know, just to make up an example, you have an elderly couple that's lived there forever. They have a house that's worth $1 million. They live by themselves. Up the street, Jimmy and Jane, they have 4 kids. Their house is worth half as much. If you put the water improvements on the tax rate, then Nanny and Papa are going to pay twice what the family down the street is paying, and they're probably only using the minimum water.
Right.
So by putting it on the rates, you're charging people for what they're actually using as opposed to the value of their property. And maybe that family down the street with 4 kids is going to take smaller showers, is going to retrofit their house because their bills are going up, and it's going to encourage conservation. But to put it on the tax rate, you're not charging people for what they're using, you're charging them based on the value of their house, and it's kind of an arbitrary, as opposed to if this is how much water you use, you're going to pay the bill for it.
And I agree with that. I just want to get it out there publicly that that's why the onus comes on the water rates. And at the end of the day, we have $1 million worth of work to pay for that's already been approved and in the pipeline. So it's just a matter of which option is going to work best.
All right, so that's the water situation. So we're at a point where we have one of 3 options you're proposing, which is a rate increase of 22%, increasing the connection fee, $5,000, or option 2, increase the rate by 20%, increase the connection fee, $7,500, or option 3, just increase it by 26.5%.
And I can tell you the impacts on all 3 to the average homeowner if you want, or if you have it in front of you as well. I don't know if you want to.
Did you want to read that?
We have it.
We should, it's right here, yeah.
So do you want me to read it? John?
All right, option 1 for 22% is $72 on an average bill. On option 2, it's 20%, the 20% is $66. And option 3 at 26.5% is $111.
Nancy, are those rate impacts based on the higher usage or the?
No, it's based on our average usage.
Average
Okay.
use.
Sorry.
This would be yearly.
And fiscal 19, it would only, depending on when the board votes the rates to be effective, it assumes that it would only be effective for the last 3 quarters of the year.
Last 3 quarters of the year.
So is
So
this,
these are fairly true projections. Okay.
is this the estimated annual increase or for 3 quarters?
3 quarters.
Just 3 quarters.
So the annual increase is going to be $100 for option 1 next year.
Approximately, yes.
And
25% onto those figures.
right, so this is a 3-quarter impact. And anyone that uses more than the average, it will be much higher.
Yes. Or if they use less, it would be less of an impact than this.
So, if I can just point something out to the board too, and just talk about it for a split second. The increase in the connection fees, the way our structure is set up, where if you're putting in a building, we talked about this before with the certain buildings, you could put a meter, a master meter, and then run, you know, if you built like a complex with 10 houses behind it and run it all through that master meter, so you're only paying the one connection fee, but then those people are forced to pay the higher rate for the duration of when they live there. Similar with the senior housing, how we were saying, they have the one master meter, and then they pay the rate's higher for all the water usage over there, so just bringing that up at all.
Because it's aggregated across the entire.
Because it's aggregated costs across the whole side, so that might be one phase that the developers go to, so they use less meters, instead of individual meters for each house. If they put something like, I'll just use 50 Country Way, for example, they could put 1 meter per building in, but now the aggregate will go up in the condo costs or rental costs or whatever they use for their water usage would be higher.
Well, we can change the rules, that you can't do that.
That's why I'm bringing it up.
Yeah, right.
You can change the rules.
I don't know
It's an
what the
option we
math
have.
does. Does the math work out that it's better, that in perpetuity, they're gonna be paying them a higher rate for higher usage, or is it better to get the $6,000?
I'd have to do the math.
Yeah, we'll have to look at the math.
Take a look at the math, that'd be interesting, because I'm inclined to put it on the connection fees, increase the connection fees. They're not aware of it, and try to increase the rates.
It might be
option two is
something
what
that
I'm
you
thinking.
require a meter for every unit
Right,
in the future, and that's something that could work out with the Water Resources Committee.
yeah. I'd
I
rather
know
do it
they've
that
talked
way and
about
put
it.
on future expansion, that they're gonna be paying a higher rate. They don't know it, they wanna build, they're gonna pay for it.
Because the builder will be gone and the residents will be there sitting there, why am I paying a higher rate?
Right. And I certainly don't want the builder to get with one and then spreading it across the unit owners. That, to me, like, hey, I'm inclined option two, I think, is what I'm looking at, 20% with a connection fee of $7,500, adding that up. I know it's expensive as far as our rates go, but as we all know, at the end of the day, we're paying for all these improvements that have been deferred for years.
Yeah.
And now it's time that we might as well put it on
What-
connection fees, as opposed to giving it to the users and saying, okay, go up to 26.5% or 22% just for 1 year.
Why would you not have any increase in connection fee on that option? What were you thinking about that? Increasing the rate by
Option
26?
three. Option three.
In case you
Increase-
didn't want to touch the connection fees at all, and you just wanted it to be pure rate. So far, we've not touched the connection fees.
And I think that's where we
That
should.
brings the water connection fee in line with the sewer connection fee, right?
They'd be the same.
Right, but higher
But
than.
you can do any combination of it. She said 1,000
One
equals.
extreme
You
to
can
the
mix and
other.
match.
Okay.
Not to put you on the spot, Brad, but to put you on the spot, do you have an opinion on the connection fees as far as impact on planning and development going forward?
I think certainly not for projects that, are in planning phases now, but if there's any project now that have been trying to calculate their development costs, I think if we kind of overnight double that, that might affect kind of project viability, or maybe it wouldn't fold the project, but it might certainly play into their calculation, of what they can do on site.
Okay.
Right, so how does the board feel? I'm not only saying it because we got to get to the sewer, which is the next, and we've got still a large agenda, and it's almost 10 of 9. So what does the board feel about the rates at this point? Bill?
Option two I like.
I think the option two, it makes sense as far as having to pay for things and making it as gentle, but I think we might have to look at some of the, we transition into the new rates, because there are some projects that have been in the pipeline for a while that it might be a shock to their analysis if we do it abruptly.
What was your assumption on these numbers? Is this all existing projects are at the old rates or the new rates?
All approved projects would be at the old rates. Anything that was in the pipeline would be at the new rates. So there's significant projects that are already approved, like Seaside, which has a separate agreement, but they're paying the $6,500.
So those would be touched.
Right.
No.
Those, 50 Country Way. Anything that's already approved by Planning Board or ZBA would remain as it was. Anything that's still in the pipeline. And you could always, it's the board's discretion as the water commissioners to say, okay, well, we'll make this particular piece of that rate increase effective July 1 of 2019 and give people time to do what they're doing.
Look, if the builders don't pay it, the residents are paying it. So
Right.
we need $900,000, so, if you want to defer it, then the rate's going to have to go up to 22%.
I'm inclined to support option 2 as well.
Personally, I like number 1, but I don't, 1 is a 22% increase and a 5,000 increase, but I can easily be swayed.
So, anybody?
So make a motion?
Yeah, if I'm trying to
Well,
find it.
I guess the only other comment on that is the increasing the fees is speculative as opposed to increasing the rates. I mean, yes, we have a pretty good idea how many people are gonna wanna hook up in the future, but it's not guaranteed, and they could reevaluate based on the rates, which would make me more inclined with 1, because then at least you're hedging the bet a bit.
Good point. How much do we have in retained earnings?
Retained earnings for water, give me 1 second, I'll tell you, it's not that much money.
That's the reason why I had to do this. Right?
I should know it off the top of my head. I'm ashamed to say I don't know that off the top of my head. Water retained earnings, oh, that was the wrong year. Oh, that's right, right. What year were you? Okay.
No idea.
I'm living in my own little world, and it was a fun little world. So water retained earnings were $687,104.
So we do have a little bit of wiggle room if
Right.
not as many.
Right.
Do you want a motion, Mr.?
Yeah.
Any thoughts from anyone that's sitting here listening?
Well, I think we're stuck between a rock and a hard place, so it's not something that anybody wants to do, but it's work that we all have to get done. And I would assume that the residents want this work to be done.
Well, the problem is the residents want more than this. You know, we just sat at a meeting where they want us to step it up and do more, and this isn't stepping it up and doing more. This is just doing
This is just taking
what
care of this
we've,
year.
what
right?
we've already done. So the road ahead is going to be challenging.
Yep.
Comments? Motion?
Move to option 2.
To increase the full year 2019 water rates by 20% as of October 3rd, 2018 as follows.
Yes.
I'll read it. Base rate as of 7/1/2018 of $61.75. The new rate as of 10/3/2018 is $74.12. Usage from 0 to 1,200, what's CF mean? Cubic feet at $1.16 per 100 cubic feet as of 7/1/18, increased to $1.39 per 100 cubic feet as of 10/3. Usage of 1,201 to 3,000 cubic feet will change from $5.04 per every 100 cubic feet as of 7/1/18 to the new rate of $6.05 per every 100 cubic feet as of 10/3/2018. And usage over 3,000 cubic feet will change from $8.10 per 100 cubic feet as of 7/1/2018 to $9.72 per 100 cubic feet as of 10/3/2018.
All right.
Can I ask-
Second.
Motion by Ms. Curran, seconded by Mr. Harris. Discussion?
Yeah, the rate increase, how did you get the rate increases by block? They don't seem to be the same percentages.
I'm sorry, I lost it.
So
When you say block, what do you mean?
there's
by-
3 different levels. Are the increases the same across each level?
Yes, it's 20% between
Oh, it
the
is.
$1.16 to the $1.39. It's not 20% between the levels, though.
It's not.
That's our, the 7/1/18 is our existing rate structure, so
Yeah.
each one of those particular items went up the
Went up
20%.
20%.
But not, it's not between them.
Gotcha.
I don't know what you mean by that, but.
Not between the
but I
levels.
think-
Level 1
Yeah.
to
Yes,
level
yeah.
2,
Right,
yes.
right.
And most people would fall on the top 2 tiers, under average usage. Nobody under average usage would hit the 3rd tier.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those against? It's unanimous. All right, good. So that takes care of the water.
Can I make one quick comment?
You have another motion for the connection fees.
Well,
Sorry.
Right above that.
Yes, Tony?
Matthew, get out of the shower.
No, you can take a long shower tonight. Tomorrow, you can get out.
So now we have a motion for the connection fee. Anybody want to make a motion to increase the water connection fee as of October 3rd from $6,500 to $14,000 for all future connections?
So moved.
Second.
All right. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Against? Unanimous. And finally, with respect to approved projects as of October 2nd, how does the board feel?
You kind of have to. I mean, they were started and assumed that these fees were going to be what they are. To change it after they've already submitted plans and been approved,
Yeah,
kind of hard to change the rules of the game after it's started.
I agree with that.
I agree. I think you can't change the rules once
Yeah.
you've gotten involved and they based it upon it. As much as I'd like to say increase it, I think that would be just unfair. Not sure of a hardship, but I just think it's unfair to change the rules of the game once they've done. I'd say game, but the metaphor's there. You just don't change things after you've told them what the costs are. It's kind of, to me, it's unfair. So I would agree. So would somebody move that any planning board, zoning board approved project as of October 2nd, 2018, whether built or not, would not be subject to the increase?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Curran, seconded by Mr. Harris. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Okay. So that does take care of the water at this point.
Okay, so moving on to the sewer, which is much shorter. The increased cost for sewer enterprise next year, same preface as the water enterprise. Our chemicals for the copper reduction treatment of approximately $20,000 now that that project is moving forward. Debt service budget needs to be increased for approved projects, same as with the water. These are projects that are already ongoing and previously approved. Is $144,913. There are some projects which are notably not being funded as debt service because they're at this point not moving forward to a point where we borrow. That includes the $2.5 million for the Cedar Point INI project. And the $500,000 for the copper reduction construction. The other copper reduction ones would be funded. And the $400,000 for expansion because the regional sewer study is ongoing. You have the slide that shows you what's going on with sewer debt. That does look promising, but the ochre color is what is being funded by a debt exclusion that you, Selectman Curran previously spoke about. In sewer, there was a debt exclusion that funded the 2000 expansion, and that is falling off as we speak. So it'll be completely gone by 2022, and it significantly drops by 2020, but it's not reflected in the sewer rates. So it's shown there so you know what's going on with debt. The actual sewer supported debt is that blue line, which you can see is fairly flat. It's not really retiring in the way that you'd like to see it retire. So in summary, additional costs identified are $164,913. A 1% rate increase yields approximately $12,952 in additional revenue. The connection fee currently is at $14,000. If you were to increase that, $1,000 would probably only generate $5,000. The connection fees have been off the last 2 years, so I wouldn't want to assume a lot coming in from that until I saw those connection fees start to pick up again. This year it's better, but that's because 50 Country Way came on board. We also in sewer, last time that you did a rate change in sewer, you also did a rate change in the septic disposal costs, spreading the pain across to everybody. And you did a 1% increase. Right now, Marshfield's at 7 cents, Kingston's at 0.65 cents, Plymouth is at 6.5 cents, Middleborough is half at 5 cents and half at 10 cents, and they're in the process of bringing everyone up to 10 cents. So at 7%, we're tied with Marshfield. If you wanted to do a rate increase on that, a half a cent would probably generate about another 21,000. So a tanker truck is about 5,000 gallons, so that would impact them about $50 on a tanker truck, 5,000 gallons. So it would, how they charge their customers, they would pass it along. Would it dissuade them from going to Marshfield? Probably not. We increased the rates in fiscal 17 for sewer for that, and we actually went up in revenue by almost $40,000. Again, you have the similar type of chart telling you what the different rate increases would do and how much that would generate. Half a penny and a penny on the septic disposal revenue is there. We get down to 3 additional options for sewer enterprise. Again, it's a combination of rate increases across rates, disposal, and connection fees. Option 1 is a rate increase of 13% only, and that would bring in approximately $168,000. Option 2 is a 9% rate increase, a $1,000 connection fee increase, and a penny on the substitute disposal rate. That would bring in approximately $164,000. Option 3 is a 5% rate increase, a connection increase of $5,000, which would bring it up to approximately what the Musquashkett Pond sewer betterments were, which were about $19,000, and a septic disposal increase of a penny and a half. That would generate approximately $153,000. On the average bill, option 1 would equate to, for the balance of fiscal 19 3/4, a $46 increase. Option 2 would be $32, and option 3 would be $18. On the septic, $50 on a 5-gallon tanker on a penny increase, and a 1.5 cent increase would be $75 on a tanker truck.
So let me get this straight. In other words, with respect to the option 3, 5% rate increase, that would be for sewer users,
Correct.
which amounts to what percentage of the town? Do you have an idea?
About
About a third.
Third?
30, yeah.
Okay. And then in the condition, in addition to that, any of the septic users then, if we're at, that would be a penny and a half. It's going to generate about the same amount, basically, between the two.
And that's why that option was before you.
And then the other is the connection fee, presumably 5,000. If we went up, then that would obviously,
Just a note, septic truck comes to your house, they're not gonna, your tank's not 5,000 gallons, so you're not,
they're going to charge it to
half.
them.
Well, no, they shouldn't charge you 5,000, I mean, I think the, tank's 1,500 gallons or something like that, they put water, so half that each time you have it pumped, so.
I just like the idea of, like, it's not, the cost for processing the sewage is not just straight from the sewage pipe. It's actually from all users, including those who have a septic system. I think that's a fair way. I remember doing it the last time, and I thought that was a fair way of increasing it by a penny, I think it was, to make sure that it's across the board. So I'm inclined to say that's what I'd like to see. Whether or not the connection fee should be increased, I just don't know whether that's a valid gauge. You know, because unless there's no connections, there's a
combination thereof.
Right.
Right. I mean, you could go back and say, take the connection fee out of it, do the rate 8%, and do the 1.5% on the septic disposal. That gets you to 166.
I always thought the connection fee was based on the number of homes divided by the total cost of the project.
That's the betterment. So the Musquashkett Pond betterment was 19, we're at 14. So would the next one be that? I don't know. But I wanted to give you, I mean, there's not limitless, but there's multiple options. If you want to avoid the connection fee, because it is so high where it is in sewer already, that the other option would probably be an 8% increase with a penny and a half on the septic disposal.
What do you propose, and leave the connection fee at 14?
I'm not.
No.
If you don't want to touch that connection fee because it is already at 14, then you'd have to up the other two to make up the
Right,
difference.
but let's ask ourselves, those of us that are on private systems, would we be willing to pay 15 to 20,000 to be able to tie in town sewer? Absolutely. Average system's 25, 30, 40,000, right, Kevin? So I think it's still, not that you're trying to make money off it, but I think to be fair across the board.
If you go up to an 8%, if a 9% is $32, you're probably talking around a $28 to $30 impact on people if you decide to split it between those two different funding sources and not touch the connection fees.
Okay.
Tony?
Yeah, so we're dealing with what year here, 2020?
We're setting the rates now,
For
fiscal
19.
19, for costs that
So-
are coming in 2020.
Is this an anomaly because next year all that debt goes off?
The debt that goes off is the debt exclusion, so it doesn't impact sewer rates. It's on the tax, it will impact taxpayers that they won't have it on their tax bill anymore, but it won't be specific to the sewer users.
Well, that's kind of a good point
It's a
to
positive.
bring up. And why are the costs going up $165,000? Is that for debt projects?
We have debt projects coming on.
Are
We have
they-
144,000 in debt service coming on.
And that's for projects that are already approved and done?
Yeah, and I have a listing of them if you want, but I'm sensing that you're good to go with that.
What's the retained earnings in there?
Retained earnings, I left that spreadsheet up in case you asked me. is $758,292.
292.
And this new debt that's coming in this graph here is not debt exclusion, obviously, that's
It's fully
enterprise
owned
fund.
users.
The one thing that we have to take into consideration, which we've talked about a couple times, is on the sewer enterprise fund, we do have the ability to make more money off our current infrastructure. We can let other people tie into our system and get betterment fees without having to invest in it, spaghetti lines or whatever we do. So we talked about this a year and a half ago, where we said, we knew this was gonna happen, and we said there's three components to it. We can raise rates a little bit, we have to increase our revenue, and we have to cut our costs. I only see one of the things in this proposal, which is just raise the rates. I know many people come to us and say, can we hook up, it's only $168,000. That's 10 hookups. We could easily let 10 people hook up onto the system a year and hit the shortfall. Sean, you know more than me, but I know there's 10 people that want to hook up to the system.
More than a minute, right?
So I don't know that we've taken that really into consideration. Obviously, the impact of that is, there's only so much sewer capacity that we have.
Right.
And it may slow down our growth in getting to other areas, but that's one component that's not being taken into consideration here.
Well, part of that, though, Tony, is if there are people that want to hook up that aren't on, they can do it if it's in front of their house right now. There'd be infrastructure costs to bring people on,
But they pay for it.
if they pay for it.
Yeah, which they do pay for it.
You have to pay for it whether you use it or not. But we've got people that are right up the street from it, or have an easement across some lawn to it, that want to hook up 3, 4 houses, which is half your annual need. So,
And we, in our last presentation, excuse me for interrupting you, sir, we did show the developments that are in the pipeline that potentially would mitigate some future increases if all those developments come online, the sewer projects.
and we do have $750,000 in retained earnings. So I don't know how drastic we need to.
Increase the rate
Yeah.
at this point, with the hope that maybe we can bring on some of the next year.
My only concern with the board would be that you saw the type of sporadic rate increase that's happened in the sewer enterprise. Whatever the board decides in its wisdom, I think there needs to be some consistency considered so that we don't end up in a situation where we're back before you asking for a significant rate increase because connection fees haven't come forward, projects have stalled, or for whatever reason, or because the capital plan has gone forward with more projects than maybe we wanted to see funded, or because we needed to have them funded. That would be my only concern. When you looked at those two rate structures, there isn't an actual regular incremental increase in sewer enterprise to account for regular cost of living increases and inflation.
More?
I have a question. I was surprised that the 2.5 million I&I wasn't built into this request. I thought we were a lot closer on that project. What's our,
Construction-wise,
funding
we've not
plans?
issued any contracts to make it think that we would start paying debt back on it in the upcoming year or two. So I'm looking at when we're gonna have to start cutting a check for the debt service. So even if the project moves forward in the next 12 months, likely we're not gonna finance it long-term, where we'd have principal payments for another 24 to 36. That was the only reason I left it out.
So let's
there's a grant
kind
out there.
of figure out where we're going here, because, again, I'm not trying to, I'm happy if you want to, we've discussed a great deal, which is important. I think we've dealt with the water, which I think is important. Does the board want to think about this for another meeting? Kind of think about maybe, even if we increase the rates, but not by the amount you're thinking, and thinking about maybe we do some connection fees as an option, and then address it. We're doing motion now. I'm only just saying that because I'm happy to say, let's think about it for another 2 weeks and come back again if that's something.
The only thing I would say, one other comment, is we talked about the rates how our water rate is getting very high.
This is not.
Our
yeah.
sewer rate is still the 40th, the 43rd, the 40th highest rate in all of
48.
those 60 communities. So our,
48 on that one. There's only 48 sewer comparisons on that.
okay,
particular
so
one.
there's, so it's a pretty reasonable rate.
Yeah.
I kind of like the idea, sorry, Tony, were you still talking?
No, go ahead.
I think, John, you're right about finding a balance between, somewhere between the two and three is maybe not increase the connection fee as much so we're not dependent on it, but, not have a 9% increase and maybe do, a penny and a quarter or something, sort of split the burden that way. I like slicing it that way. I think putting the connection increase up to $5,000 is too speculative, and also we don't have the capacity, so we don't know what's going to happen with those hookup fees. So whether we want to come up with that today or whether we want to look at it.
What is, excuse my, so many numbers here. What is the water, what did we just raise the water hookup to?
14,000.
And that's the same as this now?
Yeah,
Yes.
or even.
And, the other thing, we also have $700,000 worth of retained earnings. We're
Right.
only short $165,000. So this isn't critical. We could do some sort of nominal increase where you increase a half a
That's why I think
dollar,
of that.
a 5% increase, and $1,000 or something
Use retained
that fight towards it. Plan on taking the other $60,000 out of retained earnings this year.
And see whether or not we have any potential hookup to maybe
Yeah.
cost to offset it. That's one of the thoughts I was
May I
thinking.
ask the board, not to interrupt, but just to try to hasten you to a conclusion as you have other agenda items, do you want me to come back with no increases in connection fees and look at different options that you can do between the septic disposal and the rates that are not as drastic?
I think so.
Maybe split the baby, so to speak, to
I mean-
appoint a certain person that no longer works here?
I'm inclined to just do them both on the same night, because who knows what's gonna happen in the next 2 weeks when,
This word
people
gets out.
know it's gonna happen. All of a sudden, you're gonna get, 100 connection requests at some lower rate or have you.
So-
I'm happy doing a 5% increase, increasing the rate 50 cents to disposal people, and the connection fee, $2,000.
All right, so you're saying 5% for the rate users.
So that'll get us $65,000 for the rates. It'll get us $21,000 for the septic disposal, and $2,000 will get us $10,000 from the connection fee.
You said for the septic disposal increase, I thought you said 25, Tony. Are you saying,
I'm sorry, 50 cents.
I think it's
It's
.5, half a
half a
cent.
penny.
penny and a half.
Penny half. No, just a half a penny.
Half a penny.
Half a penny.
Half a penny.
Okay, half a penny.
So 20.
So that'll be
$21,000.
about $100,000 of increase from fees increases. The extra 65 we can take out of retained earnings if everything comes in where we project it.
And then we can see whether or
We
not
could-
there's potential hookup fees for the year and see if that works. If not, then come back again next year and adjust the rate. That
Yeah.
makes sense.
And to Nancy's point, people should expect the rates to go up every year some nominal amount, and it kind of keeps in trend with that, with the 5%.
Okay. How does the board feel?
I think that's a great suggestion.
I hear a motion?
I move what I just said.
All right. So Tony's making a motion to increase
move-
the rate increase for the rate revenue 5%.
Is it option 3?
It's very
No.
close to option
It's a
3, it'll be
hybrid.
option 3.
It's going to be a hybrid of the rate increase of 5% under option 3 for the rate revenue of $64,761. A connection increase fee of $2,000 with the idea that it's going to generate, I think, 10?
$10,000.
$10,000. And then a septic disposal increase of half a cent, so .005, which is going,
21,000.
21,000.
21,000, whatever that number is. That's a motion by Mr. Vignani, seconded
Second.
by Ms. Canfield. Discussion, seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, one more.
You have one more motion on your list. When we were converting to the new system, I could not find in any written document the interest rate So I'm sure it was voted by the water commissioners, sewer commissioners at some rate setting, but it's not in the bylaws, it's not in the charter, it's not in the regulations. So I'm just asking that the board, as the water and sewer commissioners, affirm that the interest rate on delinquent water and sewer charges is 10%, which is what it currently is.
And so if there's a motion to affirm the interest rate on a delinquent water and sewer charge of 10% per annum?
Yes.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Curran, seconded by
Second.
Mr. Vignani. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so let me ask you this, Kevin. You're here for the next one, right?
Take about 2
So let
seconds.
me ask you, is that going to take like 2 seconds? Because then we're going to take a
Seconds.
break.
2
All right, so
seconds.
folks, you want to take a break, feel free. We're going to take a 5-minute break in about 2 minutes. And that way, get Kevin in and out on this contract, and then we'll get right back at, I'll say 9:25 for you people who are sitting here. In the meantime, Kevin, you're on.
So this contract here is for our gas and diesel purchases. It's based off the state bid list and based off a fuel index, and it's the percentage of what we get for our gas and fuel from Brook Fuel.
Sean, do you have any questions on that?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay, and I will ignore that then, sorry. Any questions from the board? All right, so this has gone out to bid, and it's or come off the state list in the
It's off the
slowest
state
way,
bid list.
which is a
and
great benefit
they-
for the town because it's on
Exactly.
the state list. So that makes sense.
Motion?
Please.
Move to award a contract for the purchase of gasoline pursuant to state contract ENE 48, I think, and ultra-low sulfur diesel pursuant to state contract ENE 40 to Dennis K. Burke of 284 Eastern Ave, Chelsea, Mass., for the period of August 1st, 2018 through July 31st, 2019, for a total sum not to exceed $400,000.
A motion by Mr. Vignani.
Second.
Second by Ms. Canfield. The correction is that it's ENE 41. I think he said 8, just to make sure. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All
Abstain.
against, 0, and 1 abstention, so it's 4-0. And abstention by Mr. Harris. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick 7-8 minute break, and then we'll get right back at 9:25. Thank you.
Have fun?
Dying. I have a wicked ear infection.
Oh.
Chills. Went to,
Do you want some aspirin?
No, my
no,
computer will probably die, but that's all right.
Tylenol or Motrin?
Yeah, in my personal thingy, in the thingy.
I'll take some.
Yeah, she's good.
Alcohol?
Motrin? Tylenol?
Motrin, I'm gonna leave, I've got a beverage, I can hook you up.
Wicked ear infection.
Huh? Stinks in here. Does it? Locker room. Oh, and we watch call it. Yeah.
Maybe, we'll see how that comes out.
Like they did with, yeah, with the sewer.
You know?
I
So they're finally coming to the It's taken since. I'm like, do I have to be there? Because if it's raining out, and it's on the weather system, they just want to know his medical record, all that stuff to see if he's doing They're looking, he's a cardigan, they're looking to get 8 to 10 which is great, so I can still work. And I can split it up, I think, anyway. Because I do mornings, I do nights, I do, you know, I just really have to be more rigid in my schedule.
It's muggy in here.
Yeah, me too. On every time, they said, enough of these. Warm it here.
Huh? So I'm crawling over.
So I can buy back if you have a message.
You leave a message. It was, well, it's blank, so I didn't get it. Like, I saw that you called, but there. It didn't come through, so I just saw that you called. No, sorry about yesterday. Yeah, it's really muggy in here. How's everything going? Okay?
My head's spinning. Got me a mistake.
I'm growing a list again. So you can tell me to go away. I sent him a list of stuff I wanted to pick up. He said, go away. M&M's would be the most perfect food. Yeah.
M&M's?
Yeah.
Peanut or plain? My wife lives on those.
My grandmother said, hi Brad, when you get older, one of the things you start to lose was sense of taste. It's like, you know, older people eat all that horrible bland food. It's like they get cold. The only thing she could always retain her taste for was chocolate. So for her birthdays and stuff, it was always a box of Godiva, and she was the most generous woman in the world, and she would hide that. It was like the only thing that really gave her like.
Just being quick tonight.
I got a funny story.
Dima?
What?
So did I read that letter right?
I think that should sail long before she did.
Funny story. Guy was getting Alzheimer's. Very nice guy. This is a true story in Scituate. So his daughter's up the mall, they're shopping or something, Christmas time. They go to the checkout. And he's got Alzheimer's bad. So they're at the checkout, and there are those Godivas right there by the checkout. He does one of these, puts them in his pocket. She says, Dad, you have to put those back. They're not free. He was the most polite guy you'd ever meet. Puts in his pocket, puts them back. Oh, so let's go. They're walking down to the mall. He reaches in his pocket. Pulled one out?
We don't think
He
we're
didn't put them all back. Every time I hear connivers, I think of that.
They are right there for you.
We make Stephen stay here?
Want a cracker?
I have to stop eating this.
All right, where are we now?
All right.
We're up next.
Stephen
Get back.
Mr. Litchfield.
Stephen Litchfield, come on up, at least we're going to get started here, because you're next on the agenda.
Jean's gonna come up.
Sure.
And then skip one and then I'm back.
Okay, so, Michelle, why don't you come on up too and have a seat? We'll just kind of go right through this.
It's gotta be done.
I just want to make sure that we have Lorraine to go. And we also need the camera guy. Where do you go?
Camera guy.
It's all right,
there
you
he
don't
is.
have to be on
Here he
camera.
Yeah, we don't need that.
Oh, this is the
There she
historical.
is.
It's a thorn between two roses.
Yeah.
Okay. When Lorraine's ready, we'll take your time, we'll get started. And is SCTV ready back there? You're back on? Check, check, check.
Hello.
Written check for you, if you get us going, okay, great.
All good.
All right. Thank you. That's executive session, okay. So, all right, so what I've done is I've asked that a discussion item vote for what's been scheduled for 8:10 and 8:15. First is a new special event at the Haunted Tower Tour, Stephen Litchfield, Historical Society trustee. Stephen, you're in the middle there. And also, we have a special event waiver of administrative fee. Halloween in the Harbor, Michelle Wood, President of the Harbor Merchants Association. And then we have Fall for Scituate, Jean DiGiacomadrea. Got it. Chamber of Commerce over here. Okay, Steve, let's start with you with the Haunted Tower Tour.
Haunting,
Haunting,
not haunted.
okay.
We don't want to
It
scare
says
you.
We don't know if we have ghosts there or not.
It's haunted, yeah.
Well, it's supposed to be haunting.
Haunting,
So it
okay.
didn't sound so scary as haunted.
Yeah, one thing,
For the little ones.
so we were kicking this around a while back about doing things at the tower to raise a little
Yep.
money to take care of the garden around it and so forth. And we came up with this idea of decorating it for Halloween, say the weekend before, which is what we picked. It's the 20th of October. And making it Halloweenish, but not too scary, so we're not going to try and scare little kids. We're not going to do one of these frightful things. Be a lot of lighting, smoke machines, stuff in the gardens. And then I've got lighting now that, I got to put it back. I have lighting now that spirals around the stairs so that it won't be dark going up. It's a big, long string of Christmas lights, a really long string, and it works really well. So, there won't be an issue there. We're going to have people go up in a group and come down in a group, and when they get to the top,
October
we'll...
20th, is that Saturday or Sunday?
It's a Saturday.
Okay. So you're probably hoping to tap into some of the soccer families maybe across
Maybe.
the way that will be using it. When you say you're going to have, I say smoke, like, kind of...
Fog machines.
Fog machine.
Yeah.
Is that going to circulate
We're not going to do it
up?
inside. I was thinking about that, and there's smoke detectors in there. I don't want to set
Not
those
so much
off.
that as I'm worried about if people are going to go up.
No, that was the
actually,
other thing, and it does bother
creates,
people.
Fog, and that would be...
No, we'll do that out in the gardens.
Okay.
I do a lot of this at my place when Ronnie Simons does his thing the next weekend, so we've got a lot of the equipment.
Questions from the board? Anybody?
Is the rec department already clear? I knew they were concerned a little bit about overlapping parking.
We didn't talk to them. That's why we put the
Oh.
permit in.
Okay.
We're hoping we can use the parking along the road. I know the church is doing something at the same time. We're going to try and coordinate them together.
Okay.
But hopefully they won't park up there. there. The Situate Soccer Club games will be over by 6 p.m.
Okay.
We're starting, we'll be good
I
then.
think it's a cool event. I think it'd be neat. I bet you it's something different, unique, and,
Hopefully we'll do it every year. That's our plan.
Any other questions from the board?
No, just thanks, Steve, for stepping up. Good luck. Hope it's well attended.
So is there a motion to approve a special event permit to Stephen Litchfield Historical Society for Haunting Tower Tour of October 20th, 2018, from 6 p.m. till 8 p.m.?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Vignani,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Curran. All in favor? Aye. Congrats.
Is there going to be a charge, Steve, for the little kids?
It'll be a nominal amount of money. I mean, we're trying to raise money for,
Like a
for
donation.
the town.
Donation.
It'll be a donation kind of thing, like we do when we have tours.
Great.
Good, thank you, Steve. Now, let's move on to the next one, which is special event application has been submitted and approved for the Fall for Scituate on October 28th, 2018, from 12 PM until 4 PM. The North Scituate Merchants Association is asking for an administrative fees to be waived. This is a fall event that takes place up in the town parking lot in front of the WPA building, and it is in front of the new outdoor playground that's opened there. And this is the seventh year that's been going on.
Great event.
And Jean, that's what you're asking for?
That's what I'm asking for, yes. We're a totally donation-driven event, so we're asking if the town would waive all of the additional fees that come with fire, police, DPW. The merchants in North Scituate actually pick up if there's a shortfall at the end, and that's the last thing that we want, if we can reduce that stress on them a little bit. And we're just trying to get people to North Scituate, just let people know that North Situate's there. You know, and so many people look forward to this event, and we've got some great stuff planned for this year, so.
Questions from the board?
Well, this request is really just for the 10% administration fee.
Correct.
It's not
Not the
releasing
detail.
payment for detail or anything like that.
No,
Okay, I
just
just
the
wanted to make
additional
that-
fees.
Just because
Yep,
we try to
just
be
the additional.
consistent in our application of that
Yep.
policy.
Every little bit helps.
Yeah, no, understood, yeah.
Anybody? Questions or?
Rain or shine?
I'm sorry?
Rain or shine?
Correct.
October
Did
28th.
we, has this fee been waived in the past?
Not for this event.
Not for
No,
this
but-
event, but for others, yeah.
We'll have to, yeah. It's another good event. It's been going on for a long time,
Oh, yeah.
but everyone's just going to be that way, so we'll have to.
I think the way I look at it is it's the communal aspect of how it impacts the town generally. We talk about St. Patrick's Day Parade. We talk about Heritage Days, where we got a lot of people. Halloween's going to be next, which I can see a lot of impact. And Christmas, Santa Strolls, the other one I
Right.
can see. Private events, if it were like Steve's, I'd be probably disinclined because to the extent of, at this point, how big is it? But maybe if it turns into, a huge event, then that becomes something different. But, all right, so is there a motion or any further discussion?
Move the Board of Selectmen approve waiving a 10% admin fee for Scituate Police Department and DPW? Is that what it's based on?
Yes.
Who bills the 10% administrative?
But they still pay for the details, it's the fee that.
Just the administrative.
Right, just the administrative fee.
Motion by Ms. Vignani, seconded by Ms. Curran, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And now we have
Thank
the request for the harbor merchants, waiving an addition, same thing, a 10% administration fee for the Scituate Police and the DPW. And this, I assume, is the Halloween in the harbor from usually 3:30 or 4 o'clock until
4 to 5:30,
5:30.
Wednesday the 31st.
Okay.
That's
the
one
board-
of my favorite events.
Move the Board of Selectmen.
Yeah, it was originally created actually by the chamber
Chamber of
for
Commerce,
areas like Sandhills or Hummerock, where by the 31st, half the population's gone. You're walking around for 2 miles trying to find the 8 houses that have candy. So that's why it's kind of a good event, because then everybody can just know they can come, get their stuff, be over.
It's a great event. Move the Board of Selectmen approve waiving the 10% administrative fee for Scituate Police Department and DPW.
Motion by Mr. Vignani, seconded by Mr. Harris, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you for waiting so
Yes.
long, I appreciate it. Moving on, we're going to go on to the 825 discussion
Very
vote
much.
FEMA and Woods Hole Group Letter of Map Revision, the LOMAR. Brad, the director, Brad Washburn, the Director of Planning and Development. And I'm not sure, is Bob going to be here, or is it just you, Brad?
Bob is actually at a conference at UMass, so.
Problem, just me. So, this, why don't you just briefly explain, Brad, what we're looking at, and then we'll get into some questioning here, maybe.
Sure. So you have a letter from August 2018 from our consultant Woods Hole Group, kind of summarizing, well, we actually requested that they write this letter. And it talks about the changes, the proposed changes versus the effective flood insurance rate maps that we have now. So just going back in time a little bit, in February 2017, again, this predates me, but I'm sure a lot of you that were here were familiar with the changes that came out to the flood maps and kind of the concern over some of those changes. So there were some revisions, but the towns of actually Scituate, Marshfield, and Duxbury separately contracted with Woods Hole Group to do an analysis to make sure that the current maps are accurate. And so since that time, they've been doing this analysis, and the plan was originally to do these analyses and then make a combined application to FEMA to do a letter of map revision. So we are at the point now where each individual town has gotten the results. So basically, we have our effective November 2016 map, and then the suggested changes as proposed by Woods Hole when they ran this through their new model. And although Marshfield and Duxbury are on board and they're ready to go, we, staff here, myself, Neil Duggan, Bob Vogel, carefully reviewed the proposed changes. And I think we're a little concerned about basically what the changes mean for the town. I think in a lot of areas where we are seeing a lot of significant damage and flooding, their proposed flood elevations would come down. And then in areas where we have not seen the level of damage, these proposed changes would actually increase the flood elevation. So it's kind of a mixed bag. It's not across the board, but I think there's enough cases that we'd be concerned with these proposed changes. So what I'm asking tonight is to not necessarily abandon this effort, but allow the towns of Marshfield and Duxbury to move forward with their application, to give us a little extra time to kind of review these changes, discuss these changes with the Coastal Advisory Committee, Coastal Coalition, with you, and evaluate if we want to move forward. It added a little bit of, I guess, economy of scale to apply together. But essentially, that would have been additional monies out of the town's pocket anyway to proceed with this. So I think it's time and money well spent to kind of digest these proposed changes and see if we really want to move forward.
Questions from the board?
I have a couple.
Maura?
So the changes, those different flood elevations that you see and you are questioning, are those the review from Woods Hole that you don't agree with, or still the review from FEMA that we have issues with?
No, so we've been living with the 2016 maps. I think a lot of folks have become kind of comfortable with them. I think they more accurately reflect, I think, what we're seeing. It's the issues we have are with the proposed changes by Woods Hole Group.
Okay.
And that's based upon the model that they're using, so we have some kind of issues with that. And again, it's what they're suggesting is not comporting with what we are seeing on the ground after storm events.
Feedback from some of the other groups, Brad, or no? Nothing yet?
So I did meet with Dave Ball. So we're going to, I think, more formally go out and meet with the Coastal Coalition. I'm on the next agenda for the CAC. And then we'd probably do something in public as well. I'd like to get Woods Hole Group out because they're a little better at this in terms of the technicality of what went into the model, so they can describe exactly, why we got the output that we got, and then come back to you folks after we've had an opportunity to go to all those different venues, and then make a recommendation to, again, either move forward or just, kind of abandon this process.
So Woods Hole, but they're the ones that they're the ones that we're paying for.
Yes.
They're coming up with different elevations.
Again, that was the original, my understanding of the original scope. I think, the three towns contracted with them separately,
Right.
saying, look at the 2016 maps and then propose changes based upon your model.
Right.
However, in discussion with internal staff here, I think we have some issues with some of their assumptions. And again, to lower flood elevations in the areas of town where we see, consistent flooding and damage doesn't make sense to us.
Right.
Although we're certainly open to having that discussion and vetting this, with folks in town.
I would think that's more direct information or evidence to demonstrate exactly what it is, as opposed to the hypothetical model based upon some assumptions or something. I mean, example, I'm looking at Cedar Point, I'm like, it's off by about 9.8 feet versus 3 feet or something, but I'm like, you know, they should go with what we're presenting and giving them or something, but I don't know maybe I'm reading the wrong.
Yeah, so I mean, one of the proposed revisions would lower, you'd be able to build a house 2 feet lower in Cedar Point.
Well, I'm certainly.
2 feet lower than they can today, or
Than
2
they
feet
could
lower
today.
than what FEMA suggested?
No, 2 feet lower than they could today. So you need to be, when you're in an A zone, you have to build above the base flood.
Yep.
And in a V zone, it's 2 feet above the base flood.
And what was FEMA? Is it still different than what FEMA?
So what's on the left now is the approved firm.
Okay,
So if you look at
yeah.
each one of these panels, the right is what would happen if we adopted or tried to move forward with the proposal by Woods Hole. Again, that process, the maps that we have from Woods Hole would have to go to FEMA, and there's no guarantee that we'd get this anyways. But again, this is the proposed, and each, you know, and it's not across the board, but again, in the areas that we're concerned about, most of the elevations are going down. And then in southern Humrock, south part of Humrock, there's a swath where the flood elevation is going up, and we have not seen that level of flooding or damage down there, so we're just kind of scratching our heads.
All right, so the next thing is you want to go to the other ones, and then you're coming back to us again?
Yes, so CAC, Coastal Advisory, and then the coastal erosion folks, and then come back to you. And again,
Seems to make sense, and then we can go from there with Woods Hole and then try to approach it with FEMA.
yes, and again, the impetus behind this is just to let Marshfield and Duxbury go. They're ready, and they were waiting on us on a joint application to FEMA, so as to not hold them up, at least just get out of that joint application process.
How's the board feel?
Makes sense
Makes
to me.
sense, I think, all right?
Motion?
Yeah, it's fine. I hope we have some kind of clawback with Woods Hole. I mean, this was a huge fight to hire Woods Hole to fight the FEMA maps and the firm maps. And to get this kind of result is a little disturbing to me. So, but I don't disagree with what we're doing. I just think we have to look at our contract with Woods Hole as well.
Well, it
I mean,
doesn't,
we go back 3 years. I mean, it's been a while since we've been, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think the burden on them is to come out and defend their model that they used. And I mean, again, not in unscientific terms, the model that they used basically had lower water levels and lower wave heights. That doesn't necessarily reflect reality, but if it's an accepted model that FEMA approves of, then it's nothing necessarily wrong with the model, but it's not comporting with what we are seeing on the ground in Oceanside, Cedar Point, Humrock, et cetera.
now, can we just remove ourselves from the process? Or is FEMA going to look at it and say, take this model and extend it down the coast?
No, you can actually apply for a LOMAR for an individual house. You know, this is obviously at a much broader scale. There's been nothing formally submitted to FEMA yet, so they're not expecting us to be part of this application, and we can certainly move, you know, ahead alone later if we want to. So there's, you know, nothing against the town if we don't move forward now.
Okay.
Motion?
Please.
To withdraw the town of Scituate from the joint LOMAR application with the towns of Marshfield and Duxbury.
Motion by Mr. Vignani, seconded by Mr. Harris. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, Brad, thank you.
Thank you.
for waiting this long, too.
Yep,
Appreciate it.
Are you meeting with them shortly, or what's your time frame?
So I'll be meeting with Dave Ball. Well, I
What
met
about
with Dave
meeting with
Ball
Woods
last
Hole?
week. Oh, Woods Hole? Well, I would actually have them attend meetings that we'd be setting up with the Coastal Advisory Commission and Dave Ball's group, so.
I mean, I think we need to inform those groups, but they're not going to have any impact on what the model is. We need to talk to Woods Hole to find out what they did to
Yep,
get the numbers that are strange to us.
yeah.
All right. Again, thank you,
Thank you.
Brad. I guess, Steve, we're up right now. We're on a discussion formation of the Shellfish Advisory Board. Stephen Moan, Harbor Master, and Mike DeMeo as Shellfish Constable. Good evening. Gentlemen, good evening. Well, welcome. As you know, 2 weeks ago, we had some individuals who were interested in trying to promulgate some regulations for shell fishing here in Scituate, primarily in the Cohasset Harbor. And I think at that time, we said that's a very interesting idea. We'd like to further explore it. Obviously, we want to speak to both of you individuals, considering we have Shellfish Warden and Harbor Master, to take the next step.
Sure.
Good.
Right now, today, Mike and I put together shellfish rules and regulations, and they were adopted about 2 years ago. And in those regulations, it does not allow for commercial shellfishing. However, I think it would be, smart for the town to allow commercial shellfishing, also growing of shellfish.
Yeah.
There's a big upside to it for the town.
So, it's a great idea. It's been kicked around quite a few times for a couple of years. I will say it is a lengthy process. Like Steve mentioned, there is no current town regulation nor bylaws. Those would have to be drafted well in advance. On the state side, with Division of Marine Fisheries, you'd have to conduct sanitation surveys, site plan, submittal site plan review for approval. In the shellfish growing areas that are approved, you also have to deal with FDA regulations and public health. The growers themselves or oyster aquaculturists would have to have contamination plan, invasive species plans, and I would also recommend a storm plan based on that area faces north-northeast, so it is right in the line of the winds. I'm told that they're not really actually growing past December, so that would help. But that whole area, I have walked it with other shell fishermen, and there's a lot of debris up there, so there are some concerns with stuff washing through Cohasset, like logs and things like that, that could damage the gear, but that's obviously on those people that are farming those areas if it was approved. So a couple things I think is a good idea. It's been talked about a lot. Some people mentioned grow them in Scituate Harbor, but Scituate Harbor is conditionally, it's closed area, so it's much stringent to do that. Cohasset, which is known on the maps of Division of Marine Fisheries as MD10, Mass Bay 10, it is open year-round, barring any red tide. So there was none this year, so really it's been open all summer. Same in Humrock Beach, Egypt Beach for cohogs. So the front beaches have all been open. The rivers are conditionally approved, and the North-South River, they open November 1st. So I don't think those areas would be a part of this, because basically it's so tidal, and the areas that do have water are navigable with a lot of people. This area is pretty desolate, which is good. Not good for the growers to get out there, because it's a long walk or a boat from Cohasset. But these guys have done their legwork as well as far as access and things like that. So it is a process. It's going to take a little while to get where we're going. I think 18 months to 2 years is reasonable, maybe a little less. But I'm definitely in favor of starting a committee to move this forward. I will say, as a town resident and kids in the school system, that the town should have a stake in this somehow, some way, either some educational or town involvement somehow, some way, alongside the growers as things go along. I know a lot of other towns have, this is a big deal because Duxbury, people see Duxbury as the mecca of oysters. It is a lot of work. I know Plymouth has, I think, 19 growers, and they're having some resistance of growers actually doing a lot of work. So I think people are getting into it thinking it's easy money to make, when actually it's a lot of work. Also, too, if you read through the regulations, the state can amend current commercial fishing permits to allow this. So maybe, however this all boils down through the committee, maybe some local lobstermen are able to do this as well when they're not actually lobstering, because the fishing regulations are being more stringent every day. So I think those guys that work in the water maybe should have a higher tier to maybe partake in this kind of situation.
Some of the other things is that we'd have to look at is zoning different areas for recreational, just recreational people going out, residents, and collecting shellfish. Commercial areas where commercial people can go out and actually harvest, and then farming. Some of what Falmouth did was they, with their farming, when they assigned areas or approved areas to grow, they put in performance requirements so that Mashpee Quahog Company can't come in, take 2 acres of property of growing area and never grow a quahog. And they do that so that, they're trying to protect their own interest. They don't want all the competition. So Falmouth put in performance requirements where if an area produced, on average, 500 bushels of quahogs a year, they put in a performance requirement that the grower would have to grow a minimum of like 350 bushels per year, so that he's actually active out there. And the other reason they do that is shellfish are filter feeders, so they're actually cleaning up the waterways, and they're reducing the algae blooms, which makes the water that much cleaner, and that's how they grow. I did this in Mashpee. I worked with the shellfish constable down there. The town of Mashpee's they're growing about 10 million quahogs per year now, and they're actually trying to eliminate sewering of the town. I personally don't think it'll work. It has cleaned up the waterways. They grow oysters, they grow scallops, but I really think we have to think this thing through and permit it properly, and have like Mike said, have the town have an interest in it. Falmouth actually went out and they permitted all the areas themselves. So the town has the permits, and then they would lease out, and it's not so much for the fee, it's more to have better controls of who's growing. If they're out there and they're just making a mess of the area, and they could take the permit away, where if DMF assigns it, it's very difficult to get the permit back. So these are some of the things that we really have to look at.
And that's the thing too, the town can only charge a fee of $5 to $25 per acre. So the town's not really making a lot of money on this, so it's more regulating it and make sure that site is cleaned up. It is a desolate area it is a good location for it, because not a lot of people around, so you don't have a lot of foot traffic out there. But it does complicate issues for logistics of folks getting out there to actually work out there. So the best access is through Cohasset Harbor boat ramp, which is not the best boat ramp, because you can't use it at half the tide, because it erodes out. So you have to look at secondary access through the Glades or Halley Road Golf Course, things like that. So there are some logistics involved to get out to this area.
And one of the things that Falmouth did, if they gave away a 1 acre site, they'd hold 2 acres, and they'd have the grower grow for a year in this 1 acre site. The next year, have the grower move to the other acre, and then that would become a recreational area. So anything that fell through, the growing cages or bags that started to grow wild, anybody in town that had a shellfish permit could go out and rake and get some quahogs or oysters or scallops or whatever's growing.
And that'd be easily attainable too, because you can track that through GIS or the state GIS Oliver system. You can track that with the acre plot. So that's something that the IT folks could help us with mapping those areas, who's digging where. So technology now makes it a little simpler.
John? Well, I think some of the people in the audience have talked to John and I over the years, and, we've been nothing but supportive, and I think the whole board has been. And Steve, with Steve's experience down the Cape, we go back and forth to see what he had to say, and, and you're right, Mike, there's not a lot of money in it for the town. That's not really the point. I think some of us have mentioned the educational component of it. The way I read it, but maybe I'm wrong, I was wondering if, Basson's Beach might be the only place, if, for example, down by David's place, if it was seasonal, if you could harvest them, so you can't harvest them when they're contaminated, but they clean themselves, so can you go and remove those, and are they a sellable product in December, January, and February? I don't know.
That would be, it's
DMF.
much harder, because the river's closed down May 31st, so, because it's conditionally approved, and you have all the rainwater. I think the flat should be open 9 months personally, but it's a struggle with marine fisheries to get in and actually sample the waterways. But we do track all that, but it's a much harder sell for the rivers than Cohasset, because Cohasset, it's already open. Still have to do surveys and site plans, but the river would be a harder sell.
Right, and having spent just a small amount of time out in the Clam Flats on Basson's Beach growing up, I don't really know the area, so I know there's a couple of people in the audience that do know that area, and I think Tony or somebody mentioned, how would Cohasset Lobster would love to have all the Scituate people, going through the harbor to get to the Scituate, flats. So that's just something that would have to be ironed out.
That's, one of the other things is, I'd want to have a sanitary survey done of Scituate Harbor, have that completed. It hadn't been done since the early 90s. We've made a lot of changes in the harbor with pump-out boats, with pump-out facility, storm drains. Because at some point, they may even, today, Scituate Harbor is prohibited. So the only people that can actually grow any shellfish in Scituate Harbor are the municipality themselves, because we're in charge of what's open and what's closed. So we can grow it here and actually move it and drop it at Bass's Beach, drop it down the river, and close that small area for, let's say, 6 months. The shellfish have time to clean themselves out, and then you can open it back up. And that's why a municipality is allowed to grow in a prohibited area. It's still restricted.
One of the areas that I was curious
Still
about
restricted.
is, in the wake of the CPC article, the proponents for First Cliff to buy 5 acres around First Cliff in conjunction with NOAA, is whether or not NOAA is looking to make an educational facility out of the old, what is it called, the Coast Guard station area, and whether or not that vicinity or that area would be a good area for educational purposes for shellfish. You mentioned education. To me, that would be perfect, because you got access for kids to be able to go out and learn, as opposed to North Scituate. But that being said, that's one area that we should take a look at for that purpose.
There was also part of the Cole Parkway Marina project, we're turning the pier sideways. And I was actually looking into having a upweller built on that site with some signage. And it would be on a very small scale where we could grow quahogs,
right,
or, scallops, or, different types of shellfish. People are walking by, and Falmouth did it, there's signage throughout the whole thing, and it shows the process. You can walk out, open up the tank, pick up a handful of them, put them in a kid's hand, and try to get the schools involved with it as well.
Questions from the board or observations at this point, anybody? 'Cause I think
I just wanted, and we're going to talk about this in correspondence, but the Waterways Commission, I think everyone is here, did provide the board with a very thoughtful background on what careful steps need to be taken to make this, to do this right, and what the benefits to the town are. So thank you very much for supplying this to us. I think it, if everyone's had a chance to look at it, I think the faster we can put together a shellfish advisory committee and get moving on fleshing all of this out, the better for the town.
Yeah, I agree with what Karen said, and nice, Howie, thanks for putting that together with Brian. You said 2 things that I just wanted you to elaborate on. Steve, you said there's a big upside for the town.
It's economic. It creates jobs. There's some branding that goes along with it, and it cleans up the waterways.
So
shellfish cleans up the
So jobs,
waterways.
we're not probably going to create a ton of jobs.
Not a ton of jobs, but
a dozen jobs.
It's a dozen more than you had today.
Right? No, I'm not, I'm just talking. And cleaning up the water, does it have a sizable impact on cleaning up the water?
The Mashpee River, when I was down there, had a lot of algae blooms and fish kills. They don't have them anymore.
Yeah.
So.
And then the educational component.
And the educational component. We grow them, when I was down there, we grew them right at the harbor master office next to Little River Boatyard. And we'd get people walking over all the time. We had 2 large upweller tanks. We'd walk right over to the tanks. People would ask what they were. We'd open them up. We'd show them what's going on. Next to the dock itself, we had cages in the water with the larger quahogs. We'd pull those out. And the seed starts out as like sand. And by August, it's about the size of your thumbnail. You put them down on the docks. The water's moving back and forth through them. By the October, we're taking them and we're just dumping the cages out. And by next summer, they're up to Neck or Cherry Stone size.
And Mike, you said town involvement. What sort of town involvement were you thinking?
I would like to see it definitely through the recreation department, going out there. We have done some days in the flats with the North South River Watershed and through the rec department with Maura. Out there showing people how to dig, where to dig. You know, it can be dangerous if you're out there in the mud and get caught out there, which happened last year. So there is some inherent danger with digging. It is fun. It is a pastime of a lot of people that have lived in town. So, but I think the benefits of water quality and things like that, it's good for the town, getting people involved. The oyster industry is highly regulated with the Vibrio virus, as you know. So, I mean, you can get sick very, very easy. So there are a lot of steps that go into transferring the catch, icing them, and things like that. So, like I said, a lot of people think it may be easy, but it's a lot of work.
It's not an easy job.
I mean, people that want to do are going to want to do it for a lot of reasons. So there's a lot to it and a lot of risk to it.
Thanks.
Mike, is Marshall, oh, I'm sorry. Laura?
No, go ahead, I'll go after you.
Oh, has Marshall ever thought about doing anything like this, or you don't have the quality of water down there that you can?
Marshall, the only place that we could do it would be in the rivers, in which are conditionally approved. We do have a few people that are on a oyster waiting list, but we really haven't done much. Marshall does have 5 commercial mussel diggers for the river for blue mussels, but the blue mussels in the rivers kind of come like so sporadic that there's not enough there to even dig for them. I think the seals in the river have done a good number on the blue mussels in the river, I think, because they kind of vanish. It's a good indication to tell the steamers of the blue mussels are good. If you see them hanging on the docks, you know it's a good year for blue mussels, but other than that, it kind of comes in spurts. But the river, we've done numerous seeding programs with cohogs from Taunton River and seeding through dredging mitigation of baby steamers, a 10 millimeter on the flats with marine fisheries, for mitigation with Army Corps, and they actually come out and look at the flats to make sure you did it. So we've done a lot of that, but the rivers are doing pretty well. I mean, through the Herring River, the back of Spit's really good. South River is great. The North River is really good as well. So the rivers are doing really good for steamers and cohogs. But once again, it's access, and you're digging in January, February, March, April when
It's cold.
it's cold and it's hard for public safety to get out there pretty quick. So so those are the inherent risks of digging. I mean, for what it costs to dig 8 quarts of steamers, you can buy at Mulaney's, but it's a pastime, it's recreation, it's passive recreation, people want to do it, so those are the things you got to be careful of. Warren?
Where does the enforcement of the regulations fall under? Would it fall under the harbor master? You?
No, it falls under, it's a shellfish constable.
Okay.
So it's completely different from the harbor master.
Okay.
So
that
you'd have to be
position would also
sworn
need to
in
be
as a,
established.
yeah.
Well, under the current regulations, police officers can also enforce the Scituate shellfish regulations.
Along with the state police and environmental police.
Okay.
And
And also the town, and the town could, through town meeting, the town could adopt state law through chapter 130 and the CMRs under that currently have all the shellfish regulations. So the town could do that. That would streamline the process of the town creating new regulations and bylaws. Because each bylaw had to be presented to the town on town floor, and you know how that would go. So if the town just adopt them all at one shot and just modify the current regulations to allow a commercial oyster aquaculture, it would be much simpler and streamlined.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? No. Audience, anybody have any questions, observations, want to share? Assume there are people here for this, yes.
Would the aquaculture, would that cover kelp and stuff like that?
First, I need your name and address.
Mike Lane, 280 Canton Road.
Thank you.
Would cover kelp and it's kind of like an up and coming aquaculture. Wouldn't just be shellfish then?
Kelp's been discussed, same with growing blue mussels as well.
JB Davenport, 16 Booth Hill Road. Excuse me, currently an oyster farmer and dentist, but I live in Scituate. You saw me a couple weeks ago. I agree with pretty much most of what Mr. Moen and Mr. Mayo have to say. I have a couple of points that I wanted to talk about. Well, first of all, I had a question actually for Mr. Moen. The sanitary survey of Scituate Harbor, is that something that you wanted to complete before moving forward with this? Or?
No, that would just, I want to start that and get that going as well, though.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I agree with most of what you have to say. I would contend the process that you had in was it Falmouth or Mashpee, with the moving of the acre
No,
1 year.
Falmouth did it.
Okay, so you set aside 2 acres, and 1 year, 1 acre is used by the commercial farmer.
Yeah.
And the next year, it moves, and then it opens up for
Yeah,
recreational.
and it's where he'd keep his bags for the
Yeah.
oysters and stuff falls through the bags.
Yeah.
Because gotta be, Falmouth did it because they wanted it to have a benefit for the residents as well.
Exactly, yeah.
It's not just about, the guy trying to make,
Absolutely. I completely agree with that sentiment.
Yeah.
I think it would be difficult, in this subtitle zone to do that.
Well, Jamie, let's do this. That's getting way down the road right now. I think
Okay,
right now,
sure.
we're just looking at meeting to talk to the shellfish warden and also the harbor master after you gentlemen had come in 2 weeks ago to say what's the next step. Obviously, I'm not hearing anything negative, otherwise I think I'd be peppering them with questions a little bit more,
Yeah.
which really sets up the next stage, which is we need to think about, if the board wants to, a shellfish advisory board commission, so that we put some members together to start talking about the regulation, how do we do it? The idea is, do you want to go through the state, or rather do we want to retain more control with the permitting? And I think, to me, that makes better sense, to be able to have more control, to be able to do what we want instead of having the state come in and automatically changing it. Local control, I think, is better than going up further, but that's my own personal opinion. Other question, I'm happy to, but just something more minutiae that we get into. Okay.
Yeah, more or less go through the fine details as the process.
And your name and your address, I think it's Mr. Tedeschi on Jericho Lane, but I just want.
Tedeschi, 1 Jericho Lane.
1 Jericho, okay.
One thing I would like to note is 1 oyster filters 50 gallons of water a day. And we're talking maybe 2 million oysters, a lot of filtered water. It's excellent.
Cohasset Harbor is going to be really nice. That's okay. Hey, it's still owned by Scituate, half of it, so that's okay with me.
Maybe the possibilities of growing some seed in Scituate Harbor to help filter Scituate Harbor and move to the farm for a grow-up period.
The hearing from Steve or Mike saying that, control the town, the municipality has the ability to put it in the harbor. I'm like, boy, I'm all set to put in Scituate Harbor and clean that water too. That'd be good.
And I will say too, John, the town, we have started sampling Scituate Harbor last year, and because Marine Fisheries does the sample, they pay for the samples, they take them to the lab within under 24 hours, so we're kind of held to their availability to get samples to the lab. So it's been a little slow going of reestablishing Scituate Harbor with the sanitation plan. The last time it was done was 1990. The DPW was really good and gave me all the maps of all the new sewer areas of Third Cliff, Third Cliff, Second Cliff, around the harbor, all that stuff. So all that was already sent to Marine Fisheries over 1.5 years, 2 years ago. The harbor has gotten a lot better, and the samples were actually pretty good depending on the month. So
if we get a closed system in Cedar Point, I expect it to be even better, because now you've got a pressurized
Well, that
closed
along
system
with
for
the pump
sewer,
out
it's gonna be
boats
good.
and the
Yeah.
pump out stations that are now in the harbor.
So can we vote to form this advisory board tonight? It says discussion, but
Yeah.
it sounds like, and, if Howie wants to say something from the waterways, I don't want to put you on the spot.
But
I
anybody,
think they-
fast, you've been here long enough, or a long time, so I'm like, I don't want to short circuit or cut
Just-
discussion, because I think it's a really interesting topic. That's going to be good for the town. Lorraine?
Who's gonna write the charge to set up the committee and all of that? That needs to be done first.
Okay.
I would suggest these guys take a shot at it, and then they send it to us, and
Okay.
you guys know what's going on. Steve, you've done this before. So if you can write and maybe throw it by waterways also, what you think the charge of this committee should be, and then we can take a look at it from there.
Could I ask if you could do it before the next waterways meeting and then?
Tomorrow?
I guess not.
Get cracking.
How about in the next?
All day
30 days?
tomorrow, yeah.
Okay, and then
You can go.
waterways in November, and then we can come back in December, kind of, not to slow it down, just to make sure we get it done, so we have the
Moving
preliminary.
forward.
Mike had mentioned about there are a lot of hurdles. If it's 24 months, 18 months, maybe we can do it quicker, but I'd rather get it done right the first time without having to
Go back to it
review and go
4
back to
times.
it and
Yeah.
get it done, which would be great. Other questions for anybody?
Nope.
All right then, so ideally, within 30 days, too, if you can work something out. Waterways will be meeting in November again, and then we expect to maybe circle back at the beginning of December for the between the holidays, but that would be good if that's all right.
That's good, yeah.
Good.
All right.
Great.
Gentlemen?
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Folks over here, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Good. All right. Now we'll move on to an 8:55 discussion vote, outdoor entertainment permit for 45 Garden Road for October 13th. Justin Hutchins, how are you?
Good, how are you tonight?
Good. Thank you for your patience. It looks as though that you are looking for an outdoor entertainment application, that you're looking for October 13th. I'm going to say for a wedding, I assume,
Yes,
with
correct.
acoustic music and a DJ from 2 p.m. till 10 p.m. That's the 13th, so that's got to be Saturday.
A week from Saturday.
And you've given notice to your butters?
Yes.
And is there anybody here to object to it or complain about it or anything? Don't see it. Questions from the board?
Is this at your house, at your
Yes,
backyard
yeah.
or something?
Yep.
And how, is it densely populated or a lot of houses around?
Yeah, these are all
Yeah.
tight neighbors,
But
yeah.
you know them all, and they're
Yeah,
all.
we all know, yeah.
That's the reason why we asked, because you don't want somebody calling saying, well, my kid can't get to sleep, the baby, it's Saturday,
Yeah. And again,
weren't invited, and they're like, jeepers, if you invited me, maybe I would have said,
but
it's a
again,
wedding,
they're
though.
respectful, it's only to 10 o'clock, it's not crazy,
Yes.
so.
Motion?
Please.
Move to grant an outdoor entertainment permit to Justin Hutchins of 45 Garden Road for a wedding with acoustic music and a DJ on October 13th, 2018, from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Motion by Ms. Curran, seconded by
Second.
Mr. Vignani, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank
Okay.
you for waiting. so
Thank you, no problem, like on my dinner.
Oh, You'll have
Like
it
your
before we have
breakfast.
ours.
All right, we're going to move on to a discussion vote, special events, Alice's House fundraiser at the Voyage on October 20th. Julie Johnson, race organizer, Keith O'Callahan, although I think Mr. O'Callahan had to go to work.
Had to go to work.
Did he go to bed?
Keith O'Callahan's here, and owner of Rue Graham,
The manager.
the manager, that's right. It's good to see you again.
Nice to see you as well.
Julie, as always, it's a pleasure. So you want to have an event at the Voyage on the 20th, and let me just take a look at it here. Bear with me. Just want to get the timing and everything. So you're looking to have it from 12 p.m. until 10 p.m., Saturday again, but it's at the Voyage Business District, and
Mr. Chair, if I could just add.
yeah.
They have an alcohol permit, but they want to put an outside tent out, and they want to serve alcohol outside of the tent, and that's why they're here.
Okay.
Okay, that's
So
what my
when-
question
That's
was.
when I got back from vacation, and that's not exactly.
Just going to say, why are you here? Because you're in business.
Yes.
So is the tent outside,
We're gonna put
where
a tent in
the,
our parking lot.
where the pub is, where the door goes out from where the pub is?
Correct.
And you want to put a tent out there?
Yes.
Okay. Questions from the board?
Can you just describe the event? What are you doing?
I think I'll take that. So I was here last month because we're putting together a road race for Alice's House, a fundraiser. So we were going to use one of the privately owned parking lots across the street from the Voyage for our setup and registration and rent tents and all of that expense. Keith and Rue came forward and said, we'd like to host you. So we'll cover the tents and we'll put them on our property. So from 8 in the morning until noon, we'll occupy the tents with registration, T-shirts, sign up, all of that stuff. And then at noon, when the race is over and most of those people have cleared out, the Voyage would like to do kind of a piggyback to us with their own event permit to now make that tent an entertainment space. And hopefully with the exposure of the 100+ people that we'll have there for the walk, they'll come back after lunch or come for lunch, come back for dinner when there's a band in the restaurant already, and it'll just make the day go on. But what I wanted to make sure was that it was so late to the gate with this permit request. I wanted to make sure that Alice's House permit is really the run event.
Right.
And that the outside tent and outside service is Voyage event. So I just don't want there to be a blurred line or an overlap there on paper.
Great.
Okay.
And who owns the, so I think John described it, you go in the front door, it's a parking lot to the left.
The one that's
Who
on
owns
their
that land?
property.
You own that
Yeah.
land?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you have the house to the left?
No, that's
Oh,
a
no.
private
No,
home.
no,
Okay,
that's a
that's-
private home.
Okay.
Next door.
So you own the parking lot there,
Yes.
and,
So we'll occupy it
Yeah.
during the runtime of our permit, but then once the run has concluded and the awards are given, the tent will convert into more of an outside dining space.
What time does Alice's permit go to? Does it go to noon?
Noon. Yeah.
Okay.
I think we're 8 to noon.
Okay.
Sean?
And
I'm sorry.
Oh, I just have,
Go ahead.
if the proximity is pretty close next door and you're going outside, I'm assuming that a butter's been notified. Is there anybody here? I don't see any, really, lots of people
No,
here.
and they're not a year-round person.
Object to
No,
that?
they're not. The house next door isn't a year-round.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's only
so
a
it's-
summer person
okay.
anyway, but,
That's good.
yeah.
What was the entertainment that you were going to have outside?
Just like an acoustic
Okay, so it's not,
person, nothing, nothing crazy. So one or two people.
so what are you gonna do under the tent? Just have the band, you're gonna put tables, serve drinks? What do you?
Yeah, we want to serve drinks outside and put entertainment outside, and we're going to donate a portion of our sales from the day to Alice's house.
Okay, so you'll have dinner tables, you can sit and eat
Yeah.
and drink out there.
Sean?
And all the food will be cooked in the restaurant, so.
I was just gonna ask, have fun, I think it's great, the more people that go, the better, just about the detail, the police and fire, if they, and I see the Scituate Fire's line that's been crossed out there, just across the street, but I just wanna see everyone have fun and not have any problems, that's all. I think it's a time of year where a lot of summer residents may not be there, so, that shouldn't be an issue, but are you planning on having a detail there? Police detail?
We can have a detail there, that's fine.
Has the chief
I've,
chimed in on
I've
this?
spoken to Sergeant Gilmartin, is it?
Okay.
And actually, we spoke today, so he's got he has 2 cars. I have from 8 to 12, I'll have 2 on Hummerock, and he's helping me with bridge traffic and all of that.
Right.
So I think we'll be down to our 1 officer in Hummerock from 12 on, which is standard.
And I don't want to add an expense to the
Yeah.
event, that's for
They
sure.
usually, they drive by me a lot anyway, even now. There's only one officer that's assigned to that area, but he'll stop in, he'll drive by, several times in a night, so.
I'm okay with that.
Karen?
Yeah.
Anybody else? All right, well, entertain a motion.
Move to approve a special event permit to Julie Johnson, Alice's House, and Keith O'Callahan from the Voyage for the Alice's House Fun Run event on October 20th, 2018, from 12 to 10 p.m.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Should my name be on there then?
Yeah, I was going to.
I know,
I'm
it's-
glad you raised that. I have a
So-
different motion in front of me,
Oh,
so I
well,
don't
there's
know.
3 different motions.
Kind of 2 motions, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, can I strike that?
Just withdraw your motion.
Right. So move to approve a special event permit to Keith O'Callahan from The Voyage for the Alice House fundraiser to be held at Voyage on October 20th, 2018, from 12 to 10 p.m.
Okay. Motion by Ms. Curran, strike that. Motion by Ms. Canfield,
The other one.
seconded by Ms. Curran. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then do we have one other motion? We need an outdoor,
Entertainment.
There's 2 other motions.
Yeah, move to grant an outdoor entertainment permit to Keith O'Callahan of The Voyage, 14 Marshfield Avenue, on October 20th, 2018, from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. for a fundraising event to benefit Alice's House.
motion by Ms. Canfield, seconded by
Me.
Mr. Harris.
Discussion.
Discussion. Yep.
So what I heard was that after the race concludes, that the entertainment outside will begin.
Yeah, we had it from 12
Right.
12 to 10, so
Right.
that we can do different entertainment during the day.
All right, because this says 5 to 10. So.
The entertainment.
12 to 10?
12 to 10, if that's okay. Not necessarily that somebody will be there at 12.
Just gives you the option.
Right, but gives
But
you.
you're gonna have
gives us the
music then?
option.
Flexibility,
Right.
okay. So,
Okay.
'Cause we have a couple
To
of
be
different bands
amended.
that said that they may donate their time to us too, so
so
if they do that, that would be
she's just,
great.
Ms. Canfield's just modifying her motion to read 12 to 10, correct?
12 to 10.
All right. All right.
So moved.
And it was seconded by Mr. Harris, I think, or did I get that mixed up?
Yes. No, I think you did.
Good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And is that it, or do we have
No,
another?
one day wine and malt.
This is the outdoor liquor license to serve
Um,
in tent outside.
Okay. Want me to give that a shot?
Please.
I was gonna say, now they have to drink.
All right, we're gonna get a third try. Move that the Board of Selectmen approve a one-day wine and malt license to Keith O'Callahan at the Voyage, 14 Marshville Avenue, for a fundraising event to benefit Alice's House on October 20th, 2018, from 12 p.m. to 10 p.m.
I would add outside under the tent.
Outside under the tent.
I would second that.
Motion by Ms. Canfield, seconded by Mr. Harris. All those in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations.
Very
May it be
Really
successful. I
hard.
hope it goes well.
10:25 at
That
night,
seems
they
like a
get
fun
us.
event.
What's
Oh,
that?
it should be great.
It's the simple
Yes.
things at 10:25.
Yes.
The house looks
Oh, yeah.
very nice.
Oh, did you go?
I've seen it from, after you'd come, I'd seen it on Labor Day weekend, and I was like,
Oh,
it looked
good.
really nice. Well
Yeah,
done.
I'd love to take
Oh,
you
did you
for
go
tour.
see Amy March on Labor Day weekend?
Sean?
I did, no, I didn't know about it, so, but I did see
I
the house,
did.
it was
We
beautiful.
are happy to give tours anytime, so if you
Might
want
take
to
you up on that.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you, good
Thank you
luck.
very
Bye-bye.
much.
All
I
right.
hope to see
And
you all
Ruth,
there.
yes,
That
I
would be
know.
nice.
We're
Ron's gonna run
coming
it.
down for your shepherd's pie again.
Not running anytime soon. We're going to move on now to the discussion vote, the special town meeting warrant. So, folks,
We did provide printed hard copies for you to look at.
yes.
One of the edits of town council, and then we accepted the edits, so you can see a clean version.
So the ones with edits have red on it.
Mhm.
Because you did see a draft in the previous.
Well, in case if you're colorblind, that's all I'm trying to help you out here.
Thanks for that. heads
Mine are
up.
blue.
It's double-sided to the
Yep.
All right.
edited.
Mine's not.
God bless.
And you can either approve the whole thing
Bless
in
you.
one shot, or article by article.
God bless.
One is unpaid bills. Two. Jim, we're putting $200,000 in for the ice picking?
Ice picking and pipe maintenance, yep.
Was it, I thought we were only doing 80.
That's what we have right now in the budget.
This is 200 for,
This will be additional ice picking and pipe maintenance, so if we do the ice picking this fall and we determine it really didn't have the effect that we want, we can use that money for mechanical pigging or some other cleaning method to do pipe maintenance, so,
but in this fiscal year.
yes.
And you have extra money in repair and maintenance? Or no, where's this coming from? Oh,
We just have the red line.
wait, we just,
The other one is the actual.
from the water retained, is
is
all
this
this coming out of water retained earnings?
This is the one as if it had been corrected, correct.
All right, so we can just look at this one, wouldn't have
But
to.
this one will tell you the difference.
Yeah, the changes.
You got it.
I was looking just at
Can I ask a question?
So
Absolutely.
I got a file.
Sean?
Maybe for Gary, why two different, I'm trying to read it, the land on,
Lines for First Cliff, right?
yes, open space
We
one.
took more or less almost all the balance out of the open space,
Okay,
and the balance of the project we're taking out of current expected revenues.
Our revenues, yeah.
okay.
So we're basically using up more or less what's in open space first, and then
Okay.
taking the rest from somewhere else.
And did I see somewhere, Gary, the appraisal came in, or hasn't it been done, or what?
We are, I just signed a contract with the appraiser to have a single value done. As you know, it's we have a low value, for whatever reason, it was done as a low value and a high value. I don't know why. So we need a single value, because we can only pay the higher of $599 or whatever that value is.
Right.
You know, and then it's up to the seller if they want to accept that.
Okay.
So, that should hopefully be done by prior to town meeting.
Yep.
We usually do that after, but it's better to do it before, so you know what you're voting, what you're getting.
Right.
Yeah.
Jim, Article 15, conservation land, is this for all the CRs that Penny's doing on all the Conservation Commission property?
No, this is relative to the public safety complex.
Oh, okay.
We have a piece of land that we're looking to determine if it's suitable to swap for the public safety complex.
We anticipate having that resolved by the time?
I expected it to be resolved weeks ago, but I'm waiting for the engineering firm to get back to me with the survey that will tell me there's sufficient upland for this property to be a match.
Okay, so we're keeping this as a
Yeah.
space holder?
Yep.
Okay.
Tony?
So 4 and 5 are
4 and 5?
are water projects. These aren't in the rate increase that we just did.
Correct.
So if we approve all of these things, and actually 6, the
It will affect future years' rates.
unbelievably affect them. It's an $8 million, 100, how much is this one total? Like
1.2?
300,000 and then 1.2.
What would come from retained earnings, the 5 and 6 would have to be borrowing articles.
I know, but you're taking retained earnings. We used it for sewer. How much was it, 3-something?
No, sewer was 787.
No, in water.
6, 7, yeah.
So you want to take 400,000 of the retained earnings to do these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 projects, and then borrow 1.2 million and borrow 8 million.
That's what's being proposed here.
I don't think we can do this without knowing what the impact's going to be on the rates.
Well, should,
I can certainly provide you with the impact on the rates.
well, didn't you do that,
Recommendations on them.
didn't we do that a month ago? You gave that 5-year projection that included these numbers.
Yeah, and it
So
depends
we-
on when we
Yeah.
do it,
That
when we
was in
borrow, how
the-
we borrow.
Oh, I know, and are we going to raise the rates 25% every year for the next 5 years? Because that's what this is going to do.
I think we need to make sure that we make that clear before this vote is taken, what the cost
Well-
is and what the implications of not doing it are.
Are there any other funding
Get it.
alternatives?
Gotta say who you are.
Sorry, what's that?
You gotta say your name and address.
Sorry, Gary Myerson, 26 Summer Street. I should have brought this up in the old conversation, but it seems to me that you're talking about a large chunk of money. You have relatively favorable long-term borrowing rates, both nominal and real terms. I think you need to do the analysis of what's cheaper for the town, no matter who's paying it. Of should you be borrowing to cover this on a 30-year note, as opposed to just raising rates forever.
Well, that's what it is. You have to borrow.
Right,
yeah.
so, but do it all now while you have favorable rates now. The long end is about 3%. I don't know what the town borrows at, but the long end is about 320 right now. You can't get much better than that. I think we need to look at it. The real rate of 320 is about 1%. Backing out inflation. So I think you should look at other alternatives to funding this instead of, I mean, you're going to potentially adversely affect people buying homes over the water rates. Jim's point was taken that people will modify how much water they use, but they might modify it so much that you won't get the revenue you anticipate.
There's a catch-22.
Risk?
It absolutely is.
Which is why the MWRA never puts on a water ban, because they need the revenue to survive.
Right, you're absolutely right. So I would suggest maybe doing some further analysis on how you fund this.
It's a problem because we can do that, but if you're at the meeting in August, people don't care what you talk about analyzing,
Yeah.
because they're saying, fix it now. And problem is, this $8 million is putting a filtration system in to basically filtrate out the manganese in just one well. And we have 3 others that have varying degrees, and potentially bring on a 5th, which actually is another option. So I mean, they all have manganese, and that's one of the problems that's contributing to the problem with the water.
So what I'm saying is borrow what you think you're gonna need for everything, do it now.
Well, you
Can't do that unless, because you got,
gotta pay for it.
there's
yeah,
a
because
lot of
they're
things in
tax-free
flux.
bonds, so if we don't meet certain spend-down requirements, we're in big trouble.
Yeah, I
So,
understand.
you know, I understand you say, well, we borrow for all of them now, and then we,
Right. You also
spend the
don't
money.
have to use tax-free bonds. You
Well-
can use municipal tax.
yeah.
So we just went
Make them
through
more
a
expensive.
2-hour discussion on the water, saying, okay, let's get through this year. This is the rate that we're gonna raise at 20, whatever percent we
20%.
said.
20%.
And now we're jamming all this stuff into this year? This should go through the capital plan, and it should go through the whole budget process of next year, and should be part of 2020.
You can't wait an
I
Article
don't think
5.
we have the time. That's the
Then
problem.
everyone's water rate is gonna go up unbelievably. It is an override. It's gonna be more of an override than,
Article 8, Article 6, was that the $8 million one?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if the town wants to wait on that, you can wait on that. That's a capacity issue, okay? Right now, we're taking that water, we're putting it into the reservoir to mix it to lower the manganese levels. Article 5, that has to be done.
What is Article 5?
Article 5 is the money for all those repairs to the treatment plant that Kevin talked about, the sedimentation basin, the vacs, the sand filter, that has to be done.
So that's not part of the 1.2, that was just for the green, what's the 1.2 that was in the one?
That's part of the green.
The green sand filter engineering.
Engineering and permitting, yep.
Which is the first part of
Yep.
Article 6, where Article 6 would come in after the construction, and then the 1.2 for repairs. 1.2 for repairs is not in your rates, but you're not gonna need that to start paying debt service on that if it were an approved project until 24 to 36 months out. So this isn't something where we're gonna borrow it now and need to start paying it back immediately.
Right, we can
I know,
structure
but
how
the
we borrow
rates,
it.
I mean, we can kid ourselves to say, okay, hey, we don't have to pay next year, but you're gonna have to pay the following year. You can only ban it for so long.
Yeah.
We can ban up to 10 years, but we'll have to make principal pay down in year 3.
But we've never done that.
No, but it's flexibility if you're trying to do something on your retirement schedule.
John?
You have a particularly good year and you retain revenue goes up, you use the retained revenue to pay it down.
John?
What do you think, Sean?
Sorry.
No, I think what was confusing Tony is Kevin talked about putting a temporary green sand filter in at the the water treatment plant.
That's part of
Wow.
Article
That's part of the
5.
That's part, yeah, it's part of 1.2. I think that's where the
Correct.
confusion might be, so,
That's part of Article 5.
right,
Because in order to shut the plant down, we need to be able to bring those wells online.
that's right, right.
Somebody outside the question, because I have a question for Nancy, I'm just trying to find it. Anybody?
Well, I just think that the analysis that you brought to us a month ago did look at if we did do everything, it is going to be 20% every single year, and you were the one that pointed out, that's insane, we can't expect people to absorb that. So we have to do a hard look at, the have-to-haves, which is definitely Article 5, and the implications if you don't go forward with that capital plan on the quality and the capacity of our service. I mean, they're tough, it's a tough balance. But, the analysis has been done that it's going to be very expensive, and I think we need to bring it before the town. That's the whole point of the capital planning process.
Was it last year or 2 years ago, I thought it was 1.2 for water improvements at the water treatment plant. I don't have it in front of me. It was I thought we had approved.
It's just the charcoal filter, I remember
I
that.
thought we had
Charcoal
1.2
filter we did last
recently.
year.
Charcoal filter, I
That we already did.
don't remember anything being that high, but it may have been, I
Trying to
can
find
look
it.
back at what I have.
I was going to say, between either last annual town meeting or 2017,
Just bring up my little list of articles.
yeah. So I thought there was 1.2, which is why I'm saying Tony said 1.2. That's what I had in my head, but
The number that keeps popping up.
I was looking at this on Sunday night, and I'm trying to find it.
I mean, this is essentially, we just debated how the rates are outrageously going up, and then these articles are doing exactly what I didn't want to do at the last meeting, saying, okay, here's everything, we'll just do it in through the special. And I don't think we can do that. We can't have the rates go up at this rate. Can't. It's gonna be more than the property tax bill.
Well, again, the green sand filter, that can be put off to the annual. It can. I mean, it's not gonna be, we have to watch the manganese, what those manganese levels get into the water. At the water meeting, we talked about the manganese levels, how sometimes they spike, and that's the water from the wells. So
17 shut down right now?
No, 17, I believe, is added to the reservoir.
All
So
right.
it goes into the surface water and mingles with that, so the overall manganese level of that water comes down. 18 is shut off right now.
Well, do you know off the top of your head how much it costs to dig a new well? Because that, you know, a lot of the feedback or things that folks have said is to start looking, you know, the source, right? The source of the water.
I'd have to find out from Kevin, it's
That's less
expensive because you have to
expensive
do
than
it.
doing a green sand filter.
so
I don't know
long.
the answer to that.
I don't know of any level of well that you're not gonna get manganese and iron. I mean, I had a 200-foot rock well in my old house, it had manganese, it just did. Shallow well, deep well, they tend to have manganese in them. Groundwater tends to have manganese in them. It's how much manganese is in it and whether or not you want to treat for that. So, I mean, that could wait. We accelerated that based upon, you know, getting the stuff done, moving it ahead. But the work on the water treatment plant cannot wait. That has to be done. And we can do that in a way, borrowing that money in a way that's gonna not be a rate spike next year. We can do that. Because we're not gonna permanently bond it, we'll ban it, and then we'll look at where things are going and time that bond so not to cause a big giant spike.
Can water improvements fall under those mass work bills or just sewer?
Mass Works,
Yeah.
doubtful.
Okay.
We can look, but I doubt it.
I mean, if we didn't do this, then the only other option would be to do, I assume, a debt exclusion override, one or the other, right? Those are the only two ways we're gonna be able to do this.
Nancy?
Nancy?
3 pieces of information. The capital plan that was just turned into me electronically today from the water department has Dolan well field. The construction of it is $2.5 million, to give you an idea how much it costs to bring on a new well or wells.
Okay. Thank you.
As to your earlier question about debt exclusions, there were, of the 4,400 debt exclusions that were requested since 1990, 134 were specific to water projects, so 3%, with the most recent being in fiscal 19. The water project came forward, and the town has done a lot of them in Orleans, so there's a lot of water projects with debt exclusions. And to John's question about the projects that were approved, the only thing I see for 1.2 million was the upgrade to well 17A that was at the April town meeting, which was
That's what I mean.
1.259, and that's design and engineering for the sand filter
Mhm.
for 17A.
For the $8 million sand filter?
That's the, yes, it's the
Okay.
design
We've
and
already
engineering.
invested.
That's in the one we just passed in the rate
That's
increase.
an April, yes. and
Okay,
that's
so that's the
included.
1.2
So
that
we've
we're
already
talking
started
That's
that
the
process.
Well, we haven't
piloting.
done it, we just passed the money in the.
No, but I'm saying
Okay.
that's been authorized
Yeah.
back in April, and what I'm trying to figure out is
You've
the other
awarded the
1.2 is
contract
for the water.
Or beginning of that work.
We've awarded the contract for it?
It's a $253,000 contract you awarded in the last meeting.
So our water's gonna be the highest in the state. We're somewhere between 8 and 10 after the rate increase we just did. And with this stuff and future stuff, we are gonna have the most expensive water in the state. Or the highest rate.
If no one else does anything, yeah.
So we went from 4 or 5 years ago having the lowest water rate in all of the South Shore to the highest.
But we didn't do anything for years.
That's
So
the
that's
problem.
why it was so low.
Oh, I know, but now we're doing stuff and now we have the highest?
I don't know that you're the highest. Cohasset and Hingham may have beat you out. I couldn't get Cohasset rates, and I can tell you Aquarium's
Okay,
water rates are high.
I'll give you that. We're the third highest in the state.
In the region.
But I think you're right.
to
The
11.
unfortunate part is, Tony, if the rates were so, shall we say, under suppressed for years because they were the lowest, the problems have just been compounding, as we know. And so we had paying low rates for dirty brown water whenever we had it. Now, we're trying to clean it up and still gonna pay the highest for it, but it's just gonna have to take time before we actually get the cleanest. But that's the problem. I think the question is, do you increase the rates, or do we have to maybe say to people, well, we can't do it with the rates, we gotta think about an override? And I don't know the answer, because the bottom line is, this is only solving one filter. It has nothing to do with potential other issues. You got a water treatment plant that maybe we don't even, do you consider in the future doing a water treatment plant? I don't know. It's gonna be another.
It's on the
$8
list.
or $10 million. I know it is, and that's what I'm saying. You're
$70
going.
million on the list.
And then you get
40
to, you got
That's
58 miles of
way high.
AC, asbestos, concrete, ductile pipes that you begin to say, what do you do here? I mean, I just.
By a magnitude
I just
4.
don't,
It's crazy.
I think this is kind of, I don't know. I feel like there's no way we can pass this stuff. Now, I understand the $1.2 million has to be done.
Yeah.
It has, because the treatment plant won't work.
The
And
treatment
we
plant will
won't,
fail, and we won't have enough water.
right. That's the only thing that I would pass. I wouldn't pass any of these things to take the retained earnings out. I wouldn't pass the $8 million thing until we figure out what the heck we're gonna do.
Sean?
Yeah, just, Article 4, I have seen some, information about the assistant water supervisor about a mini excavator, for $65,000. I just,
It wasn't originally on there, it was added because of all the breaks they've been having, because they're currently renting one. And to lease one is about $3,200. If they bring a crew in from outside, it's about $3,200 for an 8-hour lease.
that's not, yeah.
This is costing us, I think, $2,500 a month. So if we continue to lease it.
2,500, 25,000.
No.
No, 2,500.
About $2,500 a month
Yeah,
to lease
but-
the mini they're doing. Because of the number of breaks, they're able to respond. So that's a question. It can be, anything on here can be taken off.
Yeah, no, that's not my question, it's just the piece of equipment. That's what people, landscapers use in backyards and so forth. And if we have to dig up a water break in January, you want something a little bigger than
They
that.
like it
That's-
because it's something that the personnel in the water department can handle.
How many of those people in the water department have the licenses, Nancy? That's,
Enough to operate it currently, the one we're renting.
okay, okay.
Or so they've informed.
Yeah, no, I'll talk to Kevin
I'm
about
going,
it.
I'm going with that. No.
All right.
Yeah, so I don't know that we can pass for, I mean, an extra $200,000 for pigging, $75,000 for another study, the excavator that Sean just mentioned, $50,000 for the assistant water supervisor, and $500, what is this? Is that $52,000?
$521.30 that we get from our share of the ride share for Uber and Lyft rides.
The
that we
taxes
have
on Uber and Lyft rides.
$500?
that-
All right, I'll pass that one too.
We have to appropriate it. Which one is it?
I'm fine with that one.
But I can get you about a dozen orange cones.
Here's another
Well,
thought. I mean, we don't need to vote on these tonight. That's not our purpose, right? Jim, or do we?
Well, it needs to be put in the newspaper October
Yeah.
15th, the day before your next selectmen.
So,
The advisory is meeting on Thursday to consider it as well.
Right. I mean.
Right. Then let's go through
Well,
them.
I think we should vote on them.
Contingent upon further changes by town council and the town administrator. It doesn't preclude you from making changes.
it also doesn't preclude you from voting to put them on the warrant and then opposing them, or postponing them on town meeting floor.
One question on Articles 16 and 17, I wasn't here for the discussion. It's by petition for the community choice aggregation, not by the board?
Yeah, it was always a petition.
Yeah, the board did not vote to put that on.
They had already submitted the petition before the selectmen meeting.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's fine, I missed the conversation.
All right, well, let's start with the first
Well, why
one.
don't
Let's
we
go
just go through
let's
them?
go through, or that's what I'm gonna say. Article 1, unpaid bills, basically transferring almost $4,500. That
That's
seems
good.
pretty straightforward. Any issues on that discussion? Okay.
No.
Article 2, town share of grants. So this is to transfer from available funds in the treasury the sum of $466,000, greater or lesser sum for the purpose of providing the following. We've got the municipal vulnerability grant, Seawall Dam Repair Fund, Seaport Economic Council, so I think that's pretty
These are good.
straightforward. Those are good, right?
I'm okay with that, yeah.
Getting those, all right. Storm mitigation and remediation costs, so the town will look to transfer from available funds from the treasury the sum of $1 million to stabilization to replace amounts that were transferred from the storms in March, Storm Riley. I think that's pretty straightforward.
It's fine, it's just putting it back.
Article 4, there's an issue on it. Let's get back to that one. Article 5, the repair of the water treatment plant. Everybody okay with Article 5?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll check that. 6 is a issue, so let's go beyond that. Let's get to Article 7, the acceptance of loan of North Situate Beach Nourishment. That's to see if the town will authorize the treasurer to borrow with the approval of the Board of Selectmen. Basically, a low-interest loan for the Commonwealth, the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs, dams and seawall.
Why don't we have those numbers?
We don't have numbers.
If the board wants, you can strike this one and we'll deal with it in the spring if and when we get awarded the grant. We put it on there as a placeholder while the warrant was open in case we heard. We haven't heard.
What's the board's feeling at this point?
Well, why don't we leave it on in case it comes between now and November 14th and we can vote in favor or not in favor? Do you think it's going to come in the next 30 days?
I don't know, and town council had an issue because we don't know the dollar amount.
Well, here's a question.
I mean,
To Tony's point earlier, if we're talking about $8 million and all this other, this is us to take a low-interest loan to do beach renourishment.
to pay how?
Is that a discussion, what's that? Is
Yeah,
that a
to pay.
discussion into what? I'm sorry. I'm only saying because
Yeah.
I think that's a bigger discussion. Are we going to be putting money and taking a low-interest loan to do beach nourishment, or is a priority more for some water issues? I think at this point, I'm inclined to say, I'm happy to say, put this on the annual,
Okay.
move it out right now. I think because of the issues financially. But that's my feeling, depending on what your
Yeah, I
feelings
think
are.
we have to assess every
think so, too.
expenditure now, and
Yeah. How does everybody feel about that? I'm only saying it because I'm all for beach renourishment, but I'm like, we're looking at some bigger numbers here with the water.
I'm fine.
I agree.
I don't think we're going to hear back in time. I think it's fine to postpone it.
Okay, so,
You all right with that?
do we don't need to move to postpone it, just we're not looking to put it on, or strike
it
it?
off.
What's that? We're gonna
Just
take
take it
that one
off.
off, okay. So 7's gonna come off. What is presently Article 8, FEMA subsidized repairs to foreshore structures design. This is to see if the town will vote to authorize the treasurer to borrow, again with approval of the Board of Selectmen, pursuant to Chapter 44, $4 million to fund the design, engineering, permitting of repairs, foreshore structures, and construction caused by recent storms, including the declared disaster 2012, that's Sandy, Nemo, which is 2013, Juno, 2015, Riley, and further such more. Okay, so $4 million to repair, is this pursuant to FEMA, our contribution for FEMA?
These are all of our outstanding FEMA PWs, the one you asked about the list for, we have about $8
Yep.
million of repairs that are out there that we have not done, that are on various different storms, plus we have another estimated $8 million in repairs from Riley. We don't have enough money right now in order to start awarding design contracts to design this work. FEMA and FEMA come forward with potentially going a different route and doing a consolidated project where they take it all and lump it into one giant project so that we can move forward with it all at once. But we just don't have any money for these design contracts. I'm tapped with all the different places where I can earmark them from. It doesn't have to be this high. You could choose to do a fraction of this just so we could award some of these design contracts. They would still be eligible, or we would pursue FEMA reimbursement. But the Department of Revenue has said we have to, like a school project, appropriate the full amount of what we think it's going to cost, and then we can reduce it by the amount of the FEMA reimbursement. Same way that you reduce a school project by an MSBA loan.
So,
We need
let-
to- go ahead, I'm sorry.
so let me just, so I get my understanding. In other words, we are looking to authorize $4 million for what we believe will be reimbursed to us by FEMA, 75%. We're still gonna have to pay 25%, but at least if we're authorizing $4 million with the expectations for purposes of designing it, when FEMA contributes, then we will go build it.
Correct, but we did a single ask. We have all of these projects outstanding, this is the total of the projects, this is the estimated design cost for all of it. It doesn't have to be a single ask.
And this is just an authorization.
Right.
So we're not actually borrowing the money.
Okay.
Until
Where are we
actually
gonna-
need the money. So this is just an authorization for us to borrow it when and if we need it, and those will be discussions back with the board. Okay, we need to borrow this much, we need to borrow this much.
Yep.
This way, we just have to ask once for the authorization.
Where's the $1 million gonna come, our 25%, when we have to pay it?
When we finally issue the debt on this and start repaying the principal.
How are we gonna pay for it? Is it in the general, just
You
a,
could do it underneath the levy, or
Yeah.
you could, if you do it over probably 10 to 15 years with a sewer, with a seawall authorization, or you could pay it down out of free cash if you knew that this is where it's definitely gonna be, you know you're gonna have $1 million and you're gonna have to start paying it back, you could be picking away at it with free cash.
You try to time
but
it
this
with
is
the
just the design.
This is just the design.
So we're gonna have 25% of a
Construction.
$25 million.
I don't think it would be that high, but it could. It depends on what comes forward with what they come with the recommendations and mitigation. In order to go with a consolidated project, we have to have mitigation. But you're assuming that FEMA would accept that project.
And they hasn't been talking anywhere near that amount, have they? It's been,
I think that maximum you could go would be 30 million, and that wouldn't be a project that I think reasonably the town would want to take on, even if we got 75% of that. That's still
it's way too much.
$6 to $7 million project.
So this is just authorizing design, not to do it, but to have it ready to go in the event that FEMA comes back, so we don't have to go back and go through town meeting. Okay, I'm fine with this, at least for purposes of having it ready to go. Not saying we're gonna spend it, but at least it's there.
I'd like to have a larger discussion, though, at some point about the schedule of all the repairs that we're doing along the coast and what needs to be done, because that's just a whole other piece of what we have in front of us to invest in our town that I don't think we have
Agree.
laid out properly to understand what years all this stuff is gonna hit and how we're gonna manage it.
So
You know, we seem to like take all this stuff in piecemeal, and we need to lay all this out.
Okay, I think that's fair. I think the question is, for purposes of this is basically dealing with not repairing or replacing projected walls that are, or foreshore protection that's a problem. It's things that have already been impacted due to storms in the
True.
past.
Understood.
Which is why I think it's a good thing to have on this one. Going forward with other spans or other locations, we're looking to be proactive. It's certainly a discussion, but I think, to your point, I think we do need to have this discussion, because if all of a sudden FEMA comes in and starts saying that you need to contribute X amount, we don't have the money, that's gonna be a big discussion, because now you're turning away 75%. I don't know, I mean, you're absolutely right, though, because of these
there's a lot
discussions.
out
We're
there.
dealing with big-ticket items now. How does the board feel just generally about Article 8 at this point?
I'm fine with it.
Yep.
We're not spending it yet, so.
Okay. So Article 8 is fine right now, which will probably be Article 7 in the future. Now we have the CPC, Article 9, which is dealing with 4 items. $80,000 for estimated receipts for improvements to Roach Field, $270,000 estimated receipts to replace the playground at Wampatuck, $500,000 for open space reserve for acquisition of the First Cliff property that we talked about, $109,000 for estimated receipts for acquisition of Sunset Road, First Cliff, again, property we're talking about. Anybody have a question?
Yeah, I mean, given our situation with the water, I think we really have to start looking at CPC a little bit tougher. The property on Sunset Road, although it's a nice property, it's $600,000. It's one of the largest CPC projects we've ever had. And although it'd be nice to have another path down there, I think that money should be used to buy land to find another water source. Not for that, personally. And I see the applicants, I think it'd be great, it'd have educational value, but I don't know if at this point in time, that's a luxury the town can have, to have another piece of land that may be underwater in 25 or 50 years in this situation. I mean, I don't think it's, all we have is an opinion on it, and it's gonna go before before the town anyways, to decide, but I don't know that's the best use of our CPC money right now.
It's a valid point. We talked about this, Sean and Tony and I and prior board members, like 10 years ago, about using funds to try to buy water in the West End, or land in the West End for wells. And I think that's a discussion. I know there's some people who might say, given our situation financially, would there be better sought to reduce CPC to be able to fund some of these other improvements? Some say just basically back out of it and stop accepting it and use that revenue towards other projects, which I think is another discussion for another day. But right, as you say, it's going to go forward anyway, so that's being proposed. But I guess we need to vote on it anyway, so what's the board's position on this article?
Are those 3 and 4?
Those are 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we can go 1, 2, and then 3 and 4, however you want.
What, to vote them individually?
Individually, so at least then CPC in town has an idea of what we support and what we don't.
That's fine.
I'll do the first one. How do people feel about the 80,000 for the improvements to the field, Roach?
I'm fine with that.
That's fine.
Yeah, I mean,
No, you're actually doing a service by trying to talk, giving
any
us both
$80,000, even $270,000, and I know the town can multitask, and we don't have to not do anything else but this, and maybe now isn't the time because these projects are so far along, but in the future, we really have to look at this stuff and see where these funds are going to be best allocated. I mean, that's $250,000 for a playground. And that's, a big hunk of some sort of water structure. So,
Well, I think, I see where you're going, and I definitely think revisiting the percentage that the CPC tax is needs to be addressed next spring. Bringing it down to the 1.2 or the 1.5, is it 1.5 or 1.2? What's the option? 1.5 from 3, because our match has gone down, and that'll give our taxpayers some relief. But CPC, in my mind, was put into place to put that reserve out there so that we could continue to make investments in these areas. In addition, it's almost like a savings account, right, to look at. To be able to do this, because the money could always just go towards one area, to have that flexibility. So I agree, while I agree with you that the larger issue of CPC definitely needs to be evaluated, I'm not convinced that this money can be used towards a water project right now, or ever. It could be used to buy land, but we've got, 800 acres of land on the West End that you can still tap into to find water, even though it's got a CR on it. You can still.
Well, it's our aquifer. That
right,
is.
but we have that. We have all that acreage that we can use.
If I can add, on the
Well,
west end.
hold on one second, Gary.
So anyway,
Yeah, and I'm not opposed
to
CPC projects, but I think we all agree that CPC has been kind of the luxury items over the time that we've all been on the board.
The wants
It's
as
run its
opposed to the
course.
needs.
Yeah.
And you still need that stuff, because this stuff isn't going to get funded through the general fund, but
Right.
we really have to, we got to get our arms around a kind of a bigger long-distance plan and where this stuff is going and what the impact on the taxpayer is going to be, through not only the general fund, but through the water bills and the sewer bills and all these other impacts. So,
and I'm only saying this, is this an item that people would like to have a discussion on? I mean, I think we do have to have a discussion on it. Say we should maybe start formulating our opinion of the board as to what we should be thinking about CPC going forward. Again, that's going to come down to the voters, and they can say yay or nay to reduce it from 3% to 1.5% or 1% or whatnot, but I think that's a really valid discussion right now. And we talked about it a few years ago, and we ended up not doing anything because we were thinking about all the capital improvements and the different projects that we're doing, but I think it's not going to end, given the needs. And I think we need to take a look at CPC and say, maybe it's time to certainly reduce it. I dare say.
A mile long of different things we looked at, but these were real easy, low-hanging fruit to put on the warrant. This affects really very low-income people, so start small, and then we're going to start looking at some other stuff to provide tax relief for those people who actually need it.
I support all three of them. If we can, for town meeting, have an idea as to the positive impact, that would be helpful.
We'll give those numbers,
Yeah.
yep.
I'll second that, Mark, thank you.
What's the difference between the three?
I was just going to say 12 and 13, and yeah.
Different exemptions.
So one's
One's a state, one's
One's for seniors, just seniors, one's for surviving
Single.
spouses and minor children, and the other one is the line.
Okay. So is everybody in agreement with all three of those?
Yes.
I'll have Joe from the
Yes.
assessor's office come in if you want. He can,
What's that?
I can have Joe from the assessor's office come in if you want. He can give you all the nitty-gritty details.
John's gonna be speaking to all of them anyway, so.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. So is that a yes for all of them?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Lorraine, did you get that? Okay, we're going to move on to Article 15, Conservation Land, see if the town, this is dealing with, in essence, the public safety building and the issues that we've had, Ellis, and trying to find land that we're, and that one we're holding as basically a placeholder, correct?
Yep.
Correct.
Everybody supportive of that, I assume?
Yes.
Yes.
I am too, okay, good. Community choice segregation enabling legislation, so this is 16 and 17. First is the legislation to enable it. Second happens to be the resolution. You have to have the 16 in order to do Article 17. And of course, this is basically saying that the town is going to become community choice for its energy, primarily, is it the electrical, right? I'm getting later here.
Yep, all electric.
So we'd go into that, and then if people want to opt out, they can. The theory behind it is that if we enter into community choice segregation, we're going to get a cheaper rate than what's presently being offered by our electrical utility companies. And the theory is it's going to be cheaper for residents. And if you want to opt out and get a different rate, you can. You can actually go further and pay more in order to have more green, clean energy. If that's what you want, you don't have to do that. You get the cheapest one, or go back to the original one. How does everybody feel about that?
I'm in support.
No.
Support?
Yes.
Yes? No?
No.
No? Yes. 3-2 on the,
So Casey,
That change?
yes, Sean Harris, no, John Danahy,
yes. I'm supportive of it.
Yes.
Tony voted in favor when they were sitting in front of
I
us.
said no.
Is no. So those are for both 16 and 17. And then we're going to go back. 18 is the transfer of Ellis land to conservation, and that is just for the, Article 18, I think is that, God bless you? Is that the,
I don't have an 18.
no?
Yeah, that one's off.
That's off. That's
off.
gone. Okay, so 18's off.
I got 18 now.
So let's just
Go back
quickly
to
go back
6.
and discuss,
I get 18.
I think it's
Oh, yeah, that's the one.
4 and 6. Okay.
That's the-
So, 4 is the budget reconciliations, 200,000 for ice picking, 75,000 for the hydrology study, and 65,000 for
Excavator.
the, what do you call it?
Digger.
The mini,
The mini, what do you call it?
mini
The,
excavator.
Is it mini excavator? I thought
Yeah.
it was a Bobcat. And then the water assistant for 50,000, and the 521.30, 521. I think everybody agrees with road maintenance of $521.30, right? All right, so that one's taken care of, unanimous.
Just need to fix all the decimals.
The ice pigging, how do people feel about the ice pigging?
Well, can I just say something?
Please.
No, not up or down, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna see what happens this fall.
Right.
So if we leave it here, we're all set. If we get out there next month and we see this thing this ice picking project, with great results, then we're in good shape to continue it in the spring. Okay?
So-
And if
But we
not,
don't-
then I'll be the first one to say no, or, we'll all agree, geez, we don't think we gained a lot by it.
So we can basically you're saying, hold on to this for now, if I'm hearing you, and then if it turns out that the results were not successful or marginal at best, we can then table that aspect at the special town meeting?
Yes.
No, the contract, I think the way the contract that we approved was, it was up to 200,000. We only authorized 48,
We approved a contract that was
48
per
or,
load.
for load, that's right.
20,000.
So we have about 80,000, actually a little less than that in the budget, that we're gonna spend.
Oh, and this is an addition.
$80,000 worth of pigging work, whatever we get for that. Then we're gonna see what that looks like. Whether it worked, what came out of the pipes, how, we're gonna talk to people on the route. Do you think it's better? Do you think it's worse? What do you think happened? And then if it works, this money will be available in the spring, because you can't do this in the wintertime, to continue doing it.
Right,
Or if the ice pigging doesn't work, this can be used for mechanical pigging. It can be used some other method to try to clean those pipes.
Right. And if it doesn't work, we don't authorize it.
Doesn't work, we use it to some other cleaning method, yeah.
Nancy's gonna say something.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, the way this is written, it goes into their operating budget, so anything that's not used by June 30th is gonna close back out to retained earnings. It's not written so that it's a separate article that would sit around. It's either gonna be used for the purpose that it was voted, or it closes out.
Okay.
It does have the option of fleshing of mains.
Well, it could flush mains because it's
Yeah.
in the repair and maintenance line.
Could be putting hydrants on, right? It could be like replacing a 2-inch
We
main
could
that
use
you
the-
could use to,
Do hydrants, we could use it to put blow-off valves, whatever they call them, in different places. So it could be used for a whole bunch of different things. But
The net result is our retained earnings at the end of the year are gonna go from $600,000 to $300,000. If you say yes to all these things. And are these the most important things? I don't know.
All right, so Tony, like, we say no to this $200,000 and the ice picking is a great success, then we're waiting till spring ATM,
July.
right?
We could
And
use
then
free cash.
spring, and then July, we couldn't do more ice picking till about almost a year from now.
No, you could allocate free cash in the
okay.
annual town meeting and do it July 1st.
Yeah, well, then they
Yeah, but
might
that's
not be
too late.
available
That's why you
till
don't do that.
August, September, October, so.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm not
No,
saying
and I'm
yes or
not-
no, I'm just kind of throwing it
I'm
all
not
out
opposed to
there.
it, I get the
Yeah,
mentality.
yeah.
As soon as you say yes, though, it's probably gonna be spent on something.
Well, I think it's our job, and, to have this conversation with Kevin and Jim, and make sure it's really spent, and Nancy, that it's
itemized
spent
specifically,
wisely,
yeah.
and we want to see results.
Right.
We have to see results.
okay, so, let's just, how do people feel about the 200,000? I'll put mine out there. I'm actually in favor of these right now to see if we can do the ice pigging, see if it's successful. If not, then I want to see the money used, if they're going to be using it, which you can, I assume, for some of these side roads that they're smaller inch diameters. But the key is whether or not they're going to be able to get this done by July 1st. If they can't, then obviously, I guess we'd authorize it. If it gets cleared to free cash, at the end, if we don't use it, it goes,
retained earnings.
it goes to retained earnings. The problem is we've taken it out of,
Retained earnings.
Retained earnings.
oh, okay.
Go full cycle.
So we'll go
full
back
cycle
to it.
goes
So in other
back.
words, we can throw it right back at it again.
Yeah.
All right, so that would give us the ability to throw it back if we don't use it, but we need to make sure it's not being used for just willy-nilly, aspects. I'm not saying you're gonna use it for willy-nilly, but.
No willy-nilly.
And I didn't say vanilly. All right, so I don't know, how does everybody else feel?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve Article 4 as written.
Okay.
No. First item or all of them?
All of them.
I don't second that.
Oh, anybody want to second that?
I will.
All right. Seconded by, motion by Ms. Curran, seconded by Ms. Canfield. Let's have a quick discussion. I know Tony says no. Tony, is there anything
I
in
mean,
here that you feel about?
I would
or-
vote for the $200,000 and see what the results are.
Okay.
I don't even know what this hydrology study's for. I don't think we should hire another person in the department. And I don't know, I'm not buying a mini excavator until we have a plan. Until we have a plan that says, here's what the taxpayers are gonna be paying over the next 10 years for their water, if that's what it's gonna take to get it in place. And here's what we're gonna take from free cash, and here's what we're gonna take from CPC, and here's, we need a,
Right. I'm sure the water department, along to a piece of equipment, again, I'm sure the water department has a backhoe down. Is it worn out, or, you know?
No, they're renting one. They're renting a mini excavator, or they hire a crew.
Okay. But Nancy,
It can go onto the capital plan and stay there.
Yeah, it can wait.
It doesn't have to be in this town meeting.
all right, okay, all right. I think we should just, unless someone in the water department, Kevin, Sean, somebody tells me differently, I don't see where a mini, get a full-size Caterpillar 430, okay, for the same price. You don't need a mini. You use minis in our backyards. If you're out on the street and you have a broken water main, you want something that's gonna get the job done. And I know you're hiring out, so we can save the money. I'm probably all for it.
I thought they had a backup. I thought that's what
That's
they're
what
using.
and why a mini is, it's kind of like a toy, but.
Right.
Well, what Kevin had said, I was there one time taking a tour, and what he was saying about the rental was going so well is it gives them, they're nimble. When something breaks, they can respond to it quickly. That's why they're renting it, and there was sort of a pilot to test it out, and he thinks the benefit to their responsiveness warrants buying one, is how he explained it to me.
So whose mini excavator was out on the Touch-A-Truck?
It's the one we're renting.
That's what I read.
Yeah. I mean, I think if we can put it into the capital process, that makes sense, to pull that out and let it go through the whole.
I'll say my piece then.
How does the board, okay.
Fine.
So, does the board, okay, so, I know you made a motion for Article 4 as a whole, you seconded it. Would you feel okay if you take the water enterprise, take the mini excavator out?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes? Okay. So, right now, that is something that we would like to hold off on, throw through capital plan, see if it happens, and we'll go from there. The hydrology study, my understanding of the hydrology study is that this is this a part of the union directional plan? Is that what it is? Okay. So the concept, I think, is this: they've done a hydrology analysis of our system, which now, as understanding the pressures and the gates and everything else, the unit directional, which is this analysis, is so that you will know how to openly flush efficiently the system and the sediment, as well as to learn if you're going to be bringing on any new services, to have an idea of like whether you have capacity or something, is what I heard Mike Schrader telling me, and John, I forget his
A lot
name.
of it is to
Adam.
make sure that when you're flushing, you're not pulling stuff from contaminated areas into already cleaned areas, and that everything's going in the same direction, so you're pulling cleaning, as opposed to cleaning and pulling stuff from dirty sections into the already clean sections.
Right.
Out of the unidirectional flushing.
we're gonna pay $75,000 for someone to tell us which way to flush?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty complicated system when you start looking at those flows and you see in different parts of the town, they reverse during the day based on use. I've never seen that before.
Didn't we already pay for that?
Right, this is the continuation of that study to give us the whole flushing program. Right now, we're looking at where the water's going, then you develop a program on how to flush that system.
Is this tie and bond?
Yes,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I don't know if we have a contract with
Can I
them.
ask
I don't have
a
a
question?
contract with them, but I think this is the next step.
Yeah, you
towards
would
it.
use them again, so then you'd
Right.
be duplicating the work.
Yes, John.
Do you really think that these guys can come in from out of town and tell us, or maybe if we had some of the retirees that are still around, think they could know more than like a Paul Scott or somebody who's been around forever? And I just wonder, and it's all, if it's money well spent, I'm all for it, but if we,
Those guys are really good about, they know what's the
Nothing
pipe in the
against them.
ground, we can't find the gates, they know where the gates are, they know, but this is how's the water flowing in the pipes, which way is it going, what's the velocity, and that's not something that, you you pick up from working years in the system. That's a fairly sophisticated analysis from what I understand.
But that's exactly what Kevin said we have with the study we just paid for.
Yeah, that's
Partial.
That's the start of it, yeah.
They didn't do the whole town. It was partial area, correct? Or
Well,
did I misunderstand that?
They're still testing it and finding out where everything goes, and then this goes into the unidirectional flushing, as John said.
My understanding from talking with Ty and Bond is that this hydrology study, frankly, if it's the unidirectional flushing, is going to be useful for the town indefinitely, because now they'll have a complete idea of the gates, the system, the piping, when they maximize the flush. And I know it sounds really silly, and it seems like it's not, but you're dealing with the engineering of it. It's not just opening up gates, because they'd mentioned at one point they were flushing, and what they did was they didn't close all the gates. They didn't realize it. This way, they'll know exactly, you close this one, and you get the maximum pressure to blow the sediment out. And I think, given the sparsity of water during the certain times of the year, you want to maximize it, if that's the case.
Is it going to result in a plan of action?
That's the whole theory
Right.
behind it, because I
To
mean,
do a
if you're able to flush out the
unidirectional flushing
sediment,
plan
then
at the end.
it is going to, now, this is,
People get crazy when we just keep spending money to look at things. So as long as it gives us a,
it does give you a whole
course of
plan of
action.
action, which I would
What
say.
does this one give us? We just paid, how much did we pay them for this part?
That was 75.
It's about 75,000. I
And
believe.
we just paid them $75,000.
I don't know if it was that much.
I can't approve this one until I understand what it is.
I would, why don't we do this? Let's vote it now, and then talk to Mike Schrader.
You can always postpone it to town meeting. I can have Kevin come back, give you a better explanation of it.
All right, then let's do that, because I really think if you hear the explanation, not just for you, Tony, the board will be 100% behind it, understanding that, yes, this is actually invaluable long-term. It's not just a study, do it, it's going to have a huge impact with flushing, which is really
just make one?
the theory that you want.
Right. We need to have a very aggressive flushing program to clean these pipes. That's what's gonna clear up the brown water in the pipes. You've gotta get, we've talked about it before. There's the cause of the brown water, which is the stuff in the pipes, and there's the source of the brown water, which is the magnesium and iron getting into the system and getting into the pipes. First thing you gotta do is clean the crap out of the pipes.
While also turning off the contributor, which is the iron, and obviously now we're hopefully taking care of that next year, but then the magnesium. Yes.
Just make one comment. I really think that if we don't invest in the full study and doing all analysis, and they can explain it better so that we can wrap our arms around it, but then you're just shooting in the dark like they've been doing for the last 10 years if they don't know where to apply the most effective way to, to fix the problems. They're just going to be, running around chasing problems. So I think it's a proactive step that will make us more efficient and more cost-effective down the road.
That may be the case. I don't think any one of us knows what this study is, any more than the one that he just did, that he told us about right there.
Well,
I
then
didn't
we have
even
them come
know,
back.
I didn't even know this was on here, that there was another component of that. So, I'll listen to him and hear what he has to say, and
Chief, let's
with
bring
an
him
open
in.
mind,
We'll
but
bring him in, because I have talked to him and listened to what he was saying, and I wish I could articulate it better, but to me, I think that if this is the unidirectional, if it's the unidirectional whole thing, it is invaluable for the cleaning of the pipes for flushing purposes. All right, the assistant supervisor, how do people feel about that? My understanding in talking with Jim was, we're going to have a person who's going to be dedicated solely for the pipes and the brown water and all the dealing with this, so that if there's an issue, it's not going to be the superintendent of the water department going out talking to people. It's going to be the person, kind of the way I envisioned that Nancy Durfee was with coastal resources, dealing with all the coastal issues with seawall, foreshore protection, that this person is going to be the person to deal with all the complaints and a full understanding of what's going on, without saying to either Sean or Eric, you got to get away from the treatment plant. You got to, this would be the person, point person to deal with it. Deal with the phone calls if something's going on with our phone system. They're the one who's answering, putting it down. That's their job, to ensure that they get in touch with the public immediately.
Well, it's my understanding that's a little bit more than that. Just because I don't want to put it out there that we're spending $50,000 on someone who's going to answer a phone.
No, that's not what
No.
I'm saying. It's going to be the
Right, I
person who's
just
going to
wanna
be
be
dealing with,
clear.
going to houses and saying, okay, you're having problems trying to do the back flushing if it's the laterals, or trying to figure out why they're having problems in conjunction with the water department. But I'm like, this is a person who's going to be dealing with.
at
Sean
it as
Anderson's
more
going out there, and he's got
tactical.
all the stuff on the plant that he's trying to deal with.
Yeah.
So I look at this almost as if, Sean's the superintendent, he's responsible for the whole thing, but he's gonna be responsible for the maintenance and operation of this plant. This position is gonna be almost an assistant water superintendent, or it is an assistant water superintendent, who's gonna be overseeing the distribution work, which is the pipes, the gates, the pipe projects, everything we're doing out there, responding to the brown water calls, and where to flush. Sean Anderson is going out to people's houses, knocking on the doors, and we have stuff back at the plant that's, we're holding together with baling wire and spitballs. We need someone else to go out there to take that load off him, and to give us the bandwidth, really, to do all the work we gotta do at the plant, and all the work we gotta do in the distribution at the same time. I'm not sure right now we have the capacity to handle all the work we have to do. This was one of the things that came up at the meeting. It's one of the things that I think all of you had on your list of action items to follow up on, is to hire someone in there to help with these things. I mean, it's not envisioned as a errand person who's just answering the phone and calling back. It's someone who's gonna get out there, diagnose the problem, and try to come up with a fix for it.
Is this going to be an engineer, licensed engineer? And the reason I asked, do you think $50,000 is going to get that person?
Well, is this even a full year salary? This is only for fiscal year 19, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll have to slot it and get a job description worked up.
So there's this is an $80,000
Position.
recurring expense to the water department.
Yep.
And until we have a plan that says, we need the water plan, here's the next 10 years, and I know you guys are working on it, but I just don't understand it right now. Here's what has to be done, and here's what's gonna happen to your water rates over the next 10 years, and this is what we're doing. And it's going up 20% every year, and here's this step, this step, and you're gonna have the best water you can have in 2028. I don't see that yet. And I see we're throwing somebody at a problem because people are complaining of brown water, which I am completely get.
So let me put it to you this way. We've got a very stressed staff down there with all of this work that they're doing. In my mind, adding this on starts to get us to that level where we can start to service and address these issues properly. Because I think a lot of our issues over the past couple of years is that, we haven't had great qualified people down there. We have a great staff right now. We want to retain them. We want to give them the support that they need to continue to be successful. And this was clearly identified as a need, not only as a result of the brown water, but as a result of all the infrastructure improvements that Sean has to manage. And I look at this as a way in which also to ensure that we keep the good talent that we've hired in the past 2 or 3 years. That's how I look at this, not just merely as throwing a position at a problem. It's also providing the support to retain the expertise that we finally have to help us work through these issues. I'd hate to see us let this go.
I think in addition to that, I think on so many fronts, it is clear that the priority of this town right now is, one of the top priorities is to ensure that we have the infrastructure in place to provide appropriate water services. And that given the magnitude of the commitment we're making to improve those services, it's entirely appropriate to have a qualified professional to help oversee those, to ensure that those investments are made properly, and that someone can oversee that, given the bandwidth of that department right now. I think it's entirely appropriate to fund this position and support the department, because we're putting a high bar on what we expect from them right now. I mean, we always have, but even more so now.
I think to Tony's point, and Tony, I'm not speaking for you, but I think you're looking at a question of like, okay, we're trying to do these things. Some may perceive it as being piecemeal. Some may be thinking it's a knee-jerk response. And Tony's point, I think, is we really kind of need to take a look at the big picture, because they're going to all be these costs. Are we really, should we be doing this? Should we be hiring somebody at this point? Maybe a year from now, maybe 6 months after going through an analysis, we take a look at, what we're trying to do. Makes perfect sense. Same with the idea of the ice pigging and the hydrology study. I think you're right. We do need to have a control over the narrative saying, what is the actual long-term plan? Rates are going up. If you're going to be replacing, I say, water treatment plant, you're going to be doing further pipe replacement. These are huge costs that, frankly, sooner or later, people are going to say, what's the plan? When do I'm going to get clean water? Is it next year? Is it going to be 2028, as you say? Are we really, is it smart for us to be doing this now, or should we say no and really kind of figure out a long-term, short-term solution to it? And I think it's kind of, and it's not a bad theory either, because $8 million is a lot for one. If you're going to be doing it for 2 or 3 other wells, that's a...
I don't disagree with the
I just don't
plan
know.
and the strategy coming out, but I also think you gotta give them the resources to get to that plan and that strategy. And we've gotta have an additional full-time person that has expertise down there.
So both of what you're saying sounds very good, but until you just said that they didn't have the bandwidth 10 minutes ago, I'd never heard that before. So I don't know that that's the case. I've never been told that. I've never had that feeling that they were overwhelmed. I think we hired the person because we sat in a meeting, everyone was screaming about brown water, and we said, we gotta get someone to respond to these people. And I bet every one of us wrote that on our list. We need to improve our customer service and get in touch with these people, and that's kind of what's prompted throwing some people at it. And I'm not saying we don't need to throw people at it, I just don't know who we need to throw at it. But it has to be more than answering phone calls and saying, I got brown water here. We may need a $250,000 position to get this water treatment plant on the right track to get where we need to be. Instead of 2028, it's in 2025. And I don't know that. And we've got to inform that. I mean, everybody wants brown water, but wait till their water rates triple. And then let's see how important it is to everybody out there to pay that sort of stuff. And I'm not, that's going to come across wrong, because I want the water to be as clean as possible, but we've got to be fiscally responsible to it and have an understanding of what's going on, because we have the highest water rates in this area. And we haven't even attacked the problem yet. So,
I don't think that's exactly true, though. I mean, we have attacked the problem. That's one of the reasons why the rates have gone up, is because you're paying for the $20 million that you already have invested in this.
Right, but did you
I
see
think
the
you're
list?
right about an individual, I don't think we would hire this person simply for customer service purposes. And I think that I've spent enough time down with the water department and talking to them, that they have great leadership, and as Maura said, great personnel, and we've got good people in place right now, but they're being pulled in directions that will diminish their ability, and that if somebody can come in with a good set of skills, address the customer relations things, which is a real and important thing, as well as oversee these investments, that's a good investment on our part.
Okay. Any other comments? Because I know we're kind of moving into almost another day. I guess, how does the board feel? Obviously, Tony, would you like to go?
Well, I'm not voting in favor of it, so you guys do what you want.
On all of them, on Article
No,
4.
I said the 200,000.
Yes. you
And the
said.
bottom one.
And the bottom one, okay. So.
And the $500 one.
That's okay. All right, so let's do the hydrology study, the 75,000, with the exception of Tony. Is there anybody else, or what, supportive of it or not?
Aye.
Aye.
I am for it. Sean, how do you feel?
I don't know, personally like to hear a little bit more. I'll vote for it, but,
Okay.
you know, I might change my mind at town meeting floor if someone were to ask how I feel.
We're going to have them come in, Mike, come in
Okay.
and discuss it, all right?
Yep.
So that's 4-1 at this point. And then the additional for the personnel, the assistant water supervisor, how does the board feel about that?
Aye.
Aye.
I don't think I'm in favor of it either.
Okay. So that's 3-2 at this point, unless we hear otherwise, we can bring it back, otherwise we're going to keep it there. Okay. The Article 6, which is the green sand filter for well number 17. That is $8 million to construct it. How does the board feel about taking a position on this article?
How much was spent for design so far?
$1.2 million.
We haven't spent that yet.
We haven't spent it.
Oh, it's been authorized?
Been authorized.
That's been. And we really don't have much of a choice, do we, Kevin? Kevin, I always do that. Jim?
Oh, what's his name over there?
No, Kevin.
I mean, you want to get the manganese out of the water. That's the approved filtration method that gets manganese out of the water. And that's what we just piloted. We did a pilot program. It worked. The DEP's approved that. That's why if we're going to do temporary filters, it's a green sand filter. That's what the DEP, that takes manganese out, you're good to go.
So I guess I would say, you know, I'd like to support this, but if we can get some sort of, you know, by the time we get to town meeting, a map of the finances.
I mean, as I said,
I think it's just not.
from a timing perspective, could this wait until the
8
spring?
p.m.?
Probably.
All right,
Because
then
we're still
let's
going
do
to finish
that.
all the design work on it, so
Well, let's do
Probably.
that and get this
More from
strategy, this fiscal strategy a little bit clearer. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I'm
Great.
good with that.
Okay.
If you don't think there's a,
Then the board has decided that we're not going to deal with the green sand filter for well number 17
At
at
this
this
time.
this
still have to
special
finish, I don't think we've
meeting.
done the design yet, so we still have to finish the design.
All right, so we're taking that off?
So, you know, let's say that was done in February, March, April, May, you know, it's a couple months before you go back and ask for the money.
Before we even do the design work, before we spend that $1.2 million, let's get
The
the
big
plan together that says, here's the solution, here's the end line, here's what we're gonna have to spend, here's what our rates are gonna be, and really get the whole picture together and know that that's the right component at the right time, and it's not spending the $40 million that's in this plan to just do a whole new plant, that maybe that's incorporated in it. I don't know. I'm not an expert in this field.
That's a good point. Rather than spend 8 million, put it towards the.
Problem is,
Yeah, that's-
is the well water, for the most part, does not come to the plant.
Right.
So
Right.
if you are going to put your green sand filters in the plant, that means miles of new piping to bring the water from the wells to the treatment plant, where it's got to get back out of the distribution system, which means you're changing the hydraulics of your entire distribution system, of where water goes, the pressure changes. They looked at that. That gets very expensive very, very fast. Okay, because that's one of the first things I said, why don't you just put the green filter on the new, everything's got to change. You know, water goes this way now, water goes this way, you got to bring it all back this way, you got to pump it, you got to move it, and then you got to pump it back out. It's
Well,
not
we
as
have to-
simple as bringing the water and then sending it out to the plant.
But we have to understand it, because maybe we buy a land in the West End and get water that doesn't have as much manganese in it, and we shut off that well, because it's a bad well.
That's my- Yes. Okay.
Which is why we shut off 18.
So I just want to put my 2 cents out. I will adhere to the board saying, let's put this off. My feeling is no. I think we should go forward with this. We've been talking about it now for a few years. The design, well, 17 was what we were thinking about bringing online. That's why we did it at the annual town meeting to do the design and engineering. We've only spent $250 of it, but we know that the source is the problem. I think we only have one well that's really below manganese levels. That's one question I'd like to know. But the remaining 3 aren't. We know that well 18A is well in excess of the levels. That's the major problem that we took offline. 17 was the thought that we brought on. We know that we have supply issues, which we found out 2 years ago in the summer. So I guess the reason why I'm saying that is because I think this is something that, even though we defer it until the annual. We're delaying it for about 2 months potentially with the engineering, if that's what it is. To your point about doing it, I agree. We need to have a bigger micro view, but since it's a source issue, and we can't guarantee that we're gonna get water that doesn't have manganese other than surface water, which is the problem, then I'm like, I think we go forward with it, because even if we get one other well, it's not gonna, we've got too many other wells that have manganese, and I'm like, if we could put one on that extracts it, good, that's one. It's gonna have to happen, I think. But I think, to everybody's point, holding off, it's not gonna hurt us, because it's not like we're gonna be digging the well, or putting the sand, green sand filter, although isn't that part of the plan to try to 17A right now temporarily, get green sand filters there?
Temporary, yeah.
And we're gonna do that anyways temporarily, so we'll see maybe how that results. That could
Well,
be-
because right now, we're blending 17 into the reservoir to drop the manganese levels. That's going in the system. If the well's off, the treatment plant's offline, that's going directly into the system with the high manganese. So that's why we're gonna put the temporary green filter on.
So
we're
we
not
can
putting the
test
high
it and see
manganese.
how the effectiveness of it is.
Well, we've done a pilot program already. The town's already paid for that. It worked.
That's right.
It worked fine. It worked great. It took the manganese out. I mean, I don't have the detect levels and everything, but it did what it was supposed to do. And when you meet with DEP, they say, oh yeah, green sand filters, manganese, green sand filters.
But I will say this, it's a special, it's a big ticket item, maybe the annual, more people will show up, it's a better opportunity to do it. I just feel that we should go forward with it now, but I'll defer right now. Let's put it on the annual then.
Sounds good.
Okay, that takes care of our articles then. So we've knocked off 3, so now instead of having 18, we have 15, I think. Fair enough. My computer died, so I don't have any of the motions. And we're moving on to new business, which is one-day liquor license for hospitable hostess at the Scituate Maritime Center on October 6, 2018, from 2 to 6 p.m. If somebody makes that a motion. So moved, if they say, then...
So moved.
So, motion by Ms. Curran, seconded by Mr. Vignani, all in favor? Aye. And then we have Ellen McKenzie at Scituate Maritime Center on October 18th, 2018, from 5 till 9 p.m.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Harris.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Canfield. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And then we have discussion vote drain layers license renewal. I do not have that in front of me.
Move the Board of Selectmen vote to approve the drain layers license renewal for Jeffrey Morse.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Canfield, seconded by Mr. Harris. All in favor?
Aye.
Then we also have the motions for, thank God those people didn't stay for the appointments, but for the motions to the various boards. Somebody moves to appoint Dan Fennelly to the Community Preservation
So
Act,
moved.
CPC, for a term of 3 years or until a successor is named and completion of the Conflict of Interest Law Online Training Program completed within 30 days. Motion by Mr. Vignani,
So moved.
seconded by
Second.
Ms.
You have the names?
Curran. All in favor? Aye. Congrats, Dan. That's assuming we keep the CPC, otherwise you might be getting off that shortly. Moving to the appointment of the Situate
Council.
Cultural
My thing's
Council.
dead.
Yeah, because we did last
I'll
time.
read them.
Yep. Move to appoint Lene Weisner Badger, Michelle McGrath, and Janice Murphy to the Scituate Cultural Council for a term of 3 years or until a successor is named and completion of the Conflict of Interest Law online training program is completed within 30 days.
Motion by Ms. Curran,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Canfield. All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations, ladies. Thank you for doing it.
Did we do the Scituate, did we do Leslie Danielle?
We did.
Oh, yeah, we did, because she already went.
She was going.
She went
Then
to
we
the
did-
meeting.
Okay. No liaison reports?
I have to just say one thing. I know it's the middle of the night.
It's got to be quick.
It's real quick.
Thank
The
you.
library is opening this Sunday for winter hours, 1:30 to 5. So go to the library on Sunday.
Perfect. Is there any correspondence?
2 things that are in your packet in front of you. One, the waterways letter you already discussed, and then the Widows Walk thank you letter.
Yeah, that's nice.
Widows Walk right here, John.
Can I just read that real quick?
Yeah.
The undersigned members and frequent players of Widows Walk Golf Course would like to express our appreciation to Ryan Cahill, Golf Course Superintendent, and his staff for providing the best course conditions Widows Walk has seen in many years. And it's 3 pages of signatures.
That's really nice.
Nice,
Isn't
yep.
that
Never
nice?
seen that before.
I know, so.
Somebody put a happy face, that's good, and a heart. That's actually charming. All right, approval of meeting minutes, please?
To move to accept the minutes of the Board of Selectmen meeting held on September 18th, 2018.
Motion by
Second.
Ms. Canfield, seconded by Mr. Vignani. All in favor?
Aye.
That takes care of the minutes. We are going to move into executive session to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining, since an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining of the public body. We're dealing with police, fire, AMP, and TSCA. I, being the chair, have declared that this would be detrimental to the effect, and so we will move into executive session, and do we need to come back into assigning documents?
Need to come back line? No.
No.
No, we're not coming back into regular session?
Sign documents, but you can do that
Okay,
after.
do that after.
All right, so we'll adjourn from executive session, then sign documents, not coming back. So, can we have a roll call?
Yes. Who made the motion for that?
Nobody's made that motion, I just declared it, so somebody needs to make
I
a
did
motion.
it. So moved, yeah.
Motion by
Second.
Mr. Harris, as what I said. Seconded by Ms. Curran. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And now we'll have a roll call. Yes.
Ms. Curran?
Yes.
Ms. Canfield?
Yes.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Mr. Vignani?
Yes.
Good night, folks, and thank you.